ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. Just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Meccano trailer cabinets from CT are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Meccano cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partner trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has aligned the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
In racing, every second counts. This is EPARTRADE, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe, gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. EPARTRADE.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today?
All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives.
Good morning and welcome to Race Industry Week 2025, brought to you by EPARTRADE and RACER. I am Francisque Savignan, the founder and CEO of EPARTRADE, the racing industry, every minute, every day. Race Industry Week is brought to you by ETS Racing Fuel, Penske Racing Shocks, PIC, Fifth Third Bank Motorsport, Scott Lewis and Associate, Quarer, and sponsored by ARP and CTEC Manufacturing. And this is day one, and we have an amazing lineup of speakers. So we're going to be together for 4 days from 7 a.m. Pacific to 1 p.m. Pacific. To see the full schedule and the list of speakers, please visit epartrade.com. With me this morning are Judy Keane, the co-founder of EPARTRADE, Lawrence Foster, editor-in-chief of RACER, and wonderful host, Mr. Brad Geary. Judy?
Thank you, Francisque. And boy, do we have an exciting week ahead. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. And a very special thank you to each of our presenters this week. We truly have collected the brightest minds in motorsports, so we're proud to have everyone from leaders of sanctioning bodies, from the OEMs to 2025 racing champions and racing legends. You couldn't put together a better collective representation of this industry. So thank you to everyone. And you might not know this, but this week really was an outcome of COVID. 6 years ago, there were no trade shows. So we said, let's create one for the industry. And now we're on our 6th annual Race Industry Week, and we have the best hardcore racing sponsors representing this week. So thank you to each one of them. So Lawrence?
Hello, how are you all doing? The sun has just risen in Irvine, so I'm ready for 6 full-on hours today. A fantastic lineup, and looking forward to, especially to Brad talking with Steve O'Donnell in just a few minutes. It's going to be a jam-packed day.
Brad?
It is going to be a jam-packed day, which I very much look forward to. And while the sun might be shining there in Irvine, I can tell you here in Fort Worth, and I'm sitting at Texas Motor Speedway right now, it's really cold and it's a little bit rainy and it's nice and beautiful. So happy to be here at a racetrack. And to echo what Francis said and what Judy said and what Lawrence said, this really is an incredible week. You know, for me, for people who watch regularly, I have a passion for motorcycles. We get to talk about that. I live in the NASCAR world. We're going to get to talk about that. We have drag racing, we have INDYCAR, we have open wheel sports car, literally every form of motorsport represented here this week for Race Industry Week. And I'm so excited about that because, Judy, as you said, and Francis, this is a great online version of a trade show. This is a time where as racers, we can all come together, we can share ideas, best practices, stories, all of the different things that go on in our world and come together right now. And for what most people, not all, is a non-racing season, at least here in North America. So I can't wait to see and hear and be a part of everything that we have coming up this week.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brad. And just a little peek of today. So we're going to be talking with NASCAR. We'll go after that to Germany to talk to the World Rally Championship. We'll have Kyle Larson, the 2025 and 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion. We'll talk drag racing with Josh Hart, who's going to be driving for the Top Fuel Series next year. And then Doug Kalitta, the 2025 NHRA champion. We'll talk World Rally Racing and Pikes Peak, SVRA. We'll have Trans Am, IMSA. We'll finish the day with Patrick Long and Danny Sullivan. So to see the full lineup of speakers and the schedule, please visit EPARTRADE.com. Everything is right there. So we have a good news and a bad news. So we got a call this weekend from NASCAR that Steve O'Donnell had a conflict, but we worked together with the team at NASCAR. They were brilliant. They're wonderful people. They helped us, and John Probst, the Executive Vice President, Chief Racing Development Officer, is going to step in for Steve. So we're covered. We'll talk NASCAR. A big thank you to the team at NASCAR who made things happen at the last minute. We had a little bit of a shock, but it's all going to be good. So, Brad, you want to tell us a little bit more about and I think John is going to be joining us any second.
Yeah, for sure. And this is what's great. Again, this is Race Industry Week, and one of the great things that we get to talk about is what happens within the racing industry. And on that side of things, a lot of things happen on the business side as well, which I'm sure we're going to cover throughout the week. But when it comes to NASCAR, one of the things that I learned here from a couple of decades working where I sit today at Texas Motor Speedway is you make your season in the off season, and that applies to every single one of us, including NASCAR. So John Probst is, as Francis mentioned, the Executive Vice President, Chief Racing Development Officer, is going to talk to us about a lot of the cool innovation and a lot of the things moving forward for NASCAR. So Lawrence, Francis, Judy, we'll see y'all here in just a bit, and we'll get things going with John Probst. So really look forward to it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. A great kickoff. John, how you doing today? Thank you for coming on with us this morning.
Morning, Brad. Thanks for having me. And again, appreciate you guys handling the curveball there with me stepping in for Steve. So glad to be here.
Yeah, no problem whatsoever. So first of all, let's talk a little bit about you and your career and what brought you here to this current role.
Yeah, so my background with NASCAR goes back to probably the early 2000s when I was working with Ford Motor Company. I was fortunate enough there to get my feet wet, if you will, with the Roush Racing team through my relationship with Ford. Followed that on to working for Red Bull Racing when Toyota came into the sport. And then I was fortunate enough to work for Chip Ganassi Racing before my tenure here at NASCAR that started in 2016. So I feel like, the experience with OEMs, I've been fortunate enough to work with all three of our existing OEMs from either directly or on the team side before coming to NASCAR. So I feel like that's served me pretty well here in my role at NASCAR.
Yeah, for sure. So many different things that really happen in what is probably the shortest off season in all of professional sports, and what we have here at NASCAR, a very short 3 months. And add to that the fact that we have Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year, and some holidays thrown into there. Yeah. It shortens things even more, for sure. When we start to talk about evolution, look, there's been a lot of talk. Let's talk first of all about the playoffs, because we just saw that come to fruition with Kyle Larson winning the 2025 championship, but a lot of conversation about potential changes on the horizon. Nothing's been announced yet. We're not necessarily here to break news. What I'm more curious about, John, is what goes into decisions like that when it comes to something as to how our champion is decided or different things that really shape the sport and the constant evolution. How are those decisions made? What's the process?
Yeah, Brad, not dissimilar to any big decision that we make, if it's, in this case around the playoffs or in a more, car-oriented sense, rules changes around horsepower, you name it. It generally starts with collecting feedback from all of our stakeholders, the most important of which, are our fans. And I think that, obviously anytime we sit down for a decision of this magnitude, we have folks that join us from all directions. We have broadcast in there. We have our OEMs. we have our team partners, and as I'd mentioned earlier, our fans. And the playoff discussion is no different. We hear and pay attention to a lot of the feedback that we get, through social media, in various directions that come our way. And Tim Clark from our side has done a great job at putting a blue ribbon panel together that included everybody, again, from the media to our fans to current and past drivers. And I think that's as important as anything, is that, whoever is our champion, it's going to be important that our drivers that are competing for the championships recognize it as a feat, and that our fans also acknowledge it. So anytime we do that, we collect the feedback, which we've done that process now. And as you had mentioned, not here to break any news, but I would say that we are making good progress on that front. And at this point have probably gotten just about all the feedback that we're going to get on that front. And, now we are circled up internally to go through all the options that we got from, the purest of 36 race championship to some combination of modifying the playoffs that we have now. And I think that you already see some of the changes already announced with respect to the championship moving to Homestead next year, and look forward to like some form of rotating championship race into the future.
Yeah, the crazy thing, and I think all of us are this way, and I don't imagine it's really any different in the boardroom when you're talking about it. I've found myself going from, I love the single championship format, like what we have currently. I love some of the great moments that it's brought about, whether it's races to make the championship round, advance, or whatever. And then I'll read an article from Jeff Gluck or someone, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty compelling to talk about a 36 race schedule and, starting at the beginning and going to the end. And then everything in between. I can't imagine what it's like from your end, thinking you hear someone make a good point, and you have to acknowledge it as a good point, but ultimately everyone has to settle on something. That's why it takes a collective. Is that fair to say?
No, you hit it square on the head there. And I think that throughout the course of the working group meeting and collecting all the feedback, it's fair to say that all of our positions have changed through the course of collecting information. And I think that anytime that somebody makes a good argument, that we have to be willing to hear it and change our mind when new information or different perspectives are brought forth. And that has happened. And I kind of laugh because as soon as you're saying that, I can sit there and think of, several meetings where, like the meeting before, you look at the person and you're like, well, that's not where you were, 2 weeks ago. And again, to your point, a lot of information has come in, a lot of good debate has happened. And I think that, we have changed our position multiple times throughout this whole thing. And I feel like we'll land in a spot that we feel is best for the sport, and, try and thread that needle of entertainment and sport. And I think that, in a lot of things that we do, that is often a lot of the compromise that you have to make at times.
Let's talk about the race car itself on the Cup side of things. What came in is the next gen car, the Gen 7 car in 2022. Saw a lot of competition, a lot of first-time winners, a lot of race teams really being able to showcase the talents that happened in the race shops and behind the wheel. After 4 years of competition, where are we with the next gen right now? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I think that, if we step back quick and just say, why did we go to this car? What were some of the founding principles on it? And I think that you'd already hit on a lot of them, but we needed to create a modern racing platform for us to attract new OEMs, to engage our existing fans, attract new fans. But more importantly, we needed to make sure that we were getting the business model right for the race teams that were with us now and the race teams that we wanted to attract. And I think that when you step back and say, okay, 4 years into this, how are we doing? I would say that, we'd say it's an overwhelming success. And I would point to, the Shane Van Gisbergens coming in with Trackhouse Racing and Trackhouse Racing in general, largely, coming to the sport for the car, and looking at the success that they've had over their existence. If you look at even 2311 and their ability to make the championship 4 already, Michael McDowell at Front Row Motorsports winning in his time there. Obviously, he's moved on now. And you look around to Spire and Carson Hocevar and those guys running pretty good now. I think that, if you just step back and you say, like, these teams are less than 3 years in existence for a lot of them, and they're contending for wins and championships. So I would say that, the work that's been done here at the R&D Center, which continues, by the way, because I think like any car in our history from Gen 1 to Gen 7 will always be a work in progress. And that's the work in the back here. I'm at the R&D Center today of, Dr. John Padillac and Brandon Thomas and Dr. Eric Jacuzzi and his group, constantly working to make the car better. You'll see that we've seen, improvements in the car this year at the short track and, road course, street course circuits. And that is, again, I'd like to point to a lot of the work that we've done, but I've got to call out our friends at Goodyear and thank them for a lot of the work that they did this year on the tire. So from that perspective, I think that in a lot of ways, the new cars raised the bar. It's, increased our fans' expectations of what they see on the racetrack. And we listen to that. We obviously track our own metrics and try and identify the areas that we need to work on with the car. But certainly are very happy with where it is right now. And again, would consider an overwhelming success.
To use a metaphor of, continued development is a winding road. Sometimes you're going this way, sometimes you're going that way, and so on. Where do we sit right now in the, here's a car, everyone's got the same parts, same pieces, and all of that, to always a desire, especially if you're a creative crew chief or competition member, to want to open the box just a little more?
Yeah, and as a recovering team person myself, I can appreciate that approach. And I think that from our perspective, we're, again, trying to thread the needle of some of the efficiencies around the car, which come from some of the common parts, and trying to weigh that against the on-track product, the quality of the on-track product, and the cost, I guess, to participate in our sport, which we don't like to talk about in more public forums, but it is certainly a criteria that we have to keep our eyes on. And I think that, we have a test coming up here in January at North Wilkesboro, which is a short track road course category for us. It'd be similar package. And we are, soliciting the teams right now to see if there are areas that we can look at working on for that test, just to kind of get a data point for us. It is something that we looked at doing going into the All-Star race there, and we weren't able to deliver that in the way that we wanted to. But this is certainly something that we want to come back to when we go out there this January and see if there are areas that, when we say open up, there's probably different flavors of opening it up for us that may stop short of customizing parts, but may open up the team's ability to adjust the car beyond what they can today, or for us look at, different parts and pieces that we can put on or take off the car to, again, try and make our short track racing better. When you look at, and this goes back to we were mentioning earlier, trying to thread the needle of sport versus entertainment. When you look at the metrics around our short track and road course races now, they are at all-time highs on track passing, cars running closer together. But certainly, I feel like the cars raised the expectations, of our fans of our sport, which is perfectly acceptable. And, we raised our hand when they asked who wants to do this. So we're not trying to shy away from it, but I think it does show that, we continue to work in these areas, even though all of the stats in those areas right now are up from even the Gen 6 car. But we have our heads down, elbows up, and we are working to try and make it better.
You mentioned the short track road course package. One of the changes going into 2026 is an increase in horsepower on tracks under 1.5 miles, as well as the road courses to 750. And again, this goes to the spirit of put it back in our hands. This is something the drivers want, is to put it back in our hands with a little more horsepower if you can. What can you tell us about that, the collaboration, and also, if you would, how does that factor into the sealed engine program as well?
Yeah, great questions. And I think that, again, it goes back to a similar process that we use for discussing the playoffs. When we look at increase in horsepower, we meet with the drivers somewhere between 6 and 9 times during the course of our race season, and I do like at the beginning when you said the non-racing season, because there really is no off season in racing. It's just we're not racing. But so, we obviously hear the drivers loud and clear. They almost, I I'd venture to say there's not too many racing series out there. If you ask their drivers, do you want more horsepower, where they'd say no. So you kind of know the answer going in, but you know, you take all the constructive feedback that you can get. And, you know, we listen to our fans. We can see that, you know, with Goodyear, the good work that they're doing around increased wear, making the teams rely more on tire management throughout the course of a run, that from that perspective, anything we can do, and when you look at the results, you know, from the metrics we track, they're all up from, you know, more tire wear, more fall off, meaning the drivers have to manage it more. Well, the other way to do that, when you get away from the tires, to put more horsepower in it, make them manage the tires even more. But when we do that, which is pretty easy from NASCAR's perspective, right? We just say, instead of tapered spacer size X, I'm going to go to tapered spacer size X plus whatever I want. And I can make it, I can add as much air to it as I want. But to your point, if in doing that, we, you know, get the engines in an operating mode beyond which they're capable of running today, then we just added a bunch of cost, and a lot of cost, depending on how far you go, and to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars to our industry, if we get that wrong. So we obviously engage heavily with our OEMs and our engine builders, and have done that now for the better part of a year with respect to adding horsepower. And when it comes to the sealed engines, certainly some efficiencies to be gained by running engines more than once. So we wanted to make sure that when we do that, you don't end up blowing up that model and adding a bunch of costs to the engine leases. So we did some durability testing with the engine builders to try and establish how far could we go without adding any development for the most part. And that's the number we landed on. And, you know, when we go to those engines now, we don't right now anticipate any significant changes to our engine seal rules. I will say that our intention right now is that when we go to those 750 horsepower tracks, that we will change the taper spacer, allow the builders to change the ECU mapping and move forward. So from our perspective, it's a software and a taper spacer change.
Oh, very nice, very nice. So you mentioned new OEMs. We have a new one coming into the sport next year on the truck series side of things, with Ram coming back into NASCAR. What can you tell us about that process?
Yeah, that's been exciting for us, for sure, and our industry as a whole. It's been, feel like we've been dating for a little while with the Ram Dodge brand, and it's great to see that come to life. I would say that, you know, it's been a while, probably over 20 years, since we've welcomed a new OEM, in this case, a new old OEM, back into our sport. So it's interjected a good bit of enthusiasm, if you will, from that perspective into our entire group here at the R&D Center. We've been in the wind tunnel with them now several times and are excited to see how that truck performs when we get it out on the racetrack with Kaulig Racing here in February. So I think that, you know, more to come on that front. We're obviously hopeful that, you know, sort of the reintroduction of the Ram Dodge brand into NASCAR continues. We expect it to here. And, you know, we're excited, not just for us and our fans, but even our existing OEMs. This has been something that they've been asking us to look into and, you know, try and get some new OEMs into our sport. And I know it seems like every year when we come on these types of events early in the season, we talk about new OEMs, and there's not always a whole lot to show for it. But now, you know, I feel like we're gaining a lot of traction, not just with, you know, Ram and the Dodge brand, but also now with a few others that are you know, evaluating coming over to the NASCAR side. And I think that the truck series makes a lot of sense for a new OEM to get into our sport, just from a timing perspective. And it's obviously a bit more efficient to get into the truck series on a short time frame than it is the Cup series.
Yeah, and just for a little background for someone who might be viewing but doesn't know, in the truck series, everyone runs a common engine produced by Ilmor. The basic framework of the truck series hasn't changed in a while, although things have been updated. So with that, John, so then let's just take it to the Cup series. If Dodge was to move into there, well, we have, a basic framework for a car that everyone has. Bodies would be different and engines would be different. So why not just dive all the way in? It's a little more complicated than that, right?
Yeah, sure is, Brad. And I think that, when we were another sort of evaluation when we were looking at the Gen 7 concept, which I'll call it Gen 7 now because at some point next gen's not next gen anymore. But we looked at things and said, what makes an entertaining race and what makes a competitive race? And well, initially we asked, well, what just makes a good race? And the data takes you all over the place there, where you can have times where you have lots of passing and good action all over the track, and if the wrong driver wins, it will be scored as not exciting because they didn't like the driver who won. And then you look at the opposite of that, and if a popular driver wins, if he led every lap, oftentimes the fans aren't as concerned about that because their favorite driver won, so they give it good marks. And I lost track of the question. What was I get long-winded sometimes.
Oh, no, that's okay. Just why, even if we look at the next gen car and say everything underneath the bodywork is virtually the same, why not just go straight to Cup? Why is that more difficult?
Yep. And I say, and when we get around to it, the things that the fans cared the most about as we developed the car was around the DNA of the OEM, around the bodywork and the engine. So it was important to our fans that, the Mustang looked like the Mustang, the Camry looked like the Camry, the Camaro looked like the Camaro, and that they wanted to see their OEMs compete on the engine front. And frankly, when we talk to our OEMs, which we do quite often, there is a lot of interest on their end, both from their DNA side, but also from a technical perspective of actually competing on the engine front. So while you're correct, it would make the leap from not competing in the Cup Series to now competing in the Cup Series much shorter for one, and probably less costly for the other. It is an area that is important to our fans and to our competitors to maintain that level of competition. So while we always continue to try and strive to find efficiencies on that front, it is an area that is important to the sporting side of what we do. So we do protect that. And then thus it is a longer journey from trucks to Cup.
Mm-hmm. As part of NASCAR's continued investment back into the sport, there's a great new building right up the road from the Tech Center in Concord, the NASCAR production facility that does everything from over the top and digital production to live broadcast, and there's a little space in there for some officiating as well. What can you tell us about that side of things?
You hit that right on the head there. We spent, I think it's over $50 million putting that building in, and hitting a lot of the things that you just said. But one of the areas, coming from the competition side, and you see this a lot in other sports, particularly football on Sundays and even now on Saturdays, when you watch a football game, you see a lot of their remote officiating. When you will hopefully here soon, you'll start to see us using that more and more publicly. But there is a section of that building and technology in that building that's been roped off for us, if you will, virtually, that we use on a weekly basis now. And I'll say, air quotes, in anger, starting with our playoffs this year, where, Scott Miller and crew, who used to be in the booth for us on a weekly basis, officiating races, is now in there with a crew of his own, manning our remote race control. And that's a huge resource for myself, and more importantly, Elton Sawyer is usually the one at the back of the truck answering questions from the press should we make a wrong call, which he very seldom does. So it's good. I don't think we had to do that at all last year. So it's an opportunity for us, and it's as much trying to stay ahead of the technology as much as it is trying to keep up with it. When you look at our race teams today, during the course of a race, they will have, and you hear this a lot, their war room. And with all of the data coming off the cars now and all of the various sources of information from onboard cameras to voice to text that goes on during the course of a race, all of the teams are collecting just terabytes of information as we go through the course of a race. And if you look at 3 years ago in race control, we have technology up there for certain, but when you compare it to each team's level of technology, we have roughly 15 different organizations on any given Cup Sunday competing against each other. Obviously, they have multiple cars per org to fill out the field, but you had 15 groups of people that were just collecting information from all over the place, bombarding race control with, hey, did you see this? Did you hear that? And it became hard for the folks in race control to manage the race that's unfolding in front of them in real time. We can't call timeout and go, wait a minute, we need to look at this like a lot of other sports can. So we don't have the ability to stop play for the most part. We started developing, with, Brian Herbst and the crew up at the production center, our ability to do just that. And so when you look at a lot of the tools that we deploy today around our race, there's obviously, I mentioned the audio, the visual part of it, but then the data coming off. Scott Miller and his crew at the remote race control will be sort of our miners, if you will. They're in there, digging away, looking for data. If we do get feedback for the teams to look at something, they're able to offline do that in a semi-real-time sense, but not, to the second. So they give us that couple minute buffer of somebody going back and looking at the things that the team offered us. And we look forward to adding to that capability into 2026. We'll use it week in and week out this year. It worked really well in the playoffs. So, for 2026, we look forward to using that on a week in, week out basis.
And real quick, I want to end with talking about new venues. But John, I'd like to talk about it from the competition side, if you don't mind, in that we went to Bowman Gray Stadium last year for the first time. We'll be back there in February again for the Clash. St. Petersburg for the Truck Series this year is part of an INDYCAR weekend, so a track that has been established now for more than a decade. And then something brand new, Naval Base Coronado in San Diego. On a competition side of things, what goes into going into a new venue for the first time for NASCAR?
Yeah, and I think that I'd go back to the car first, right? Like from the new Generation 7 car, when you look at the breadth of the different tracks that NASCAR will race on, from dirt to street circuits to road courses to short tracks, paved, asphalt to concrete. The car itself is a huge component of that. I would say that when we developed the Gen 7 car, one of the key design criteria for it was that to span the different track types that we could anticipate, and probably didn't anticipate ever racing on ice or things of that nature, but we always joke that someday we probably will. So I think we probably will try it at some point. That the car itself is able to be run at all those tracks with minimal changes. And when you look at, what we've done with the new car compared to the Gen 6 car, when we span the breadth of tracks that, our sport races on, we change very few components. So that the car that runs on the road courses and street courses to the car that runs at Talladega, Daytona, are just small changes to the under tray and some of the bolt-on parts to accommodate sort of a more symmetric wheel alignment. So I would say now that, a lot of the work that Ben Kennedy and his crew does around our schedules, and again, going to the places that are new, right? The Chicago street courses, the San Diego's, right? And our Americans turn their 50th birthday. It'll be a phenomenal event. But then also reaching back to our roots, right? Running at Bowman Gray, or, the work that Marcus and his crew do at North Wilkesboro and bringing a points race back there. I'm quite proud of the work that the entire NASCAR team has done to create a car that will span that, right? It takes us back and also forward with respect to the track types that we race, but certainly from the aerodynamics to the power levels to the grip levels, you name it. It's certainly, the next gen or Gen 7 platform has given us a solid base that, we can, I say almost race anywhere. And I always say almost because I never know what might be, thrown in front of us as a challenge someday. And I never want to say no to that. So who knows where we'll be in the future.
Love it. John, I want to thank you for giving us your time here today. It is greatly much appreciated. I do have to credit, it's either you or Elton Sawyer for the phrase non-racing season. Todd Gordon and I have adopted that on SiriusXM, and it came from either you or Elton, but it does really accurately describe exactly where we are when we're not going to the track.
Well, I'll give Elton all the credit on that one.
Awesome. Thank you so much, John. Appreciate
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you, sir. Great sessions. Please stay with us 1 second. We're going to run a little video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with the WRC.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Thank you and welcome back to day one of Race Industry Week 2025. Lawrence Foster is back with us. So Lawrence, did you enjoy the interview?
I certainly did. It was a different person to whom I was expecting, but that was still excellent stuff. It certainly set the bar for the rest of the day.
Absolutely, and again, a big thank you to NASCAR to help us, at the last minute, and so that sometimes that happens, when you run live, and but we're going to be talking
racing.
Yeah, we're going to be talking WRC, right? Which is one of your favorite type of racing, Lawrence, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's my annual deep dive with Peter Thul, and it's always a pleasure to not only catch up on the season just gone, but also to look ahead to some fairly interesting and changing times for the WRC over the next couple of seasons. So yeah, it should be a very good session.
Excellent. And Peter is with us. We're going to bring him on stage with us. And his team prepared a little intro video. So when Peter is on, we're just going to say hello. And then we're going to start the interview with a short video. Good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon.
Excellent. So why don't we roll the video, and then Lawrence, you carry on.
The WRC is back in action for 2025.
It was incredible.
Oh no!
Oh, goodness me! Listen to this roar.
atmosphere, this crowd. What a run through that stage.
You have to try and enjoy it in all the madness somewhere.
It's a pure masterclass.
Simple, that's rally.
Peter, welcome to Race Industry Week. It's an annual meetup with you, and normally it's a little after the end of the season, but this time we are literally a couple of hours over 48 hours since the 2025 season finished, with a debut event in Saudi Arabia, and definitely an exciting end to the season. Just give us a little sort of look back to the finale we have just witnessed.
Yeah, I just got the dust off my clothes. I started washing in the morning, a lot of brown stuff in the washing machine. And yeah, we're just flying back. The rally was finished on Saturday afternoon because of the respect to the difference that Sunday is a working day in Saudi Arabia. And for the very first time, we all went there excited, travel into the unknown with the drivers' championship decision to be made. And the event really was a thrilling event up to the last stage, a championship decider, a proper one, a very tough rally. The driver said it's even tougher than Safari Rally Kenya, but something so special we never had in the championship. And with a little adjustments, I think this is a perfect season finale. But as I said, for a premiere, it was a really great event.
And history made with Sébastien Ogier taking his ninth championship, equaling the other Sébastien Loeb.
Yeah.
In terms of looking at that season, Sébastien Ogier basically starts 11 rounds. His main sort of opponents, Elfyn Evans and Kalle Rovanperä, start 14. That has sort of got to add to the fact that this is an incredible season for the GOAT, Sébastien Ogier.
Absolutely, it is. And yeah, he started right with the victory in Monte Carlo. He has won several times with different manufacturers. Then he did not go to Sweden, and he went also to win in Portugal. And he told me at the beginning of the season he has no intention to go for a title, but the appetite grows. It was a big appetite, and in Paraguay it was obvious. When he lost points because he was unhappy in the power stage to got into a rain, he was furious of losing times, and then he said, "I will win this championship." And this is something which just makes him very unique. He's very, very determined and focused to win and to go for it. And this determination was maybe a little bit different to his competitors, who all did an excellent season. I must say that Elfyn has also a lot of bad luck, and I think the time will hopefully come soon that he will win the well-deserved championship. But the killer instinct of Seb is huge, and it really, especially, there was on the Sunday, there were one stage was more than 31 kilometers, and he put everything in. And it could also have ended with a car on the roof or puncture, but it didn't. And this is what is. He deserves the luck he has because he is going for it, and therefore it's the way he won the championship flat out till the last meters. And for us as an organizer, it's brilliant because we got for the second time in a row a championship decision in the last stage of the last rally. Yeah. Last year it was Japan. Even the manufacturers' championship was decided, plus the drivers' championship, and so for us it's a great finale, 100%.
And Sébastien Ogier has already said that he will do a limited program next year. He said it will be 10 rallies, well, based around basically German school holidays, which Peter is quite familiar. But
I must say, because I know the holiday calendar in Bavaria, and his very nice little son is going in school in Munich. And he will not be at all holiday at home, I'm sure, because otherwise he cannot do 10. And we just have to wait how the season will go on. But on the other hand, I don't think that the others will accept that so easily to have this again, winning him the championship. So I have a lot of faith, a lot of trust that Elfyn will make it maybe. And also, I think that Hyundai, after they had a very difficult season, refocused. The whole team is refocused now with a new sporting, a new director of the operations with Andrew Wheatley, former manager at FIA. And I think Thierry Neuville, he had not a very good year, but at the end of the day, he managed to win Saudi as a really good finish of the season. And I think with this backwind, he will attack full program in Monte Carlo. So Monte Carlo is just before the door. So we are in the middle of preparation for Monte Carlo already, and this will be a really big competition again.
Now, we have said now on 9 titles, we lose a couple of world champions next year. We have Oyt Tanak deciding to become a little bit more of a home bird. We have Kalle Rovanperä making a big change, moving over to the Japanese Super Formula Series to ply his trade in open wheel and see what happens. But on the flip side of that, Peter, we've got some exciting talent, not only confirmed, but also possibly in the wings waiting to come in. Oliver Solberg as a full Toyota factory driver next year. We've got Sami Pahari, obviously sort of showing his form. Martin Sesk, probably the star of the weekend in Saudi Arabia. I mean, Peter, for you, is it exciting to see the fact that we are getting this new generation coming in, adding the likes of Adrian Formo as well?
Yeah, this is exactly what the sports needs. First of all, these were personal decisions of both Kalle and Oyt to go out. I hope temporarily only. For Kalle, it's a special thing because he is the youngest routinier we have, because he started driving when he was able to walk nearly. So he was sitting in the car with 15, 16 doing rallies. So he has appetite to do something new. It will be a big adventure. We will see how it goes. And maybe he will be in 1-2 years back in the seat again. With Oyt, I think it didn't help the situation in the team. He said that. On the other hand, also Oyt is a guy who loves his family. So again, we have to respect that. But as you mentioned, we have Oliver Solberg, which is fantastic. Remember, this year he came into Estonia and just won on his debut in the Rally 1 Toyota. Before he was driving with Hyundai 2 years ago, and they had not a very lucky season, but he made a huge comeback. For me, he is one of the guys going for the title, 100%. Sami Pajari was a little bit in the shadow of Kalle. He's very shy and a very, also quite young, but he gained the experience. He did his full campaign this year, and I expect him also to be regular fighting for the podium at least. Maybe future World Rally Champion, we will see. And Adrian Formeau, for me, he was a tragic hero of the weekend. Normally he would have won. Okay, you should never say normally, because there was a time penalty because of early check-in and the time control. Each co-drivers or each team manager's total nightmare, because it has this just nothing Adrian is responsible for. But this is also part of the job, part of the rally. If something doesn't go optimum right, we saw this on the weekend in Formula One with McLaren. You cannot win. That's very simple. And really for Adrian, maybe he can compensate himself with a win in Rally Monte Carlo. This year he was third, and he can really achieve more. So a lot of highly motivated young guys will go to Monte Carlo. This makes it hard to wait for that. So, but between Christmas and Monte Carlo, we will have some time to relax. It was a tough season with 14 events, but on the other hand, we are all looking forward to Monte Carlo, to the next stories of the chapter of the fascinating voyage of WRC.
So 2026, it is the final year of the Rally 1 headlining class.
Yes.
WRC has made a few interesting changes to the order of the calendar. We have Japan earlier, we have Sardinia later, we have the incredible experiment that was a Central European rally, replaced with Croatia. But we also have it, I think, where in terms of the season, do you see that as almost like a transition to this brave new world of 2027 and the WRC 27 rules? And can you just sort of maybe talk a little about what those rules are and what those changes are?
First of all, the calendar, which is managed by my colleague Simon Larkin, is a strategic approach. The reason to get Japan earlier is to have more space for a new event to come.
Right.
In brackets USA, for example. Also, our ambition to do more in Asia is clear. And on the midterm, it also would be good to expand the calendar in a reasonable way, that it's not, let's say, too much. Not like Formula 1, 24, 25, 26, I don't know, I forgot, a bunch of events. We cannot do that due to logistics, but a little bit more than 14. Now we are back on 14. We had already 15 in the calendar. It all depends how logistics works and also to go to new markets. As you already mentioned, yes, it's the farewell year for the Rally 1 cars. I love these cars. They are spectacular. But we discovered, or not we, the FIA and all stakeholders discovered that this is getting way too expensive now. And to get a new manufacturer on board, we tried everything during the last years, but it didn't work. On the other hand, we have a huge transformation in the car industry. And concerning drivetrains, it was before all electric, and it was hybrid, and now it's back to combustion again with full sustainable fuel, which we use since 2022. But the regulation done by FIA and the technicians is really fascinating because it enters the level in terms of finance. I give an example. Average cost per Rally 1 car, no secret, is around 1 million. Now the target is for 345,000 euro for a 27 spec car. Why could this be possible? Very simple, because there is a good formula already existing worldwide with 2,000 cars sold. And this is called Rally 2. Standard components and more restrictive cost control on the parts of the technology. And this helps a lot to get these 27 cars in this cost frame. The big difference between a 27 car and a Rally 2 car is the tubular frame. Tubular frame is an element we have in the Rally 1, which is a super safety. If we look at the spectacular accidents we had, everything went well, except one really tragic accident. We all know what I'm talking about, which has nothing to do with the car. It was simply, it was a really, really misfortunate constellation. But on the other hand, we have this tubular cell, which also allows more flexibility in terms of bodywork, because B-segment cars, which are mainly the basis in the rallying at the moment, are not living forever. So if you have a small SUV, you can fix it with this tubular frame. Then there's a change to a double wishbone suspension, which makes it also in terms of cost and flexibility easier. The Rally 2 cars are running on McPherson's. Engine, gearbox, everything else is the same. And now what can we expect in 27? At the moment, it looks like Toyota is close to finish their car by the end of the season for sure, 26. All the others are a little bit later with everything. And also, in case to have enough cars on the start, the FIA has the idea to run both 27 cars and Rally 2 alongside. But this opens the gate to a lot of more manufacturers and brands and teams and maybe tuners. So we can expect Toyota in. I heard from Hyundai the same, but it could be that Hyundai will start with a Rally 2. This is a purely speculation, and then change to 27 cars. We have Skoda very strong with customer teams. Some of them are already doing 10 events out of 14, so the next step would be easy. We have the fantastic debut, the retour of Lancia, which are coming with the Rally 2 car. A Rally 2 car they choose because they have a lot of bases in the Stellantis group they can use. It's a new car, but it uses components and stuff from the Citroën C3, which, by the way, will also continue to be an offer for customers. So if you now count, we already have 4 brands involved. I'm sure M Sport will find a way to continue, and that makes number 5. And then we also have to go for new manufacturers once the relation is set, and there will be a big milestone next week in Tashkent at the World Motorsport Council and the annual meeting of the FIA. And I think now the challenge is for FIA to balance the new 27 and the WRC 2 cars, but it's not so complicated because the basis is so the same. And the big difference on rallying is the driver is the main component in the car. So on the racetrack, it's a different thing. It's very difficult. The last thing we want, the fans do not want, is a BOP, but to adjust the cars, and here I can only quote Xavier Mestalon, the chief technical director at FIA. He said, we will do it with weight. But this is the business FIA has now to do. I'm confident they will be able to do it, and I'm also confident that we will see more 27 cars very soon, because this is also a car for customers, can be run worldwide. And if you just look in the sport back to Group A times, there was Lancia dominating, then Toyota came, then there was a fantastic battle, then the other Subaru, Mitsubishi all entered the game. And these cars were also used in national championships. So I think it's a fantastic basis, and I'm really curious to see. 27 is the year of transition, but 28 onwards, I think there will be a big push in the WRC.
Peter, you mentioned there as well tuners, and an interesting nuance to this is that a tuner can take the underpinnings from a single manufacturer, put on their own bodywork, make 10 cars and join in. I mean, does this sort of bring the pro drives back into play, bring, even highly speculative, but Vermont sports car could maybe take a Toyota, put on Subaru panels and enter the WRC?
You just exactly described what is possible. First of all, regulation framework is the pure responsibility of FIA, but as I know, this is exactly what they're aiming for. This was the target, or is the target, to attract it, also to allow tuner to create such cars. And you gave a fantastic example. Having Rally USA in 27, plus Vermont Motorsport with Subaru, plus with customer cars, they have a strong Japanese market as well. And we had in Rally Japan a meeting with Japanese manufacturers. So now it's the time where it really becomes feasible. It's at the end of the day, it's a decision of a manufacturer to do or not to do. But now it's really time to think about that, because the access level is easy, and you can also, as a tuner, homologate a car. You can make a generic car, and all these points, these ideas, which by the way were developed together with the manufacturers in these technical committees, where we are as a guest also there. This is something which is a good story for the future. But even though we already have a good basis, and if this comes on top, then maybe we will have a really fantastic basis. And then also let's say, if a manufacturer then strategically decides to move out, it's not such a drama, it's normal, because you never know. I worked for Volkswagen in my past, and they have other worries at the moment than to rethink about to go back to rallying. So, but this is normal in the car industry. Others maybe get appetite, and I still think it's worth to push for a Chinese manufacturer to go in. You see that Geely is running in TCR. BYD is also selling combustion cars, hybrid cars. And coming back to the regulation, this regulation means for the next 10 years, the basis is there. And if there is a change throughout the next years to go on with plug-in hybrid or mild hybrid, or even one day with a full electric version, this is possible with the basis layout. And this makes this regulation so smart. And again, I must say that FIA did do a very good job on that, together with the discussion with the manufacturers. And I'm really confident that this will pay off in the future.
Peter, you mentioned about the WRC 27 cars being able to sort of reconnect regional and national championships. For 2027 onwards, where does that leave the European Rally Championship, which, as you say, has been a potent developmental series for the WRC?
I would say in 27 we will not see so much involvement in national championships already, because we have, first of all, the WRC has to start. But again, all what I say is what I think. I'm not the decision maker on that. On the other hand, there will be really a long time these 27 cars will run alongside Rally 2 cars. And I think 28 onwards and 29, there will be no limitation, because we want that the manufacturers sell the cars to the customers who are going in national championship or going in ERC. So this transition will come. But again, the timing and also the sporting regulations, how to do everything, this is the next homework we have to do. Luckily, there is a full year it can be rolled out, how it will be done. This discussion has already started, and this is something also is on the list of the FIA to decide, and then to discuss with the manufacturers when to open it. But we should not wait too long, because the most important thing is if a car is homologated and built, like in the case of Lancia. And I learned last week, I was there at the presentation at the Customers Day, and they made 33 contracts already on one day. And this is something then the sporting director of Lancia / Stellantis can go to the board and say, look at that. We got money coming in. I need the next step. I need to have XYZ. And this is way easier than if you just build up a Rally 1 car for tons of money, but you cannot commercialize it. This was, for example, the thing which was making the life for Malcolm Wilson and M Sport so difficult. That this ability to run customer cars, to sell them, and with the hybrid, it was even you have to send engineers for everything. So it was too complicated and too expensive. And now we are resetting and allowing this, and also this makes it easier then also to get the necessary budgets to do a full program in WRC.
Now, Peter, you mentioned 2027. You mentioned Rally USA. This almost becomes our traditional annual.
Yeah. I know that you would ask this
It
question.
seems that there is a path, and there is a well-planned path to getting Rally USA. Can you just give us that timeline and the steps as you see it?
Yeah, the timeline is that we will have a test event in next year, which was even clear last year. And after this test event, there is the possibility to include in the WRC calendar in 27 if all the approval of the FIA is there, if the sporting concept is working. But the work never stopped on that. But we had this discussion in summer this year. Shall we rush in or give it another year? And for us, it's so important, although I'm telling you now the third time in a row the same story, but believe me, the efforts are made and it will come. And also because we think it's after we spoke to our stakeholders and also to the possibility of maybe get the appetite for Vermont, for example, to come in. We need that. And so it's nobody denying that we need it. And so this will be the next step, as I said, test event, not candidate event, test event. And there are concrete plans. The only thing is the timing is now set up because it has to go alongside with the calendar in the US as well with the FIA. And we have 14 events, so it's not the easiest way to do that. But this could be WRC event number 15 in 27. It could be. Yeah.
It seems as well, timing-wise, as the American Rally Association, the championship seems to be going from strength to strength. And we also seem to have it now where the American talent, obviously the likes of Brandon Semenuk, but Conor Martell, for instance. By the way, I just called Brandon Semenuk. He's Canadian, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Conor Martell sort of going out there. He did a French gravel round a couple of weeks ago, got on the podium.
Quite well, I saw that.
So what do you see as kind of like the alignment and that sort of, the strength underpinning so that the Rally USA is more than an event in a vacuum, but it's got that sort of, link to the national scene?
This is exactly what we want. When we go to a new country, okay, USA is not totally new, 88, it was left. But I would not take the 88 event as a benchmark for the future because this had all the ingredients of a event which was not in the level of how a WRC event should be in terms of media, in terms of spectators, etc. But I'll give you an example. In Saudi Arabia, we were rallying this time the first time. The idea is not only just doing Rally Saudi Arabia, it's also to ignite the Middle East Rally Championship. The same idea was this doubleheader in Chile and Paraguay. There's a lot of customer cars there, and the national championships are growing. And Rally USA for sure. If I see the lineup of good drivers in the ARA, and I'm just regularly following this when I get information and result lists, I see a lot of interesting cars, which are, let's say, more historical, but the offer, what they can choose or what they can drive is also maybe too expensive. But I saw that the Rally 2 cars are entering now slowly into the championship. And this 27 car is a clear example also, which also would make it easy for Subaru USA instead of having these fantastic Subarus. I like them very much. They're spectacular. They are big, but they can resize the car a little bit and then they have a car and they can do the ARA, the championship event in USA and maybe something more. So these are the things which where one thing leads to the other. And for sure, USA is already on the radar. For example, Stellantis is doing this Peugeot Cup with these Rally 4 cars. Although Peugeot is, I think, not selling cars there, but it's a good chance to sell cars and to bring cars. And by the way, just to step back to Lancia, at the moment they don't sell so many passenger cars. I think they nearly sell more rally cars. So they are just lifting the brand with motorsport, and this is exactly what we need. And in US we want to help, support, and also bring some cars as an alternative on the market. And this also, I think, will help the national championships, I'm sure.
I just did some sums there, Peter, and a WRC 27 car, 345,000 euros.
Yes.
Equates to $400,000. Just to put it out there for our ARA colleagues looking at 27 programs. But in the meantime, Peter, as you say, you've got a whole host of laundry to do. It been 48 hours after the completion of the 2025 championship. We go again in, by my math, 7 weeks for the Monte Carlo Rally. Should be a fantastic final season of Rally 1, along with the ever burgeoning Rally 2 cars below them as well. So, Peter, we thank you again for your time. We love this sort of annual check-in, and we will see you next year, where we will not be talking what is happening with Rally USA. We will be looking forward to the first Rally USA.
And we will maybe have a recap about the first test event. I hope so.
All right. Well, thanks for your time, Peter.
Thank you.
Go and do some normal things.
I do so. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Lauren. Stay with us 1 second, and then we're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we'll be right back with Kyle Larson.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Thank you, and welcome back to day one of Race Industry Week 2025. What a great start, Brad.
Yeah, it has been. It's been a great start so far as well. Love talking about NASCAR. Love talking about rally car. Coming up, we get to talk about a lot of different cars, from NASCAR to INDYCAR to sprint car, and a lot of different things, all with one person.
Right, Judy? And that person is?
Oh, we've got Kyle Larson on. I'm so thankful he joined us, and I'm so happy and proud of him for winning another championship. So excited to have him on.
Absolutely, it's amazing, like that, the versatility of this driver. I mean, just touching and winning everywhere. So I'm finger crossed for the 500. I think Mr. Larson is with us.
Awesome. Wonderful. Well, Francis, Judy, we'll see you guys here shortly as we continue with Race Industry Week. And we are thrilled to be joined by the 2021 and 2025 NASCAR Cup Series champion, Kyle Larson. And Kyle, we know that we call this the non-racing season for the rest of us. I don't think that exists with you in any way, shape, or form. So thanks for finding time for us here today.
Yeah, no problem. It's a little less racing, but still some.
Yeah, for sure. Catch us up on what it's been like since, I guess, probably since you left New York after your big championship tour and a lot of different things. I know you've done some racing. So where have you been, and where are you going?
That whole week, after winning the championship was extremely busy, but for a good reason. But yeah, when I got done in New York, I got to go spend a few days with the family in Cabo and get caught up on sleep and relax a little bit. And then then what I think I raced in Placerville with the USAC midget. Just a handful of days after that, and had a good race going. Just got collected and got wrecked at the end of it, and then some more kind of championship celebration stuff with the team, and then just got back from California yesterday morning from running the turkey night there. I ended up fourth. We weren't very good, but still, good to get a decent finish. And things are pretty relaxing right now. Got a few more races coming up. I'll head to Australia Christmas night for a weekend, and then you'll go to Tulsa with the kids and watch them race there, and then have the Chili Bowl, and then the NASCAR season's kind of starting up right after that. So it's a pretty short off season, but we get enough relaxing in.
Yeah, last year you were down in Australia, you win, and I don't know that you even slept. I mean, you pretty much just got straight on a plane and flew to Tulsa to race the Chili Bowl, right? And what's this year going to be like? You going to have a little bit more downtime, or is it just going to be nonstop again?
No, yeah. So it'll be the same sort of trip I did last year. I left on Christmas night. You lose a day going there, so you land on the 27th. It's obviously a long travel day. Get there the 27th. I think sometime before lunch, and then probably you go to the race shop there, make sure I still fit in the car and all that. And then power through the jet lag and try to stay up. And then you race on the 28th, 29th, 30th, and then I'll stay up probably all night again. I have like a 5 a.m. flight, I think. If it's the same as last year, I think I have like a 5 a.m. flight out of Perth to Sydney, and then Sydney, I think I have to go through like Dallas this year, and then to Tulsa from there. So I want to get there on New Year's Eve. It's our youngest son's birthday on the 31st. I try to get there just as quick as I can to maybe race myself at the shootout, but I don't think I'll get to race at all this year. I think the schedule has changed a little bit. I think the shootout starts a day earlier than last year, and just with the way the calendar works, I'll get there, a day later in the week than I would have last year. So I'm losing kind of 2 days of shootout compared to this past year. So I doubt that I'll be able to race, but I'll still have fun. You're going there and seeing how Owen and Audrey can do.
Well, I hope your brief time at my home airport of DFW is a nice one in between all of that craziness. But let's talk about the NASCAR side of things first of all. You had a really interesting season in that literally the first third of the season, it just seemed like everything was going up, 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 and culminated with a win from the pole at Kansas Speedway, which was your third win of the year. And then you got into all of the Indy activities and a lot of different things like that. So first, let's take that chunk. Let's take those first 12 races of the year when it came to points racing. And if you could take yourself back to that time, what was going on with the 5 team? What was going on with Larson? Where did you think you guys were headed?
Yeah, it was really good. I thought all the Hendrick guys were really fast then. We were leading a bunch of laps and winning races and contending up front a lot. We led a ton of laps there in the beginning of the year. I think we were, just under like 800 laps led or something to that point. And then, the wins were great also. You think that you can ride that the whole season, but man, the Cup season is so long, and every year kind of always has some ups and downs throughout it. I mean, maybe 2021 was the only time I can remember my Cup career where we just stayed solid the whole year. But you could look at most competitors, and there's ups and downs for everybody, especially in the next era. So we were on a high then, and then shortly after we were on a low for quite a while.
Yeah, and I always look at the Cup season and think to myself, like I split it into thirds, and one of those thirds is a little bit bigger because that's the middle third, the summertime, and it just seems like you see one thing at the beginning in the spring. The summertime, sometimes you see some other people coming, you see some other people going, and then the playoffs hit, and it's just like a completely different ball game. But and you and I talked about this at the awards ceremony, but here in this forum, You made your second attempt at the double. Obviously, things didn't go the way you wanted to in that one. I mean, heck, you even came to Charlotte and led laps and, ran into trouble, ended up finishing 37th in the 600. But was there something to that? Was there something to the build-up and doing the double again and the way things turned out? Did that have any impact on the way the summer ultimately went for you?
I mean, it's really hard for me to know for sure, but I mean, it all kind of, all my racing kind of took a dip, after May. So, yeah, I think just, probably my confidence took a hit, personally. Just because I didn't feel like I performed how I could have or should have at Indy, and I made a lot of mistakes throughout the couple weeks there and crashed a few times. And I was just kind of bummed out about that. And then, led into the 600 where, I felt like I was going to have a great shot to win and, put I think I just put more pressure on myself than I really realized I was doing throughout that. I thought I was pretty easy going with it all, but then once you complete it or not complete it, but once the Sunday finishes and you don't do good, you really realize like how much pressure you put on yourself. And so I let myself down a lot and felt like I let a lot of others down as well. But and then I don't know, I think timing of it all, I think the lack of confidence, I think the season and the way that the schedule shapes up to that point is really well for me and what I do good at. And then after that, we go to a lot of tracks where I don't historically run the greatest at. So there was all that. Plus, I think our cars performance kind of took a little bit of a dip as well. So just a combination of a lot of things, got us in a pretty mediocre spot for a few months. And it was hard to get out of it. But I think with all those struggles, we all worked really hard and just kept believing in each other and was slowly making progress for the playoffs. And even throughout the playoffs, I feel like we progressed and it led us to do what we needed to do to win a championship. So all that was pretty crazy to see, kind of how bad the summer was to where we ended up.
As people, we all go through ups and downs and different things like that. For us on our side of the fence or our side of the microphone, a lot of times we hear drivers say, well, after a bad day, you know what, I'm going to go home, I'm going to forget about it, and I'm going to focus on the next one. We even hear that when you win as well. This win is great, but next week we're going here. But the reality of that, and, for anyone who is a racer watching this, that, how do you keep from a team imploding? How do you try and, keep your head up and pull yourself out of something like that?
Yeah, no, I mean, I even through all the bad weeks that we were having and lack of speed, I was confident because racing for Hendrick Motorsports were like, okay, I mean, this isn't going to last long, like next week we're going to get them. And it just kept not, coming. And that was getting kind of worrisome and frustrating and whatnot. I'm sure for all of us, even though we didn't really make it known, I feel like, and I think that's also important for not, imploding. I think you got to stay confident and motivated and all of that. And I think we were probably even more motivated than ever, through the struggles. So I just think, Cliff Daniels, his leadership kept us on the right path and, kept us zoned in on what we needed to do and keep working. And I think you just have to also trust the process and trust, what had gotten you to the success and lean on that to help get you out of the success. You just never know how long it's going to take. So, just proud of the whole group really for, we could all easily had slacked off or I would not say give up because I don't think that's in anybody's DNA at Hendrick Motorsports, but I think it would be easy to slack off, throughout the summer. And that was something that we weren't doing, even though it might not have showed on the results every weekend. I felt like we were honing in on our execution, which is really important, and also getting our cars slowly better and trying to figure out what was wrong.
Yeah, and I want to turn this to the positive because the crazy thing when this is all said and done, and you start to add up all the numbers. You scored more points than everyone throughout the entirety of the season. When it came to the guys you were running for the championship against, you had scored more points than them throughout the playoffs. You lead the league and, or tied for it in top 5 finishes and a lot of different categories. If we just go back and look at your numbers and someone 5 years from now goes, I wonder how Kyle Larson won the 2025 championship, it's almost like they're going to look back and go, man, that was a pretty amazing season. Yet somehow we have a tendency to look at that middle part where it seemed tough.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is incredible and crazy because, like, yeah, I don't feel like it was like that good of a year, but I think I think our standards and what everybody's standards are for the 5 team is very high. But yeah, I mean, even looking at it, like all those stats you just mentioned, I don't know, I didn't really feel like I scored that many points and didn't feel like whatever, but I think it just shows like how inconsistent everybody is, in the next gen era. Like it's so easy to get caught up in crashes or have mistakes happen and whatnot. So we were able to be just a little bit more consistent than the others. And that's something that we've worked really hard on too. Especially I feel like myself, I've just worked really hard on trying to figure out what it takes to be consistent, but also kind of still being aggressive and whatnot. But yeah, it's a difficult thing, but yeah, just again proud of the whole team for sticking through it because it was definitely not something that we were used to, dealing with the 5 team and just kind of just feeling like field fillers there for a little bit.
Yeah, I saw him because you race so many different things, almost outside of maybe drag racing and motorcycles. It seems like you've touched just about everything. I'm curious as to what are some common threads among the people you're around, whether you're going to Australia and stepping in another team's sprint car, whether you're running your cup car, whether you're going to race the Indy 500 or a sports car race or whatever it might be. What are some common threads that you find with just racers in general? Are we all pretty similar?
Yeah. I mean, I think, everybody's fairly similar. Each, I would say, form kind of has their differences on people, and kind of the fun that they might have with racing or how serious they might take it, whatnot. But, and I think, that comes from just different backgrounds of growing up and what they race. But, yeah, for the most part, I mean, racers, yeah, they're all, especially American racers, I feel like are all, it's all about fun and being competitive and all that, but having fun. And then I think too, for me, I feel like, I guess just speaking of the 2 teams that I'm with all the time, the 5 team and then the sprint car with the 57, like Cliff and Paul are pretty similar people as far as like their dedication to winning and race cars and all that. I mean, their personalities are they have a lot of similarities even in their personalities, but their personalities are very different. But I feel like the way I work and connect with them is very similar. So I think that helps with the success and why I've been with Paul for so long and hopefully will be with Cliff and the 5 team for forever. So yeah, just been able to be lucky and surround myself with really good people.
What's it like being a racing dad and what all goes into, the decisions and where you have your kids race?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not, I would say I'm not as hands-on as who I guess I could compare myself to, like a Kyle Busch or a Kevin Harvick or somebody like that. They're pretty hands-on and probably more intense with it than I would be, but I also think their kids are a little bit more intense with it too. But I don't know, it's fun to go there and see them enjoy it, have a good time, hopefully do a good job. For me, seeing them work hard at trying to get better is what makes me proud. So they're in the room behind me right now. They homeschool behind me, so I'm trying to keep them motivated. But no, it's good, and just seeing them build memories that I know they'll have forever is always cool too.
Yeah, that's really cool. I do want to talk about the High Limit Racing Series, and I know the day-to-day in that is not something that you're necessarily running or involved in, but obviously the creation and the overseeing of it is. And let's go back to the beginning of it. You and Brad Sweet, you start High Limit Racing. You saw a couple of things in the sprint car world that you thought could be improved, whether it be traveling safety crews, payouts, or different things like that. So where are we today versus where you guys were a few years ago when you started?
Well, I mean, I think we're in a good spot as a sport, really, not just with high limit racing, but with, everybody, even the Outlaws, they've stepped up what they've done. They've followed suit in a lot of ways, which is good. And, I think the sport has thrived from that. So, yeah, I don't know. It's been two, you know, short years, but a lot of positives I think have come from what we've done and hopefully what we're going to continue to do in the future. So I'm just really proud of everybody at High Limit for working extremely hard on growing the sport and finding ways to, as you mentioned, make it safer, make it more affordable, make it, make teams and drivers be able to actually make a living at doing it, or at least not spend as much money at the end of the year. And yeah, I think, the fans appreciate it. I don't think they necessarily knew what to expect, and I think had a lot of concerns, in the beginning, but I feel like I hear a lot less concerns now, which is good. So I think that shows, where we are and how we've been accepted into the ecosystem, which is good.
You have a great title sponsor in Kubota for the series. You announced something new for next year, the High Roller Club, where 10 drivers are involved in this, but there's going to be over $18 million in value attached to the way things go. How fun is that? Are some of these things that you've just kind of thought to yourself, or maybe you and Brad have kicked around, that wouldn't it be cool if, and now you have an outlet to be able to do it?
Yeah, definitely. And I think, the High Roller Club, which I know there's a lot of drama going on with the NASCAR charter stuff, but it would be, similar in a way to that, and trying to just drive value to the teams. And it's just a different way of teams kind of getting paid, like they can see what they're going to earn before the year ever starts, which I think is good for teams and good for their planning and hiring people and hiring drivers and all that, but also still getting to race for race purses and all that. So yeah, ton of money out there for our 10 current teams on that. So really cool to be a part of it. And yeah, I think it's just we're young, right? Like we're young and I think we're innovative and I think, times obviously change for all different businesses and sports and whatnot. So sprint car racing really hasn't changed. Dirt track racing, grassroots racing really hasn't changed majorly in a long time. And I feel like we're kind of introducing new ways to look at things, which is good.
66 nights is what the schedule has for next year. Is that about a good number?
I think so. I think so. I think teams, need to have the freedom and flexibility to go do what they want and on some of the off weekends, whether that's relax at your home base, your shop, whatever, or if you're feeling frisky, go race still. So yeah, I think our teams enjoy it. Where you look at like the Outlaw schedule, they haven't come out with their schedule yet, but if it's anything like normal, it's probably, 90 races, and every weekend, they're racing, aside from probably Easter and maybe July 4th weekend. So that's a lot. Like that's a longer year than the NASCAR, and it's pretty crazy. And then yeah, I just think, a lot of times you just get it just I haven't ran the Outlaw Tour, but I would imagine you just get kind of bored with doing the same thing every weekend. So yeah, I think for us to our teams get to race for more money in a less amount of races. I don't know why like everybody would want to follow what we're doing, just because, yeah, just the flexibility of it all and all of that is incredible.
Yeah, how important is it as well for all of us as racers to be able to work together? And while we're talking about just being in the sprint car world, high limit schedule is awesome, but you also have holes in your schedule, especially when it comes to some big weekends of sprint car racing and all of that your racers can and will still participate in. I look at those things as working together, not saying if you're going to be here, you're going to be here. It's almost like, hey, we're going to give space for you to be there as well.
Well, and yeah, I mean, I think that's where, yeah, we worked together kind of with our teams, and we know what races, they want to get to throughout the year. Um, where yeah, I think on the other side of it, the Outlaws, like, yeah, you're limited to just racing their races, and yeah, that I think that makes it tough, especially when they miss out on our big races. Gold Cup pays 100 grand to win. Skagit pays whatever it does, 126,000 maybe or something like that. I don't know. We have some 50,000 win races that they're not able to compete in. So I know there's a lot of frustration on that side of the fence. But yeah, I think we'll see kind of where the sport continues to trend. I think it's still, we're like I said, we're still young. 2 years in. The first real competition the Outlaws have seen in a long time. So I'm sure they're trying to probably figure out how they need to change, or if they even need to change their kind of schedule or way to go about things to keep their teams happy. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a fine balance that we all try to figure out.
Yeah, well, personally, I'm thrilled that you guys will be at my home track a couple of times next year. I'm sitting here at Texas Motor Speedway right now, so part of the NASCAR weekend, and again, holding the season finale with High Limit here. I'm curious about a question that really spans all of racing, and that is fandom. In sprint cars and grassroots racing, it's really great. I mean, fans get really close to competitors and drivers and so on and so forth. NASCAR had an initiative this past season that they started with the driver appearance program, which they've incentivized drivers getting out there and doing a lot of public-facing events and meeting the fans and all of that. How do you see that? How important is that to the overall popularity and loyalty, I guess, of racing and race fans?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always good. And I feel like all race car drivers, at least, what I'm a part of, NASCAR, sprint cars, dirt lane models, whatever, when I was doing that, like we all understand that the fans are what drive the sport. So we're very open with our time and whatnot. I would say the NASCAR's new DAP program that you mentioned was really cool this year. It got us all out doing way more things than we ever would have, because we actually felt like we were making an impact on the sport. So yeah, that was good. And yeah, we got to, just speaking for myself and seeing what others had done, we got to do a lot of fun things, going to cool sporting events, getting on, shows and meeting different celebrities and just being out in the public eye a lot more. So I'm sure like it will still take time to see the impacts of that. But I definitely think it was a positive thing this year. And yeah, it was cool to be a part of it and look forward to do more, cool things.
Yeah, I like that. I think it actually upped the overall quality of all of those appearances as well, from every side of things and every angle of things. Well, I know it's a very short non-racing season for most of us. I don't know if you've seen anything yet for 2026 when it comes to the NASCAR side of things, but one thing we do know is that where it says champion on your uniform now, it's going to have the 2X next to it. Those things excite you? I mean, what do you think about now coming back to the racetrack, not only as a reigning champion again, but a reigning 2 times champion?
Yeah, no, it's definitely cool. We did our photo shoot stuff, gosh, only like 2 weeks after the season, and they still had the old patch on it. So I was like, man, you're gonna have to Photoshop all this stuff. But no, it's definitely cool, and I don't know. Yeah, hopefully it's just hopefully this time next year it'll have a 3X on it. But I don't I don't know. I don't really think about it too much. Really at all. Just try to keep going out there and doing a good job, and then yeah, I think the accolades and results and stats and all that will take care of themselves.
Yeah, that's really cool. Well, we know you've had a lot going on, and you have a lot going on, especially considering that your kids are right on the other side of the wall with the homeschooling. So, hey, we appreciate you giving us time here again. Congratulations on just an amazing season, a second Cup Series championship, plus everything that you guys have going on in the sprint car world. And truthfully, as racers, thank you for being proactive in helping the racing community be a better one overall. Thank you so much, Kyle.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that a lot.
But
thank you, Kyle. I know you're so busy and you just made time for us, so thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. See ya.
Thank you very much. So please stay with us. We are going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers. SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Thank you and welcome back. Mr. Castello is with us. Good morning, Joe. How are you?
Francisque, Judy, it's Industry Week once again. How
Can you
exciting is
believe
this?
it?
Thank you
Our
for inviting me
sixth
back
annual.
again.
Of course, Joe. It would not be the same without you. So we're going to be talking
Right.
drag racing, right? Some
We had
exciting guests.
we had such a great season in the National Hot Rod Association. We're getting ready for our 75th season next year. We had great champions. We got amazing storylines. I'm just super excited to talk about it this week.
And you're a racer as well.
Yeah, well, becoming one again, that's certainly true. This year, I brought my Project Pontiac car back to the track for the first time in 10 years, longer perhaps, and had some success in the NHRA Lucas Oil Series. Got 4 races in, which was amazing, and I'm excited to participate in the 75th season of NHRA drag racing, beginning in Orlando and the Gator Nationals divisional race called the Baby Gators, maybe a couple more in Rockingham later in the year. But NHRA has got something for everybody, and I am certainly living proof.
Absolutely. No, thank you. And you got us some really good speakers this year. So we're going to be starting with Josh Hart, who's going to be driving for John Force next year. Then we're going to have Doug Kalitta and Alan Johnson together. That's a really a great session coming up. Of course, Tony Stewart, Leah Pruett, Richard Freeman, and then Brad Gerbert from the NHRA as well. So we're going to be talking a lot of drag racing this year.
Well, it's such a big year for NHRA drag racing, and I just enjoyed watching Kyle Larson a few moments ago. And, NASCAR had their pop in the late 90s, and Formula One certainly had a big pop recently with Drive to Survive and all the great competition. But I really believe that NHRA drag racing is poised for a big pop because of just the personalities, the stories, the conflict, all kinds of interesting things happening, and people love that stuff. NHRA's got a new reality-themed show that's going to be out on Vice the beginning of next year, leading into the Emily Motor Oil NHRA Gator National. So I'm super excited to help tell the stories and talk to our guests.
And I think our guest is here.
There he is. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Francisque. Good morning, Mr. Hart. Josh Hart joining us here on EPARTRADE Industry Week, newest driver for John Force Racing. Josh, I don't know how familiar you are with Industry Week, but it's basically a worldwide online trade show. We've got listeners from literally around the globe. Not all of them are familiar with drag racing. So we're going to be talking a little bit about Bernie Speed Shop, your company, and racing for John Force beginning next year. But first off, good morning. How are you?
Good, Joe. Everything is good in Florida. I'm happy to be here. The weather is awesome.
Oh, that is great. You're rubbing it in to everybody else that is a little north of us. Josh, let's introduce you to everybody out there. You've got a great personal story. You mentioned Ocala, Florida. A lot of people believe that is synonymous with Big Daddy Don Garlits. You came out to the NHRA a few years ago. You had success early on in the A Fuel ranks. You stepped up to Top Fuel and won your first ever race with Big Daddy in the house. What an introduction to NHRA Top Fuel for you.
Yeah, absolutely a storybook starting line. And, we've struggled a little bit since then, but we've made some very strategic moves in joining JFR. We're very excited about that. And 2026 is going to be pretty epic.
The 75th season of the National Hot Rod Association. I want to talk to you a little bit about, what's going to happen. I want to definitely get into the whole John Force Racing. A lot of moves have happened. You're now a representative of the team. So I'm excited to hear what you have to say about, stepping into a seat that Brittany Force has gone coast to coast running 340 miles an hour. John has retired, all of that. But I see that Bernie's logo behind you. And I want to start there because none of that would have been possible without your work ethic, with how you've got it on the rear wing of your dragster. Anything is possible, and you're proving it. Let's talk about Bernie's, the company that makes anything possible, certainly for you to go racing. What do you do? What is it? What's going on there at Bernie's Speed Shop?
So my wife and I, Brittany, founded Bernie's in 2010 with merely $300 in our bank account. We were going door to door, cleaning cars in people's driveways as like a mobile detail service. And slowly but surely, word of mouth spread. We were doing great work, and she took over the detailing part. I started doing superchargers in a one-bay garage. And, I've never really been sure of anything else in my life except for cars and my passion for it. So it just grew and grew over the last 15 years. Now, basically a full city block of anything you can imagine automotive. We buy, sell, trade, consign all sorts of iconic cars. We build whatever you can dream up right here on site. We don't subcontract any part of the build. We have an in and out service center. So if you just need, like a supercharger or vintage air or new front runner system, whatever your heart desires, we can handle it if it's automotive at Bernie's Speed Shop. So extremely blessed. We're extremely excited to announce that we have brought in new partners as of 2025. And we're getting ready to expand our little company nationwide. So we're flirting with all sorts of new locations, but it's not just a baby company anymore. It's growing up, and we felt like NHRA was the best place to kind of spread the word.
I agree. Drag racing fandom, and this is not a knock against any other, road course, street course, NASCAR, dirt track. But I think there's actual stats that the drag racing types have the most cars, just like lying around. Like 3.5 cars per family, something like that. So you're in a good business. Now, when you mention cars of consequence, my ears peak up because we all love cars. That's the core of it all. Like whatever racing personality you talk to, they've got a favorite car, they've got a classic, their first car, the car that got it started for them, and they just love it. What is that car for you, Josh?
It's always been the Ford Lightning pickup, the Gen 2, 1999, 2000, 2001 Ford Lightning pickup. I didn't have any money, and I would drive to the dealership almost every chance I got to go look at that thing in the window. And when I finally got enough money to buy one, that's actually the truck. By the way, Brittany bought that for me. She had to sign on the loan. And we went door to door with that truck, a little water tank in the back, and we would clean people's cars out of it. That was also the very first anything that I ever took down the drag strip. I think I went like 1390s. So yeah, it's always been the Ford Lightning pickup.
Such a great American story, or not even an American story, just a story of hard work and success. Starting out with a dream, an idea, a concept, and the willingness to get sweaty, get a little dirty. And now you've got over 100,000 square feet. So primary business at Bernie's, I have been there. For those that don't know, NHRA has partnered with Josh prior to the Amalie Motor Oil NHRA Gator Nationals that happens in March. And the couple of nights prior to the event, they do a fan fest there, and it's great. Like thousands of people, a huge car show, a live band, a lot of music, kind of a celebration of the event that is to be. I notice you've got a lot of classics sitting on the showroom. Are you a dealership, and who are your clients?
Yeah, we are definitely a full-fledged dealership. We try to keep 75 cars in inventory at all times. And they range anything from a 1932 Ford clear up to a 2025 Ferrari. So very wide spectrum of anything that we would consider to be iconic. And that's where we like to, keep it, is mostly not day-to-day drivers unless you're, wanting to drive a Ferrari every day.
Cars of consequence, cars of interest, cars for the car hobby. And, so that's the dealership. But do people happen in Ocala, Florida, or are you selling worldwide? Like, do you ship? Do you, how far do you go?
Yeah, definitely worldwide. A lot of stuff in Australia, Brazil, Switzerland. Been very, very blessed. We actually even have a Switzerland broker on the other side. So a lot of good synergies worldwide. We're also very close to the villages. So we've got a lot of good synergies there with our in and out service department. Down there, I think they're cruising 55 Chevys every day. And, we do sell to every state in the United States as well, quite frequently from our internet base.
That's great. The Villages, guys, look it up. Look it up. Josh lives right by there. Look it up. It is a giant community of like retirees, well-heeled retirees that love cars and golf carts as well, Josh. I think it's exciting that you're bringing the Bernie's name to the world of drag racing. You are able to have success. John Force Racing, Top Fuel Dragster, David Grubnick, crew chief. You're going to be driving, and Bernie's is going to be on the side at the 75th season kickoff at the Amalie Motor Oil NHRA Gator Nationals. Like, does that make sense to you? Your little business that you think anything is possible, and now you'll be driving a John Force Racing Top Fuel Dragster with your business name on the side.
Yeah, it's definitely a pinch me moment. All I can say is that in my every encounter with anybody from JFR, they've been nothing but extremely professional and courteous. It's a new level of everything for me. So I'm very excited. The fact that I can even afford to put Bernie's on the side of the car is one thing, but to be actually driving that car is just a fairy tale.
All right, so let's get into that, because that's what I think people really are interested in knowing. Brittany Force, I would say household name amongst racing fans, not just drag racing fans, beyond drag racing. I think Brittany, especially her exploits this season, dropping 340-mile-per-hour runs from coast to coast, has garnered a lot of attention. But she has elected to step away from the driving aspect of the sport because she wants to start a family. That makes sense. You've got a family, and so the seat was available. What can you share about how this happened? How of the options out there, Josh, you certainly are one of the leaders in reaction time, have proven to be a cagey driver out there, have won national events, but to be the last man standing when it comes to getting that ride, that is just a huge, huge opportunity you've got. How did it all come together?
Yeah, so John and I talked a little bit in the fall of 2024, and then we talked again in Bradenton at the pro race. And we just kind of started, batting the ball back and forth. And then in Arizona, we spoke again briefly. And I actually was very reluctant to get serious because I just hoped that we could turn it around with my program. And, the season progressed, didn't go the way that we had thought. And I just thought, how crazy would it be for me to expect different results when trying the same thing over and over and over again. So discussions got pretty serious. Listen, nobody can replace Brittany Force. She's been excellent to me. She's helped me navigate a couple of things in this deal. But when it started getting serious, we had great conversations. We were able to lock down what the commitments were going to be. And right around Indianapolis, I knew that was a make it or break it point. So I signed the dotted line, and it's been full steam ahead ever since.
That is wild. As a team owner, though, you had many responsibilities. And for those that don't know, that don't follow NHRA drag racing on a regular basis, Josh had his own team and employees and travel, and you guys were handling all of that. And at some point, there was a bit of an epiphany, like, "Hey, man, I'm running 2 businesses out here. I need to focus on Bernie's." This has worked out well for that.
Yeah, I mean, I run multiple companies in Ocala, and it just seemed like Bernie's is probably the most popular, obviously, but it was growing up at the same time as the race team. And I didn't feel like I was doing either one of them to my fullest potential, which wasn't fair to either side. So, in the transition and shutting down Josh Hart Racing, we made sure everybody was taken care of. We made sure they landed where they wanted to land. And that was my focus, was taking care of the people. Because the driver gets to hit the loud pedal, as Lequien would say, and they get to do all the cool stuff. But the truth is, the magic is made in the pits by the guys that are building that car. So I wanted to make sure they were taken care of. And yeah, there was a sense of relief. It's very bittersweet. But you can now focus in 2026 and beyond about cutting a good light, driving the wheels off that car, making sure I'm doing my job at 150%. Without focusing on invoices and payroll and insurance and all this other stuff. There's people for that that really like it. That's not me. So very happy with the decision that we made. Very blessed to be working with Richard Freeman behind the scenes. He's been great to me. We've navigated some pretty cool stuff together. So all is positive, and we're ready to hit the loud pedal in 2026.
That's exciting. You mentioned Richard Freeman. He's going to be a guest tomorrow afternoon, along with Leah, Pruett, and Tony Stewart, of course. He's going to be running Top Fuel. He said he wouldn't run against his wife, and now they're going to race against each other. You're going to be in the mix. It's just a very exciting shakeup, really, for the 2026 NHRA season. We got a couple of events coming up in a few weeks. We've got a bunch of like the holidays, clearly, and then it's time to focus. So let's look ahead to you as a John Force Racing driver. Let's talk about testing. Let's talk about running the car. Is there a schedule for any of those things?
Yeah, so I had my first fitting about a month ago. And I had never sat in a capsule car. So John Collins and Grubnick were very good with me. They worked with me to make sure that I fit in Cinderella's slipper. And it worked out perfect. So now moving forward at the week of PRI, we'll do final fitting. So I'm excited about that. And just, again, I cannot praise those guys enough for the level of professionalism. So it's just something I wasn't used to. when you walk into John Force Racing, it's a true testament of time. Everything he's built on a level that not many can even fathom. I was very proud of what I built, but I tell you, when I walked into the doors of John Force Racing, I was like, oh my gosh, like it's just a whole nother level. And I know I have a lot to live up to, and I plan to work as hard as I need to live up to that. So we'll do our final fitting in PRI time. And then I don't think there's any actual testing planned except for right before Gainesville. So I believe there's a test session a week before the race or something like that. So we'll hit the gas a couple times, make sure everybody's comfortable, and go right into business.
Very exciting, very exciting. And for people out there, fans of Formula One, think of the legends who built their businesses now, McLaren, Ferrari. John Force is that for drag racing, and they have a team and a culture. But John has announced his retirement. Those of us inside the sport have known for a while that, I wouldn't want John to get back in a race car personally, right? But it's not my decision. John has announced his retirement from driving as of the finals last year. And it's just wild, the outpouring of love and appreciation for John. Brittany is stepping away from the seat. And then the huge media story about Austin Prock and his team leaving John Force Racing means you're the second tenured driver behind Jack Beckman, who has been with the team just under 2 years. How do you wrap your mind around that, Josh?
Oh, you just threw a whole lot at me there. I've got a lot of mixed emotions about all that stuff, but I'll start with Brittany Force. I think it's very commendable that she's wanting to take the responsibility of starting a family. There's nothing else that you can do in life. I have 2 young kids. They are everything to me. So I think that's a very wise decision. She's broke every record known to man. So what else does she have to prove? 2-time champion. I mean, she's a badass. So John retiring, I think he's sharp as a tack. And the way that he has done things behind the scenes to get that operation to where it is priceless. It's a true testament of time. And, I was in business, Josh Hart Racing, for 5 years. I don't know how somebody could do it for 50 plus years. Connie Kalitta, all those guys. I mean, wow. That's just, I don't even really know what to say. It's awesome. The funding and the commitment and the drivers and you can't put it into words until you've been in the seat. I was in the seat and I didn't like it at all. So hats off to them. As far as, the Austin Prock drama, I don't know. I would not have made that decision. I don't know everything. So I'm not going to speak out of turn. I will just say that when you're on top, it's a lot of fun, and trying to stay on top is hard. So I probably wouldn't have shook it up that much if I was him. I mean, it seemed like they had a really great thing going. But something motivated them to make that decision, and I respect that. So good luck to them, and we'll go from there.
Wow. No, I appreciate you touching on all of those things. And, when I mentioned John, the guy is in his mid-70s, and he is everything to so many fans out there. And I think he's earned the ability to decide for himself whenever. And so he made that call earlier this year. Josh, are you ready for what comes with being associated with John Force Racing and Brittany Force? And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of good that comes with it. And there might be something else. I don't know, a Brittany fan that's wishing Brittany was still in there. Like, who knows? This is a rock star moment. You're stepping into a massive spotlight. How are you going to handle that?
Yeah, look, it's always going to be me, whether you like me or whether you hate me. I'm always even keeled. It takes a lot to rock my boat. And you know what? We all put our pants on the same way, so hopefully people can appreciate that. I'm a very humble individual. I say exactly what I mean. So, I'm not going to go out there and put on a big show with fake personalities. You're going to get the real me all the time. So I think I'm ready for it. I guess I can't really answer that until I feel it. But I have some really great people at JFR that I'm sure are going to be supporting me and guiding me, such as Brittany Force. And if I need to, I'll just call her husband Bobby for security.
Yes, he's pretty good at that. You're stepping into the premier top fuel dragster in the world. We're going to hear from Doug Kalitta and Alan Johnson. Certainly, they finished in the top 2 in points, 2 world championships, 3 top 2s in the last 3 consecutive years. So arguably that the Mac Tools Kalitta Motorsports dragster is, and it's a great conversation to have. But Brittany, in terms of speed has been her thing, the queen of speed, they've called her, and you're going to get in that car. I don't see those guys backing up with Josh Hart in there. Are you excited to run 340 miles per hour? And are you, just give me your outlook as you get ready to take the reins of that car.
I was actually just talking to my family about it at Thanksgiving dinner. I was like, do you realize that I'm actually going to get to drive the fastest car in the world? Like, not everybody can say that, so I hope they don't back down at all. I hope we go for the jugular every time we get a chance. I will live up to the hype. I am definitely ready for it. I'm going to focus on catching Justin Ashley when it comes to my reaction time. And I think we will be definitely a championship contender no matter what.
Yeah, that is wild. It is the fastest car. And there was a little argument this year that happened early in the year. The fine folks our friends at INDYCAR had an ad campaign that said that they were the fastest racing in the world, and the drag racers were like, wait a second, we're 100 miles an hour faster. It was a little fun, I think, that we had, but 343, Josh, to 1,000 feet, that is an insane number, and I don't think people can really wrap their mind around it. What is your career best to this point, and explain what it's like to go that fast?
The 336 mile an hour is my fastest at this point. And all I can say is that the slow runs beat you to death. I mean, you're vibrating and you're shaking and it's not very smooth. The faster that car goes, the smoother the ride. So I can only imagine what she's used to, just ripping off those 340 mile an hour runs every time she got a chance. So I'm stoked. It's going to be epic. I guess I can't, again, answer it until I feel it. It's 340 plus mile an hour. I know I'm going to have to, shave some weight. So, I'm going to focus on fitness in the off season and make sure I'm where Grubnick wants me. And hopefully we can crest that 343 mark.
Yeah, that would be wild. Just to get a 340 ET slip would be wild. The 75th season of the NHRA drag racing, a little earlier, Kyle Larson was on. They mentioned to him, he's done every form of racing except for drag racing, motorcycles and whatnot. Drag racing is its own unique thing. Tony Stewart has come over to the sport because of that, because it's not the same thing, because it's a different thing. The fact that the sport has been around for 75 years and they're going to go coast to coast celebrating 3 new markets, back to Rockingham, going to Maryland, the Potomac National, South Georgia Motorsports Park, a lot of growth, new reality TV series on Vice, all kinds of interesting stuff. But just give me your outlook, NHRA 75, the celebration, but also the sport that has grown due to acceleration, right? It's not about long strategy. It's not about pacing yourself or saving your tires. It's not about those aspects of motorsports. It's about brute power and speed as quick as you can go from here to right over there. And it seems to be doing well. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many tracks that I've never personally ran, so I'm excited about that. Props to Cromwell and everybody that's working their tail off to grow this sport. Chad Head's been doing a really good job. I know he's kind of behind the scenes, but everybody's working together and it seems like we're all rowing in the right direction. So I'm excited about the new tracks and just the sport in general growing. I'm excited, believe it or not, about what Richard Freeman stands for. I mean, he's trying to find a way to grow Top Fuel the same way that he did with Pro Stock. That's exciting because we need more cars. So overall, I would say for me personally, I'm going to ride this as long as I can. I'm going to enjoy this as long as I can and hopefully be a good influence in the sport, growing along with it.
That aspect, being a good influence in the sport, the access that fans get, that you're going to have a lot of face time and people are going to come to you because of the John Force Racing logo. You're going to be connected to John, and you're, I don't know, like one of the first non-family members to run for John. Obviously, Robert Height, but it's going to be an interesting experience tracking throughout the season. Is there anything that you are particularly excited for as you look ahead to the start of the season? I know we're still heading into the winter break. We just finished at Pomona. Unfortunate that Mon Nature wouldn't let us race out there, but nothing else could have been done. But as you get ready for NHRA 75, what are some of the highlights that you're looking forward to?
I would say, learning from the crowd. I live at the ropes. I like talking to people, whether it's good or bad. I want to hear it so that I can improve on myself. So just hanging out at the ropes, signing autographs, trying to breathe inspiration and some sort of fire into the youth to make sure that they still love cars. Because, hey, like my livelihood depends on these young guys starting to learn and love cars. So that's one thing that I'm mostly excited about is the fan base around JFR is so much larger, so much. You touched on that briefly. Just, am I ready for it? Absolutely. I want to be a good influence to all these people. Mainly for me, selfishly, the thing I'm most excited about is being able to go up there and just do my job 110%, not having to communicate with my wife about invoices and payroll and logistics, and that's a plus. Maybe she'll even come out to a couple of races and start to enjoy it again. So that's my selfish excitement. But other than that, man, I'm telling you, I'm just super excited to still be in the seat, let alone that seat. And I want to make everybody proud, so I'll do the best that I can.
So exciting, Josh. And I agree. You got to put yourself out there and be your true and genuine self. Let's finish off on cars. EPARTRADE Industry Week. This is a car culture deal. Cars. Want to make sure the kids like cars. What's the key to that, Josh? How do we get this next generation? First of all, when I was in high school, not everybody liked cars. I was one of a few, and not everybody understood us, and that's fine. It's not the most mainstream of things. I think football is the most mainstream of things. Vanilla ice cream is the most popular ice cream flavor. So there are better flavors. It just is what it is. But what do you think the key is to keeping the next generation interested in cars and the culture of cars?
To me, it represents freedom. Like when I got my bicycle and I could ride beyond a certain point, that was freedom. So getting your driver's license and getting in the car and just being able to go wherever you want to go. So I don't know how we, magnify that feeling. I love the smell of the fuel. I love doing crazy smoky burnouts and sliding around and just feeling like you have the illusion of control in behind one of these wheels. But I don't know. Getting rid of all the electric cars,
Well, they do accelerate pretty well. It's just the turning and the sound. Like if you like sound, it's not for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a hater on all electric cars. Some of these things are wicked fast, and they did a great job putting them together. But for me, it's all about the sound of the V8 and the thump of the cam and the smell of the fuel, and it's an experience. And that's what NHRA does. It's like everybody can watch TV, okay, but have you ever stood next to a 12,000 horsepower top fuel dragster? No. So get them out there, bring them down, let them take a look at it. And if you're not interested in the driving aspect of it, come down and see these magicians in the pits working this engine over in 43 minutes or less. It's just a well-orchestrated symphony of these magical mechanics, and they could be a part of that. So I'm excited to bring those types of people around and show them what it's all about. And hopefully that sparks something inside them where they end up loving the old school V8 Hemi combustion engines, so.
Josh, thank you so much. I see Francisque and Judy. I'm excited to see you in the coming weeks. And that first burnout in the John Force Racing dragster with Bernie's on the side, that's going to be a big moment. I look forward to it.
Thank you, Joe. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Josh. Please stay with us, and we are going to transition directly to our next session because time is running out, and I have to keep an eye on the clock. So I'm sorry to cut Josh. And we're going to bring on Doug Kalitta and Alan Johnson. So do you want to tell us a little bit more about that partnership, Joe?
Well, it's one for the ages. Alan Johnson is on the Mount Rushmore of NHRA crew chiefs and tuners. Doug Kalitta, Connie Kalitta's nephew, has chased a championship his entire career. And Connie Kalitta, one of our genuine icons of drag racing, hired Alan Johnson with the goal of winning a championship. And now they've won two and finished in the top two in points each of the last 3 seasons. Also, I don't see them stopping. This is very rare to get the two of them on the air together, so I'm very excited about it, Francis.
Absolutely. And I think Alan is right there with us. So we'll wait for Alan to start his video. And we are in touch with Doug. And as soon as we can bring Doug on, we'll carry on. So why don't you guys get started, and then we'll make sure we can bring Doug.
Yes, that sounds great, Francisca. I appreciate you. I don't know if I'm ready for Alan Johnson in a t-shirt, though. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Good morning, Alan. How are you?
Good morning. How's it going?
I am well. I am well. We just did a nice conversation with Josh Hart, who will be taking over the wheel of Brittany's dragster at John Force Racing, and now working into our championship conversation with you and Doug. I'd ask you if it has sunk in yet, but you've got some experience with winning championships in the past. I believe this is your 14th world title at the national level.
Yeah, 14 top field championships, beginning the first one in 97. So it's been a long, stretched out run, but it's been fun.
And the people you've done it with. I mentioned Mount Rushmore. That's a modern way of saying, one of the greatest of all time. But, Selzy and Schumacher and Brittany herself, for instance, Larry Dixon and Dell, just countless people. And now Doug, the people you have put into the winner's circle as championships. Just amazing list.
Yeah, it's been pretty gratifying to be able to get, especially people that haven't gotten one before, especially like Doug. I may have stolen a couple from him throughout the years, so to be able to put one together and then back it up with another one has been it's been fun and rewarding, and I'm really happy for Doug.
I think we all are. He to have that label. Mark Martin had it in NASCAR, the greatest driver to never, ... right? Like, it's such a bummer because the respect for Doug Kalitta from his peers is maximum. It just didn't go his way. You mentioned the run, right? Like, you guys were on the other side of the run. You won Tony Schumacher, maybe the most famous run in NHRA history. To have it come back years later, 2 years ago in 2023, to a winner-take-all final round for that championship for Doug, that just had to be an amazing moment.
Yeah, for sure. Doug is definitely one of the best drivers to ever drive a top fuel car. He's so smooth that it's fun to watch, and for him to actually break through and finally get something that he probably has deserved is rewarding.
But they don't. That's the thing. It doesn't go by deserve. It goes by, can you take it? And you guys took it. Then last year you finished second in the points. This year a little different though. I would call it domination of the NHRA playoff countdown. 4 consecutive final rounds right at the start. You ran well the end of the regular season. Look, there's Doug signing on right now. There he is. There he is. What's up, Doug? You're joining us as we talk about the playoff run. A win in Sonoma, a win in Brainerd, and then 4 consecutive final rounds to pretty much seize control of the points lead and the championship. You guys were running real well right when it mattered.
Yeah, no, that was it was just a hell of a team effort. I always say that, and seeing it throughout the years, I mean, if the guys can keep that car assembled consistently to where the thing responds like, Alan likes it when he's making changes, and that's really the guys have really come together, particularly this year. I thought And yeah, having Alan and Mac, it was just a hell of a team effort. And it's just a privilege for me to have the opportunity to work with everybody. And then definitely adding to, I wasn't sure. I think at the banquet somebody was saying that Alan has won 18 championships, and then I wasn't sure if it was 14 or 18, but to be part of that, uh, with what Alan's accomplished over the years is just something I'm super proud to be part of.
So we counted them up. It's 14 top fuel, but a couple
Okay.
of other championships in the alcohol ranks as well,
Yeah.
and certainly one of the greatest of all time. But so are you, and like that's a tough team to beat. Alan already said you're very smooth, and that is one of your strengths. What about him, Doug? What's it like racing with Alan? We talked a little bit about some of his other championships, but like what, as a leader, what do you see in Alan Johnson? What do people need to know about his success and why it comes to him?
Yeah, it's fun to watch. I'm definitely not that's the position I'm in. I'm as far as tuning the car, I probably wouldn't be somebody that Alan would would go for advice on this thing. But yeah, no, it's just the detail is incredible to see and be part of. And and this certainly his understanding of all the parts that because he manufactures all these parts are probably 80% or what that percentage number is, I'm not sure, but definitely his knowledge of what that car and that engine's doing, it's truly impressive because I mean we'll run down into the low 60s and the motor's still happy. It's incredible to see because I've been on the other side of that. We even think about running in the 60s, and the thing is just not happy. But to have a motor that you can run as hard as we run that thing is truly impressive. And,
All right, let's key in on a moment like that. And we just had Josh Hart on was earlier with us here on EPARTRADE Industry Week, and we talked about the Brittany Force 340s. Well, you got one of those earlier this year as well in Seattle. It was a round one buy. I want to take everyone behind the scenes as best as you can, Alan and Doug, to that run because you knew the way the ladder fell that you didn't have some a car in the other lane, so you could step on it. You could step on it, and the conditions were going to be right. And that, to me, that's exciting. Thinking about you guys trying to make it happen. Tell us about that run and what you talked about and how you made your 340 happen.
Yeah, so obviously, first round in Seattle, the conditions were excellent. It's cool. The track was probably mid 80s. And the fact that you're not racing anybody, you could probably gamble a little bit more than normal. However, the thing is, when you try to make the cars do something, if you try to make it run 340, you try to make it run low 60, that generally doesn't pan out so well. You have to kind of let it do it, so we make actually pretty small smaller changes than most people would think. And it worked out actually perfectly on that run. We've been running a lot of low, like around 64, 65. We had a lot of those runs this year. And going into that run, we knew that there was a couple of areas that we just needed to fix in the 1,000 feet to make it run quicker. And we just happened to hit it perfectly, and it spit it out. So and that run, it runs, it runs high 330s a lot. Um, but generally on those runs, it drops a cylinder somewhere between maybe 850 and 1,000 feet, because we do kind of run it a little on the rich side down there. That particular run, it ran on 8 cylinders all the way to finish line and then spit out that 341. So there's just a lot of things kind of coming together there. And obviously, you didn't have a car in the other lane, so you do get to gamble a little bit more than normal.
Could you feel it, Doug?
yeah, I have to admit I got down to the end, and I would have never guessed it ran what it ran. But yeah, it was definitely it was pulling hard, and it's just obviously just trying to do what we do and keep it nice and straight and hope for the best. So, but no, it was a hell of a run.
Let's go to another moment. And this year, Alan, because Doug is going away from me very fast. But for those that don't know, I'm the starting line reporter for the NHRA track announcing team. So when something big happens, I go talk to Alan. And it has been very fun to watch you this year, Alan, because you're having great success, and so you're celebrating it. You're like Tiger Woods sinking a putt to win the Masters, and there's the jubilance amongst you and the team. And then Doug gets to do his top end interview after winning the race. There were a couple of moments that were big celebrations. That 340, that was a big celebration, but the one I'm about to bring up, I think maybe the biggest of them all, and it was in Reading, Pennsylvania, after Doug's well-publicized two-car incident with Tony Stewart at the top end of the racetrack. That's so rare. In IndyCar, you got the Danny Sullivan spin and win. To have to rally back from an on-track incident to make the next round and win the next round in a backup car. That's a rule in the NHRA. You can bring out a backup car, guys. To have the whole team have been involved, rally together, different car, in the playoffs, win the round, go to the final. Alan, take us through that. Your starting line celebration told me everything I needed to know. Let's share it with everybody.
Yeah, that it's interesting because leading up to that, we had a couple of instances where we wanted to test our backup car, and one of them was in Brainerd. And then we decided, we won the race, and the guys had worked real hard to get there. We had issues at that race, but we managed to get through it, and we ended up winning. And so we decided against testing in Brainerd, right? So, and the idea was to test our backup car. Well, then lo and behold, 2 races later, we had to actually pull the backup car out in between elimination runs, between the second round and the semis. And so the fact that the crew was able to assemble that car without a backup, without a test run, a backup car without a test run, and to go out there in eliminations and actually pull it off, because none of the parts on a lot of the parts on the car are not the same, like the clutch control valves and things they're just a little bit different. So there's a lot of things that go into making one of those things run that well. And as challenging as that racetrack was, it was hot, right? So to be able to make a run in a backup car that had never been tested on a track that was 128 degrees or whatever it runs, and win the round against, Steve Torrance, it's not a layup. I mean, that's a great team. And to be able to beat them in that instance that was just super gratifying. And I was really proud of the team for being able to do that.
Doug,
so that's probably where that celebration came from, because that was a lot of built up energy and anxiety that had gone on for the last probably 60 minutes that culminated in a victory. So that was like winning a race right there.
Yeah, I definitely had a lot of confidence in that backup car and everything that we had going to the start line. And it was definitely nice getting by Steve for that round and getting a shot at the final. So but yeah, it was one of those deals with blowing a left front tire. That's the first time I've had one anything like that happen. So that was definitely a little bit of an eye opener down there. But what I've typically tried to do though is just before I'm getting to the finish line, I try to get one shootout, and it just kind of helps the overall getting the thing slowed down. The second one, I just let the sensor out there get the second shoot, but I can usually get that first one out, and it probably helped minimize the speed of hitting Tony, which I have to admit, that was the first time I'd ever gone across. I've gone across with people wrecking and kind of going around them, like Larry Dixon and Bristol, just stuff like that. You're just trying to avoid, but to actually be the guy running into somebody, that was a first for me. And so just trying to get it slowed down, and I was just real fortunate that it worked out like it did. And then obviously having the backup car and being able to get by that round against Steve, that was cool. And then all bets were on for trying to win that race, and we came close. It was definitely not a lack of effort, was it?
Without a doubt. Sean Reed won that race, and he had his own great story throughout the season of rallying back. You were very, complimentary to him, and we got to know him through that win. But you set the tone, right, with a runner-up there, a runner-up in Charlotte, a win in St. Louis over Ida, and then a win in Dallas over Steve Torrence. And so 4 consecutive finals in the playoffs, and suddenly you've got this points lead now, and the potential for a Kalitta Motorsports 1-2 is on the horizon. And Sean got after you, Alan. I want to talk about Vegas. I want to talk about Brian Hewson. I want to talk about one of the challenges of the future of NHRA drag racing, which is competent young crew chiefs to fill the role of the guys who have all the experience, like yourself. You're doing your part with Brian Hewson, and he looks to be just an amazing character, second in the point standings at the conclusion of the season. Talk a little bit about that second team and the Kalitta 1-2 and what you saw out of Brian in his second year.
Yeah, I think Brian is growing really, really rapidly as far as being a seasoned crew chief. He's obviously been around it a long time. And it's somewhat intimidating making those in between round calls. It's like, and I think he would even admit he made a couple of mistakes this year. One racing us, I think in Dallas, he smoked the tires, which I think that really irritated him a lot. And but he learned from that, and to see him come back in Vegas and beat Ashley in the second round, that was a really big race, not just for him, but it was a big race for us as well, because that gave us that extra 20 points that we needed over Justin coming into Pomona, right? So that was huge, and I think yeah, it's a tough game, and it's hard to go into eliminations as a young crew chief and make all those right decisions, but he's doing a great job, and I think we need more guys just like him. So the more the guys that are hungry to try and run cars, they need to get mentored by somebody so that they can learn the craft, and so we can expand our toolbox of really good crew chiefs going forward.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things. If there's something that holds NHRA back, it's that, right? Like these engine blocks that you manufacture, they're like gold. They're amazing parts and pieces, and you got to make them live. And how do you learn that, Alan? How do you learn to make them live without going through the experience? It's a great challenge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no substitute for the experience. You just have to get out there and do it. And unfortunately, a lot of times you learn more from your mistakes than you do from your successes. But that's just the way the game's played. And a guy like Brian, he may have only been now a crew chief for 2 years, but been studying it for 20. So there's a lot there, and it's hard to find some. There's a couple of you young kids that are doing it now. I mean, I think they'll grow, they'll get better, and that's what we need. But yeah, it's the experience. You're gonna go. And the thing is, you got to live it. It's not like a weekend job. You're just not gonna go to the races on Friday and come back on Sunday and that's it. It's a full-time job. If you're not putting in 80 hours a week trying to be a top fuel or funny car crew chief, you're not putting in the time it takes to do it.
Yeah, and Connie definitely is excited to have him over there tuning that car. Obviously, Connie was always very instrumental in trying to tune that car, so he still keeps a close eye on what's going on there, and he's pretty excited.
Yeah, so expand on that, Doug, because we all love Connie Kalitta. The guy's a legend and been around forever, and there's all these sayings for people out there, like when it comes to whoever is invested the most in NHRA drag racing, burning nitro, it's Connie Kalitta. He's the guy. He made the call to bring over Alan a couple of years ago, the goal to win you a championship. That has worked out. So just talk about his general satisfaction and being able to continuously deliver for someone who has done so much for you personally and for the sport as a whole. I can't imagine things being much more satisfying than that.
Yeah, this whole process, Chad Head has obviously works with all of the guys with Kalitta Motorsports and Connie very closely. So I have to give the credit really to Chad for being very instrumental in making putting that in place, and obviously working with Alan to come up with the idea of separating Brian, because those two had been together a very long time and with great success. So but it was definitely something that it's exciting to watch, to see somebody like Brian get the opportunity and do what he's done. So and obviously Chad working with Connie, and really Brian, it just a perfect fit because he's really hungry, and obviously Sean's doing a great job driving that thing. So it's just fun to be part of giving him that opportunity, and obviously with Connie's support, because he's like you say, he's burnt more nitro out there than most. So he's just to mention, Connie's pretty excited about it as well.
And it doesn't appear like you guys are quitting anytime soon. 3 years, top 2 in points, 2 championships. We're getting ready for NHRA 75, the 75th season, special Diamond Wally trophies, all kinds of just extra hype going into this. And you guys are the reigning champs. That's a special one. All the big round numbers. Everybody wants to win those. And you're coming in with the number 1 on your wing, Alan.
Sure. We're pretty excited about it. I think this is going to be the 3rd year with me and Mac together. And, speaking of young crew chiefs, there's another guy that's going to be one here one of these days. So we're pretty excited to, for our 3rd year together and see if we can go back to back. I think we have the team to do it. We have the car and we have the driver to do it. It's just a matter of us, doing our job the best we can and having a few things go our way throughout the season.
Doug, what about you? NHRA 75.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited about it. And yeah, it's cool to be part of. Yeah, it's a lot of history there. And I've got an incredible opportunity. So yeah, just looking forward to it. Unfortunately, we've got a couple months off. I'd like to get going as soon as we could, but no, it'll be fun to watch and be part of.
All right, I want to bring everybody I got 2 more questions for you guys, into a moment that I think is cool about NHRA drag racing. And, all these other motorsports, I love them, I respect them, I think they're amazing. A lot of computers, though, like, simulations and things and setups and all of that. Whereas in NHRA drag racing, by the rules, Alan, you're standing there right before the run, and you open up a little door, and you go in there, and you make that last second adjustment, and then you close the door and you send it. And that's all you. That's the gut or the brain or however you're going to tell us. Doug, you're in the car watching them do this. And that it can be for everything. That moment can be for everything. And Alan, you got to make that call. Walk us through that moment when it happens.
Yeah, it's just something I've gotten a habit of doing throughout the years is before each run, you're going to inspect the track, you're going to quantify it, the temperature, the grip, and then right before you run, you're running all that data through your head, and you're trying to be as aggressive as you can be without actually taking a chance of smoking the tires, right? So there's a couple of those little valves in there that we use to control the speed of the clutch. And we usually have 2 of them that we use that control certain parts of the run where we can be more aggressive or less aggressive. And that's the last minute thing. And it's just a gut call is basically what it is. At that point, there's no calculations. There's no computer. It's just the gut. Can I get away with this or can I not get away with it? Sometimes it's a little bit of a gamble. Sometimes you're pretty confident with it. But, fortunately, on those hot race tracks coming down the stretch in the countdown, we managed to make the right decisions and we went down a racetrack a lot and got some wins.
And you're in there, Doug, when he's doing that.
Yeah, no, it's I'm like I always feel that I'm very fortunate to have Alan twisting the knobs on my car. So, yeah, no, I've got a lot of confidence in everything that Alan's doing and my guys are doing, and we're all just hoping for the best when when you have that win light come on at the end. That's what the goal is. And first, I'm the first guy to get to see that yellow light come on down there. So that's just fun to be part of.
Final question. Both of you have your next generation participating in NHRA drag racing at the grassroots level. Alan with Melanie running A Fuel, and Doug, now you with Mitch. It is my understanding that Mitch drove Bo Butner's dragster at the St. Louis Divisional. You were filling the gas tank. You were doing all like the grassroots Lucas Oil Sportsman Racers stuff. What was that experience like for you, Doug, now that your son is like getting into it? And where could this lead?
Yeah, no, he's doing a great job. First and foremost, he's having fun doing it. So he's been out there with me for a number of years. I mean, he's a very coordinated young man there. He's played soccer his whole life, and he's just kind of taking it all in. But he played soccer throughout all of his grade school years in college, and I always mention to him, I mean, you want to race, we'll get you going, but if soccer's your priority now, then stick with that and see where it goes. So I'm doing my best, really just trying to balance everything to get him out there, and without owning a car, and just because we haven't gone that far into it, but he's cutting good lights and he's keeping it straight, and he's having a good time. So we're going to continue to try to do more of that next year and just kind of see where it takes us.
Spies said that you had a blast, just saying. What about you, Alan? Watching your daughter, Melanie, who has had a great collegiate career as an athlete, step into an A Fuel car. That's, very fast car, very serious. What has it been like for you to stand on the starting line and just watch?
Oh, it's fun to watch. I had no doubt that she'd be able to do it. She's such a competitive girl. She's smart, motivated, and it's kind of in her blood, I guess. And so she's done a great job. Pretty proud of her, and it's fun to watch. And like to see her get a few more wins in this coming year.
Well, I think it's looking very possible for that to happen, and Mitch as well. You guys are all in on drag racing, that's for sure. The next generation is coming, whether it be crew guys, crew chiefs. You mentioned Mac. I'm super excited about Mac, but your own children are following in your footsteps in the world of NHRA drag racing. Alan, you're a farmer. Doug, pilot. Great careers. When you look around the drag racing universe, I can't think of too many better places to use values, learn values than the NHRA drag races.
Oh, certainly. It started with us as a family sport, and we're still maintaining it as this family sport. And I think Kalittas are pretty much exemplify that as well. It's a family affair over there as well, and I think that bodes well for the 75th anniversary of NHRA as being such a great family sport where families can come and enjoy it, families race it, and it's been a great way to make a living, and it's been a part of my life for 40 years, and I'm loving it.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate it. I see Francisque and Judy. I appreciate you both. Congratulations on the championships. Thank you for a season of great entertainment. I can't wait for next year.
Thanks a lot, Joe.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, both. And what a great session. So stay with us. We are going to run a little commercial from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
In racing, every second counts. This is EPARTRADE, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe, gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. EPARTRADE.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Let's go, boys.
How many
things have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back to Race Industry Week 2025, Day 1. Again, if you want to see the full schedule as well as the lineup of speakers, please visit EPARTRADE.com. Back with us is Mr. Brad Gilly. Brad, we're going to be talking next to the World Racing League.
Yes, I'm very excited about talking to the World Racing League and having them back on Race Industry Week as well, especially when it comes to an exciting 2026 schedule that they have in front of them and really what they do for racing and amateur racing and everything like that. So, again, just continuing with just an amazing theme of what Race Industry Week is and really what this is designed to be. Having World Racing League here is just going to be incredible.
And I think RJ Thiel, the president of World Racing League, is with us. Good morning, RJ.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Excellent.
Awesome. Yeah, we're doing fantastic. And Francis, we'll talk to you again here shortly. RJ, thank you again for joining us. Always great to have you here. We appreciate it. How are things?
Good. Thanks for having me back. I think this is my third or fourth year with you guys, so always excited to get on and chat.
Yeah, well, let's talk about how things had went in 2025 with World Racing League and some of the big things that you guys had.
Yeah, so 2025 has been an excellent year for us. We've seen a bunch of growth in our general production categories, GP1 in particular. Big shout out to Continental Tire. They're our spec tire for those classes, really helped to grow those categories. We've also seen a big growth in our prototype category, which is GTU. And GTO as well. So again, just had really good fields, really competitive racing. It's always really encouraging when we have, I'd say more often than not, we're finishing races, down to 1 to 2 seconds at the end of 8 hours. Which is just a big thank you to all of our teams and competitors for putting on a good show for us.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. What goes into putting on an endurance race? I mean, 8 hours, that's a long day to begin with, but 8 hours of constant racing, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's a big lift from both from our team and from the competitors, especially on the competitor side. For us, we need to have a good staff of both pit marshals, stewards, working now, as we've continued to grow and things have gotten more competitive, working with a lot of steward personnel and staff that work in IMSA and other professional forms of racing. So we've got a lot of good crossover there, a lot of really fantastic people. Obviously on the team side, it requires, not only the drivers who will probably be in the car for 4+ hours, 2 to 4 hours a day, but also from the teams and the fuelers, the people in charge of tires. Strategy obviously is a huge thing. And that's where the credit goes to our competitors. Again, we don't do wave buys. We don't do anything like that. So we typically get a pure result at the end of the race. And, with it being so close, again, just a big shout out to our competitors for doing all that hard work to get themselves there.
Mm-hmm. As we've gone on here, and like you mentioned, this is not your first time to be a part of Race Industry Week. Tell us about the growth of WRL and how things have gone for you guys and maybe where you see you going as well.
Yeah, WRL now in our 11th season, which is it's a long time in racing, especially for amateur series. So what we've kind of seen has been a big shift in growth from the kind of extreme end of the extreme grassroots end of motorsports, kind of more towards the center. And then even, where I'd say we are today is now kind of the premier endurance racing league that sits between kind of your club racing organizations and your professional organizations. That kind of gives you, at least from our obviously biased perspective, but the best of both of those worlds. We're taking compliance seriously. We're taking the race seriously. We're bringing in this high level staff and trying to put on, a pro level event, but also at the same time trying to keep the cost down as much as possible, not only for the grassroots guys, but also for those teams that are coming out of pro racing who are looking for additional seat time. And I think what we've really, through establishing ourselves in that area, we've seen a ton of rising talent come through World Racing League just because of the amount of seat time that you can get, the racecraft that multi-class racing, kind of naturally builds in a driver. We've seen some really cool stuff from that. And I think that's probably been, the thing I'm most proud of is just the number of drivers and teams that we've helped, move from the grassroots level up to the pro level, and many of them still come back and play with us. So, that's kind of been the direction that we've traveled over the last couple of years.
I like that. And, one of the things, one of the mottos, I guess, of World Racing League says World Racing League's goal is to provide a highly competitive professional level racing experience on an amateur racing budget without compromise. And that's a hard thing to do because, as we all know, sometimes we start to progress as racers and, just when you think you got it over your competitor, maybe your competitor puts in a little bit more and then things start going up. How do you manage that? That's got to be one of the harder things to, sometimes you have to rein it in, I guess, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, 100%, and the demand, as the demand rises on the competitors, which is pressure they put on each other, by getting better at their pit stops, by developing their cars, and critically becoming better drivers, which, we see happen just because of the amount of time that you're spending behind the wheel in these races. That has caused things to get tighter and tighter. And as things have gotten tighter, the competition has increased. What we have to do as a series is we have to match that on the, compliance side, on the, race management side, making sure that we're doing everything. And again, creating a pure race result, which is what we always aim to do. And that's where a lot of the technologies come into play for us. One thing we just announced this year, that's kind of new to WRL, instead of using our existing, staff or myself to go and pull data out of these cars, we're adding a dedicated data scrutineering team that's worked at the highest levels of the sport, helped develop a lot of the processes that they use today. And they're going to be coming on board and actually with us at COTA this next weekend. I actually fly out tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. So I appreciate you guys squeezing us in early. But yeah, we'll have a full data compliance team there on the ground, pulling data from cars. We also have we are a power to weight series. So we use DynoJet to set the power. But obviously we can only check that before they go on track and after they come off. So what's going on when the cars are out on track is that next component of the compliance puzzle that we are plugging in. And the other awesome thing that we have is Flagtronics, a number of series using that now, as well as us, Champ Car. I believe HSR has added it, a number of other series. But it's a in-car flagging device that shows flag states. We can send messages to drivers and stuff like that. But critically for us, we're able to pull acceleration data out of those. We're also able to pull speed traps. We can set those traps anywhere we want, usually 19 to 25 different sectors, and using that to inform this, on the ground data recovery. So now we'll have kind of triangulation between the dyno, which kind of sets the classing and the power of the car, the data to compare what it's doing on the dyno versus what it's doing on track, and using that real-time telemetry data to tell us where to start looking. We feel like we have teams that are generally all trying to play by the rules and competing at a high level. But, again, as competition increases, we have to match that as much as we can. And, these cars aren't getting any more simple, as time goes on, they're getting more complicated.
Yeah, I hate to use the phrase of keeping things within a box because that sounds negative sometimes, or putting limits on things because that sounds that way. But realistically, it's allowing racers to just be racers without things getting out of control financially. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yeah, and we kind of have, the way that our classing kind of works is the spend requirement is kind of a little bit different. And on the general production side, there's more cost control. So we have modifiers for, again, going back to that power to weight ratio, they'll take a hit for multi-adjustable shocks, a wing, a splitter. So it kind of allows you to either build a very basic car, which will then provide you with more power because you've got less of these modifiers. Then each of these items that cost both real money and generate real performance, there's going to be a modifier against those. So that aids cost control. It lets us, take something like, and that's what's really cool about WRL is we'll see, early 2000s BMWs with 8-speed automatic transmissions, some with LS, V8 swaps. just a ton of really creative and unique things. And we've got modifiers to take all those performance and cost variables and address them so things don't kind of get out of control. As we get up into the GTO category, that's, GT Open. It's much more an open rule set. We do have some modifiers there, but one big thing that's coming for 2026 is everything we've learned from the general production categories in that these cars have to have modifiers because not everyone produces performance in the same way. We don't want to push people towards one chassis. So having something that's more of a conventional sliding adjustable balance of performance is what we're looking at bringing in, again, being informed by all of that additional data recovery and scrutineering we'll be doing for the balance of 2025 and into 2026.
What kind of staff do you have to be able to manage this, be it full-time, be it event staff and all of that?
Well, we have some excellent event staff, many of whom step up and help in between events and help prepping for events. But at present time, I'm the only full-time employee. So, but that comes kind of back to the value proposition as, we try to operate as lean as possible. We bring in really, really, really good people, and we've been working together for so long that there's not really a need for meetings, especially meetings that don't get anything done, because we show up, everybody knows exactly what they need to do, and we start moving. So again, huge shout out to all of our staff. Obviously it takes quite a few. COTA, we could have as many as 90 cars. So we're looking at 15 to 20 pit marshals, 2 to 3 stewards, another 6 to 10 people in race control. So it becomes a pretty big production at the end of the day. But again, just massively thankful for all the great people that we have working for us. That's really what makes World Racing League what it is.
Yeah, I bring that up because we know it takes people, we know it takes talented people, but it also takes passion, and that's the one thing I really like about WRL is because you feel that passion in racing for everyone wanting to just put on a good, clean, competitive show.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of been answered. We've been growing our spectator program over the last couple of years, kind of organically, not pushing things too hard. But we do have pretty big plans for next year, potentially bringing in some support series, some higher level support series, actually, to come and support our events, especially at Road Atlanta, getting things done there. And, we've managed to double our spectator turnout every year for the last 4 years at Road Atlanta, now pushing into the thousands. So, it's been really encouraging to see people supporting grassroots racing at that level. And, now it's, again, just like how we have to match our competitors, we need to step up and say, hey, how do we support these spectators that are coming out and supporting us, adding more features, more stuff for them to do.
Mm-hmm. Well, this weekend at Circuit of the Americas, it's the national championship weekend. So tell us where things stand as we wind down this particular season.
Yeah, everything has been, as normal, very tight with us. It looks like we've got battles in a couple of the championships. Of course, we're getting prepped to go out of town here, so I haven't got everything queued up. But GP1 is super tight. Looks like we've got about an 11-point spread there between Blaze Racing and Palomar Racing, with PC just really close behind. So I know GP1 is up in the air. GTO, I believe, has been clinched by Round 3 Racing in their Porsche, followed closely by Team ACP Tangerine Associates. I believe the GTU championship has been clinched as well, but we do have a championship up in the air in GP2, which is going to be, let me get that for us, our GP2 championship between Palomar and Garage 66. And I think Palomar may have clinched it there. So our primary championship battle for the lead is going to be in GP1 this weekend.
That's pretty exciting, which is going to be really cool to see how all of that turns out. Some of the tracks you mentioned, this is another interesting thing. You race at places like Circuit of the Americas, Sebring, Road America, Watkins Glen, so on and so forth. You race at Eagles Canyon Raceway, which is actually, I live in a small town or near a small town in Texas named Decatur. Eagles Canyon Raceway is just right up the road, literally between Decatur and Gainesville. Utah Motorsports Campus. A lot of, from tracks that we see on a big national worldwide level to tracks that host a lot of club racing and different things like that. So, putting that schedule together, you get to be on a lot of different stages. How tough is that? How rewarding is that? Setting
the schedule is always a really challenging thing for us, but I think we've got a great schedule coming into next year. Eagles Canyon has been a fantastic track to work with. So we like going out there. Again, it really helps when they're willing to, get engaged and work with you. They're even building a team there, multi-car team out of their membership base. I believe they're going to be running some of the GR Cup cars that they run in SRO. So that'll be a really cool thing. So again, it's been fun to work with them. We were really excited to add Utah to the calendar last year. Big thing for us has been trying to support, again, it comes back to the same thing. We need to reciprocate when we get support from, be it, competitors or spectators, anything else. But the big thing that we've seen recently has been a push on the West Coast for more endurance racing. And that's something we've heard repeatedly, and we've started to see those teams show up, make those long tows, come out to Florida twice a year. And it's really important to us that as we've seen that we reciprocate, and, we hear them, they say, hey, there's more teams out here that want to see endurance racing on the West Coast. And so we've kind of jumped on that, and that's where we added Thunder Hill as well for 2026. So we will be going out there. It's kind of one of the tracks that, we try to either go to tracks that are the bucket list tracks that everybody wants to go to, that the pros race at, but also kind of the shining stars of the club racing world, or, in a market that we have a lot of competitors, Eagles Canyon, Texas. That's where World Racing League was founded, was in Texas. We still have a huge contingent of teams out there. So it kind of makes sense to start and end our season there in Texas. And then, again, just trying to show the teams on the West Coast that are supporting us that we're interested in supporting them. And our goal is to build a Western Championship, over the next couple of years, adding additional tracks out on the West Coast.
That is really cool. Part of WRL and no contact culture. How hard is that as a racing sanctioning body to manage?
And it's one of those things we have to say in the drivers' meeting, contact is not impossible in World Racing League. It just is not permitted. And that's where we are a no contact series. We certainly, just like every series, we do see car-to-car contact, but over the years, we've seen a reduction statistically in the amount of contact that we see, and in particular, the amount of contact that disables another vehicle or takes it out of the race. And I think what is important there is just being consistent. That's where we've employed, these stewards at the professional level, or from the professional level, that have immediate recognition and respect from even the drivers. We have many drivers that come out of pro racing. Just having them be able to sit down with these guys and say, hey, this is what World Racing League is about. This is why we don't permit this. And what we've seen is just really good response from competitors. Both competitors have been with us for a long time, and competitors who are coming in that are new to the series. And I think our reputation precedes ourselves, that we're just not going to allow contact to occur without a penalty or action against the driver. And in cases where it's severe, we will remove the driver from the car, which is a hard thing to do. But it's important to do that for everyone else who is willing to take care of their fellow competitors, take care of the fellow competitors' equipment, and by extension, their own, right? So there's a component of that on both ends. But, I'm confident that we have some of the cleanest racing in North America, and it's really, it's the requirement's on us to set the standard, but it's the requirement of the competitor to uphold it. And again, that's where our competitors have done just an excellent job. And what makes the racing so good, more cars on track is always going to make it better.
As a competitor, how do I get involved? If I've not competed in WRL before, be it from a technical standpoint, be it from an entry standpoint, what do I need to know?
So, again, World Racing League is a power to weight series. So the good thing about that is just about any car, if you strap it to a dyno jet, go ahead and get your dyno number, fill the car full of fuel and weigh it. That's going to give you a really good idea of where you're going to stand class-wise. The great news about, endurance racing and World Racing League in particular is it's, we're managing all the cars and bringing them to the same level. So some of these cars may have to detune 100, 150 horsepower to get legal for World Racing League. But now you're talking, you're extending the service life of your brakes, of your engine, of everything else, because it's under less duress. And again, you're racing against everybody on an equal playing field. So, the ability of the cars to compete in WRL is one of the things that I think that makes it special, because it's very open to just about anything. As far as drivers go, we kind of follow the same philosophy. We want to provide a place for people to race, whether they are coming out of INDYCAR, which, we've got current INDYCAR drivers, current NASCAR drivers we see frequently. in World Racing League, and those guys obviously have all the licensing to go with that. But on the other side, there's a ton of drivers who have been doing HPDE for 10, 12 years, who are instructors and, are really qualified drivers with a lot of experience, good car control. And we have avenues for those people to get involved with WRL as well. For this year, we've updated and changed our policy officially, although it was kind of already standing, that if you're coming from one of those backgrounds, be it significant HPDE experience with an interview and additional information, or coming out of Champ Car or Lemons or American Endurance Racing or one of these other series that also does not have a license requirement, they can come in on probation in the general production category only. We observe them on Friday, then they'll race through the weekend on probation. And if they make it through that weekend without incident, they're kind of extended a license for that class, again, because you're seeing potentially an entire season of sprint racing in 1 or 2 days in terms of time on track. So those have been ways that we've allowed, it really helped people get into the sport and get into World Racing League without too many barriers to entry. And the incredible thing is, again, statistically, people coming out of those, budget endurance series or HPDE are actually the least likely drivers to make or be involved in contact. Part of that is, I raced the Champ Car 24 Hours VIR this year. Fantastic entry-level series. We see a lot of drivers move in and out of WRL and go there. But it reminded me that there's just really no place that's going to teach you better racecraft than, maneuvering around people who might be their first race on track ever, first time on track ever, not even having done an HPDE. Drivers who come out of those types of series tend to have a really good sense of awareness, like 360-degree awareness of where their car is, where the other competitors are passing and being passed, and typically tend to be some of the cleanest drivers that we have, which is why we continue to support, those avenues to racing in WRL.
Yeah, I think that is just awesome. When you talk about professional racers coming in, you mentioned NASCAR, INDYCAR, so on and so forth. How much for them is it about just more seat time and really working on a road racing craft? How much of it is, hey, look, I've got a free weekend. I want to come out here and have fun?
I think there's a good blend of both of those. One thing we've seen, again, as being a development series, a lot of these drivers will have a coach with them who participate in IMSA or SRO or wherever they may race. So they're coming in as a coach, driving the car with their customer. So it's a good opportunity for them both to get, seat time together and kind of one of those things that can spin off a pro racing effort, like a pro-am pro racing effort, which we've seen frequently. Then, we've seen Richard Childress Racing has come out and run a full car of their drivers with us a few times. And, for them, I think it was about fun team building, stuff like that, just doing something different. And obviously it's good road racing seat time for those drivers. And we've seen a team, Low Country Motorsports, has been coming out, actually running one of the old Childress cars that raced with us. And they've been bringing on board young up and coming Chevrolet drivers to get them additional seat time. So we've seen a bunch of that. And I think the motivations are very different. And, that's one of the challenging things, but also the rewarding things is trying to be a series for those looking to develop and move to the next level, but also those who, World Racing League is their end game and they want to win a championship with us. And this is where they want to be, and catering to both of those people, kind of those types of people equally.
Yeah, you fit into just like a perfect little sweet spot. And on the one hand, I'm sure it could sound intimidating saying, hey, RCR's bringing a car down here, which is kind of cool. I know they've done that a lot at COTA and other things. On the other hand, wow, what an amazing opportunity as well, right? I mean, to be able to share the track with someone, who could potentially help you directly or indirectly improve your skill set.
Yeah. And, that's been the amazing thing about World Racing League. And one of the founding principles, I think, especially as we've gone forward, is giving everyone, regardless of background, the ability to race at a very high level. And very rarely do we hear, oh man, it's not fair that this guy's here. It's more like, hey, it's really cool that I get to race against these guys. And I know some of the best memories for some of the people that race with us were, racing those guys toe to toe and saying, hey, I'm an amateur. Some of these younger kids coming out of karts who are going to college may not be pursuing a career in motorsports, but they can go toe to toe with these pro drivers in an environment like World Racing League. And again, these are the things that are just super rewarding and fun for us to get to provide.
On the racetrack side of things, right now is a 15-date schedule, one that's pretty nice and manageable. Would you want to expand? You mentioned the West Coast, and what do you think is a good number for that?
Well, we're running 10 events in 2026. We were at 11 this year. The biggest thing for us is just it's a challenge because we want to go to all these places and we want to. There's tons of tracks in the United States that we want to go to every single one. The challenge is building a schedule that allows people to have time to turn the cars around and get them prepped for the next event. And while many of these teams have professional race shops looking after the car, or the pro race shop is the one campaigning the car, even for them it's difficult to get parts, if there's any kind of, and you're looking at 24 hours or more potentially in a weekend racing with us. So we need to give teams time to turn that around. We do have a couple 3-week breaks between events, which is tight, but we really try to focus on having at least 4 weeks between events. That gives people time to get turned around. It's not a huge burden, but it's a challenge when you make the schedule. And that's one of the reasons why we continue to pursue the spectator events, because that, helps the tracks in a lot of ways and helps us, but also helps us get better dates with the tracks and move towards, providing a more complete experience on the spectator side and the competitor side.
How about on the manufacturer side of things? And I mean that a little more globally, not just automakers, but people who make parts and pieces, suppliers, people who are on EPARTRADE. You mentioned Continental Tire, for example. Where do they fit into WRL?
Yeah, so there's been another push. We're always looking to add more value to our competitors. We actually just announced last week Ford Racing is going to have a contingency program with us moving forward. Ford Performance Racing School has been racing with us pretty consistently for the last couple of years. Continental obviously is a partner of ours, Discovery Parts. We also work with Max Track Time, who's our official testing supplier that we're very thankful for. One of our goals for 2026 is to bring in more of those value adds from manufacturers, be it a automotive manufacturer, insurance companies, these different groups that we can work with to bring more value, both to those companies, but also to our competitors. And again, the growth of our broadcast, the growth of our spectator side, all of that stuff is going to enable us to bring more value back to our competitors, which is the goal.
Well, RJ, I know there are a lot of great people behind what you do, but I just want to give you a big congratulations for what you've been able to build and grow and all of that. Wish you all the best this weekend at Circuit of the Americas for a championship weekend. And when that 2026 schedule kicks off in February, heck, I might try and go up there to Eagles Canyon and say hello.
Yeah, you're invited. We'll get you on the broadcast.
That'd be awesome. Would love that.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you, RJ. Great session again. And please stay with us. We're going to run a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
Thank you and welcome back. So again, if you want to look at the schedule and the list of speakers, please visit ePartrade.com. Mr. Forster, welcome back. We're going to be talking with Pikes Peak.
I will be talking, well, not with Pikes Peak itself, but with the fantastic Melissa Eickhoff, the CEO of Pikes Peak International Hill Climb. Looking forward to that.
Oh, absolutely. And then this year it was broadcast live on Racer Network. That was a big deal.
Yeah, it was a fantastic. It was live coverage of the obviously race day this year didn't go quite as intended with the fact that the mountain decided to show who was boss. I think we had 85-mile-an-hour gusts on race day, so it was a shortened one. But in terms of the coverage and in terms of just across the board with our podcast, with our .com coverage, with Racer Network and Racer Plus, I think that with a fantastic team from Pikes Peak itself, we managed to really put something out there which showed this piece of classic American competition, Americana. And yeah, we are looking forward to doing the same, even bigger and better in 2026.
Excellent. And as you mentioned, Racer Network, we are live on Racer Network right now. We're live on YouTube, on racer.com, on social media as well. And then, of course, using the Zoom platform. So thank you very much. If you're watching us, please share the link with your friends, industry colleagues, and anyone. We produce this event every year for you, for the industry to get together and get excited. So we try to bring a big lineup of speakers from around the globe. And I think Melissa is with us. So we're going to bring Melissa on. And we have a special video from Melissa and the team at Pikes Peak. We're going to start the interview with the video. So our producer is going to run the video, and then it's on to you.
Good morning and welcome to the Broadmoor Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, the 103rd running presented by Gran Turismo. There's been a decision made because of very high winds up at the top half of the course and some debris that has come onto the course that have made the top part not safe to continue. Simone Fagioli, 337, 196, goes to the top of the board and up by a little bit, about 5 seconds clear.
Wow. Melissa, welcome to Race Industry Week. I think it's 7 months to the 2026 Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, the 104th running. But I've got to say, it's a special day because if I'm correct, isn't this the day that tickets go on sale for 2026?
It is, yes. And our fans were up at midnight as soon as they were on sale buying tickets. So love to see that. Yeah, it's crazy. The countdown has officially begun.
And when you buy it, we've just got to say this because there is nothing ordinary about any Pikes Peak International Hill Climb experience. And one of the things is just talk to us about the race day experience for fans. The fact that it is, as a kid, I used to watch movies where, the wagon trains would sort of like, be let loose across the prairies. I mean, the race up the hill to get your favorite spot on race day.
Yeah, I know that's been a big deal because there's only one way up there, right? And when you're there for the day. It's not for the light of heart. It's an adventure for sure. And at altitude, we're not just you've got to be fit and ready to go. But yeah, we actually sell tickets by spectator areas now, which that's helped a little bit with that, wagon rush feel. So people, we kind of do a timed entry. They can get in and know, they can purchase where they want to be. So that's kind of reduced the amount of stress on our spectators. They know that if they love Devil's Playground, they've got a spot there. Although this last year, because of the wind, it didn't work out so great. But our fans were awesome. This last year, you alluded to the challenge that we had with the wind, and it was interesting to see the response from those ticket holders, those spectators, those people that had been up there in the past really took in the new adventure. Like, this is something that doesn't happen. It has never happened. And so honestly, when it came to, disappointed people, it was a lot less than I thought. They still got to experience the race in a very different way. And it was a bit of a hassle getting into new position, but it was still very unique and very much Pikes Peak. And it'll go down, it's one of those few races that we had to shorten from the start. And then also because of wind.
But I guess that is a demonstration that, it really is a battle against the mountain. This is motorsports in the raw, and occasionally the mountain still does win. I mean, normally 14,115 feet. Gosh, I remember the headache I got the first time I went to the very top of Pikes Peak. This year it finished sort of just below 12,000 feet, but we still got it where we got a true master in terms of the winner there with Simone Fagioli. I mean, just talk a little bit about the fact that Pikes Peak has now become such an international event in terms of, who comes over, who takes on the local heroes, and it really has become something so much beyond just being a piece of Americana.
Absolutely. We are very much international. I think it's just kind of comes with saying Pikes Peak hill climb these days. You don't necessarily even need to add the international bit, right? But I keep running into people all over the world, and our exposure, our awareness is actually probably higher in Europe and in Asia than it is here, in particular locally in Colorado. We have great support. We put a high priority on our Colorado racers. We still, we've been making up 25 to 30% of our field are actually based out of Colorado, with a mix of professional and grassroots there. But it truly is that international flavor. When we look at our statistics from the live stream, we had about 50% of our viewers are international. That's huge.
Yeah.
So, and I went to a tourism convention about a month ago here in Colorado, and I walked up to the woman that represents Colorado in France, and I said, "Oh, do you know about the hill climbs?" She goes, "Oh, yes, we know about it." These are travel tourism. This isn't motorsport tourism. This is completely, non-endemic people that I'm talking to, and they're very aware of it. So I love that. And I love to see that reflected in our competitors, not just our viewers. We love our Italian friends. They are so much fun to have. And we have quite a, contingent comes out of France as well, whether they're drivers or teams. And they work hard, and it's not an easy lift to get those race cars over here for a month and give up that time. So we really appreciate, the effort that they put into the race.
You say about the international thing, as a, don't want to give away my age, but I remember sort of, following Michelle Mouton's her adventures. Obviously the first non-American winner, the first female winner back in 1985, watched all of these supersized Group B cars, Vatanen, Roll, the likes of. It was 40 years ago when Michelle won. Fantastic. This year, she was inducted into the Pikes Peak Hill Climb Hall of Fame. But I think, speaking to Michelle before it, one of the things that she was most happy about in terms of her legacy was the fact that it is normality now for women to not only compete, but to be competitive. It's become a truly level playing field. Just talk a little bit about how you see that side of things. I mean, not just with the likes of Lonnie Unser and Catherine Legg, but the fact that it is egalitarian. It is allowing women to basically compete on a level playing field. It is the norm, basically.
Yeah, no, I love that. I kind of brag, depending on the year, but 6 to 10% of our field are women the last couple of years. And so by the percentages, that's huge, right?
Yep.
You don't see that, and I was like, entry list, oh my gosh, it's a fraction. It might be negative, I joke, but it's just the participation and the way and the support. And I chalk a lot of that up to it's you have to be lean and mean to come up here in the first place. I mean, it's space, it's the time, it's all of that really dictates a small team and small crew. So it kind of lends itself to, and it's relatively inexpensive in the world of motorsport. So I think all of those things combined make it pretty easy for grassroots women like Tracy Gadot, who came out to, they can participate. And we've had lots of other, either local racers or whatnot, but we keep the risk is low for them for the entry, you know, as far as, you know, and the support is there for them. So I think that's what really keeps that door open. We don't have, you know, I'd say it's, you know, kind of a good mix of professional drivers like Lonnie or Catherine Legg. And then we have, you know, our other more grassroots too. So, and people that don't want to be in the spotlight, they're just here doing it, you know, because they love the passion and the challenge and the camaraderie that they feel within the paddock itself. I think you spoke to the mountain being the ultimate challenge, and it is. And so that's also, I think, one of those unique feelings about Pikes Peak. First and foremost, you've got to get up the mountain, and so everybody supports everyone to at least, you know, start the day.
You mentioned the fact that it does lend itself to grassroots participation across the board, but also obviously OEMs will use Pikes Peak as a technology demonstrator, as a showcase. I mean, we've seen Ford's commitment over you know, recent years with Romain Dumas not quite doing the business this year, but you know, we've seen them sort of honing all electric technology. We saw a hydrogen car competing this year, the Honda CR-V. What do you think it does for manufacturers in terms of being this ultimate proving ground?
It's a very focused effort, right? I think they can really, in a wide variety of ways, whether, you know, you're starting at, you know, 9,000 feet and ending at 14,000 feet. So you're proving technology over the course, you know, of 12 and a half miles, all the turns and the altitude gain. So yeah, having, you know, Ford come out being their launching point for their demonstrators, it's been quite an honor, and it's been fun to watch what they've done. But you know, we were the first, you know, a major international event to have an EV win a division. That happened in the 80s. So this has been going on a long time. And then for Honda, you know, the CR-V and the hydrogen fuel cell, that, to be honest, that's been talked about for years. And so it was really exciting to see that happen. It wasn't just, you know, what is hydrogen power going to do and how's it going to react to altitude and that truly clean energy in a national forest. I mean, you know, better optics, there aren't many. So that it's really an honor that they all come out here. But I think, again, it's like a very focused effort, and it's something that is very recognizable. So when somebody says we want a class or division or we want overall, I think the marketing power of that is year round. It's evergreen. It doesn't even matter what year you did it anymore. Whereas, you know, a lot of other race series or other places, proving grounds, you know, there's a constant churn of people trying to beat each other at Nürburgring. And it's just much more difficult to do that here. So the effort that you put into it, if you wanted to go for new records and whatnot, you know, there's just kind of one chance for it. And so again, that just adds to the prestige of that record or that accomplishment.
I think one of the things as well with Pikes Peak is that the class structure allows so many people at so many levels to be competitive. You know, we've got some of the monster vehicles in the unlimited and open class. You've got Time Attack, you've got the demonstration, you've got the GT4s, the Continentals. I mean, in terms of that class structure and in terms of, you know, giving entry levels to so many people across the board, are you satisfied that that is how the class structure will remain and that's how it works best, or will we maybe see more surprises up your sleeve in terms of, you know, bringing in new classes in the future? Or
you know, I think it really works, and it's so difficult because it's purposely written that loose, right? To be that parade and going to throw a brand out there, but Hot Wheels, it's like watching a parade of Hot Wheels go up the mountain, right? It's just, we want that variety. That just speaks to 103 years going to our 104th race. And we want to keep capturing that because some of those are throwbacks to eras in motorsport, you know, that are, I don't even know, I couldn't say, but, you know, 30, 40 years old, and they're still racing some of these vehicles. And it goes back to, you know, old NASCARs are showing up, you know, that kind of stuff. So it's very much on purpose. So I don't think we're going to lose that, you know, trying to be loose, but keep things competitive and grouped tightly together and, you know, neatly, you know, in their divisions. We're going to keep working hard on that. But as the racers and teams get better and better, we just got to stay on top of it as always, just to keep that. But honestly, I mean, I think most people understand. We don't get too many racers saying, what the heck? And if they say what the heck, then we say GT4, because that's a pretty clear spec. We're running under SROs, licensing and the homologation and everything. It's very clear. So I think that's kind of the fallback too. But everybody wants to be able to kind of tinker on their vehicles, and over the course of 12.42 miles, it's hard to say what the advantages are going to be.
One of the things about Pikes Peak is that you go there once, you always come back. One of our colleagues, obviously, Racer's very own Jeff Wart, who 20 times maybe been there. I'm probably maybe putting that on the low side. I'm trying to make it that he's younger and fresher than he really is. But you do become hooked by the challenge. It is so unique and it is so one of a kind. And Melissa, as you say, there is one chance to succeed or not as well. I mean, do you feel that amongst the competitors that you are Pikes Peak for life?
I definitely. I think it's so fun. They're like, this is my bucket list. I just need to do this once. And then it turns out they're back again because they figured out something else, another challenge that they could take on by doing the mountain again. And then the next year it's something else. And I'm like, you guys don't have to come up with excuses to be here. We love having you back. And it adds, it just really adds a unique dynamic with how everybody's approach is so different in those challenges. But absolutely, I think they, and again, it's that family environment that we take a lot of pride in growing, and people are very open and sharing with whatever there is, because ultimately how you approach a mountain is your own. And that's what matters. It doesn't matter, maybe what your ECU settings are, it's first the mountain.
There's that beautiful sort of differentiation as well with just about every aspect of Pikes Peak. The fact that practice is done in sections, you then stitch it together on race day. Well, 85 mile per hour gusts permitting, but it just feels like there are so many things, just like the Indy 500. There are so many things that are all of their own when it comes to Pikes Peak. And one of the ones I want to talk to you about is everything around it, including maybe one of the most incredible evenings in Colorado, that Friday night fan fest, where basically you own Colorado Springs.
Yeah. And I love it because that really speaks to our community, our commitment to the community and the community's commitment to us. We shut down 10 blocks, downtown Colorado Springs. It's really the one chance for fans to get up close with the cars and the drivers and with sponsors. And we get like 35,000 people down there in a matter of like 4 hours. And it's a really cool party. People look forward to it. Right or wrong, not everybody even knows that it's associated with an auto race up the mountain. They just know that it's a really cool event, and that's fine. That's really good. That's good. Those are the kinds of people we want to get in, new fans. And so that it's really good at that. And it's a favorite of the community, and it takes a lot. We're split because, we've got our team down in the city, and then the other part of our team's up on the mountain, but we make it work. And just the mountain's limitations are definitely space. They're just it's not the same. You don't get to come set up your tent as a competitor and stay up there all week. It's every day you come up and you set up something new, and then FanFest rolls around and you just go big.
Melissa, just a quick sort of backstory on your part. Obviously, you are now a passionate advocate for Pikes Peak, the hill climb, for everything around it. How did you end up as CEO of the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb?
Boy, that's probably a long essay, but
the short version.
The short version is, I decided to pursue motorsports, and then it's a lot of, and great opportunities. But I first came up here, it had been on my bucket list forever, but and people I knew through off-road, very close ties to off-road at, a point when it was still dirt. So a lot of people I knew that had been here in the dirt had said, you need to go. And I said, of course. And then I was with Yokohama Tire for about 4 years, and we sponsored the event. And so that was my first entree. And so I just got to know the area, loved the area. I got to know the former executive director really well. And so when she moved over to the Sports Corporation here in town, they gave me a call. And at that time, I had actually was at Penske, working on partnerships with Penske, and I'd kind of done a couple seasons in INDYCAR. But to that point, all my very things that I've done, I've worked, as a contractor with different race series, different teams, different drivers, the whole bit, all around the world. I get to use all of that every day. None of it has gone to waste as a CEO, or especially here, because the solutions that worked, track side at Watkins Glen aren't going to work here. They just aren't, or we're going to have to test it at least 10 times and make sure we find it, figure out how it's going to work. It's so all that stuff, all that problem solving, being open to unique solutions. And sometimes it's the old school stuff that works better than the new. Speaking of technology, I mean, proving technology when it comes to operations is another component of this race that we probably don't talk about it enough, but it's definitely a big deal.
One of the things as well, and probably this speaks to your experience, but there is something of a symbiotic relationship. You have the Pikes Peak Scenic Highway, it's basically still in use during race week. As you say, there is a lot in terms of environmental impact, in terms of being just a good tenant. What is the relationship between your organization and the Pikes Peak people themselves? I mean, and how much is that a sort of like a two-way process to ensure that it is always, sort of kept optimized, basically?
Yeah, it's a really good partnership. So the city of Colorado Springs manages the highway corridor under a long-term lease with the U.S. Forest Service. The highway itself falls into 2 counties. So we have Teller and El Paso counties that are also involved and have jurisdiction there. And there's also Colorado Springs Utilities. It's part of a watershed. So, we are good stewards and good partners across the board. We're regular meetings. They all recognize just how important this event is to the community. So they're always very open-minded. And we work very closely on our emergency action plans and who takes that over if there's a forest fire. And, we have to go through all those unique scenarios that probably don't come up at a lot of other racetracks, it's so. But yeah, honestly, they all realize, it's an economic impact for the community in a huge way. So they all want to do their best to keep it going. And then also just what it does for the region and just, highlighting America's mountain. That's, first and foremost, why this race exists was to bring tourism to Colorado Springs. So, that's an important value of the organization.
So, Melissa, it is the day that tickets go on sale for 2026, the 104th running. Goodness me. If I was a first-time Pikes Peak hill climb visitor, tell me where I should be standing to watch the race. Tell me what I should do in my 2 or 3 days, 3 or 4 days at Pikes Peak.
Oh, that's a question. Well, of course, you have to come to Fan Fest. We'll start there. That's Friday. Take Saturday, hydrate, rest. So be ready for wherever you want to go on the mountain. But there's so many good viewing areas, halfway picnic grounds. I think that's where you see some of the highest speeds. And it's a lot of fun, a lot of great camping at halfway and some other locations. And then, Devils, there just isn't quite that view anywhere in the world of a race course. But you are above tree line. So be prepared for anything. This year, the poor people were prepared. Were they prepared? I think so. They all sheltered in their cars, I think, for a long time. But then they got to come down. But yeah, honestly, it's just be ready for an adventure. We send out a lot of great information. Read up on it, because what you think you don't know. I think that's just kind of the motto here. You think how it's going to go, but really it's going to come up with something different, and be prepared.
And remember, it's early starts.
Yes. Yeah, there is that. Yeah. It's funny. You get used to it after a while, but people, spectators are coming up around 2:30, up until about 5 a.m. They have to be up there and hit that gateway before I think 6 a.m. So make sure they get to their places in time if they want to get above the start line. So again, we publish a lot of great information, and it never fails. People didn't really take it all in. Like some fun comments is, well, I thought it was next to a hotel. I'm like, there's no hotel up there, so I'm not sure where that's at. Yeah. And then, and wildlife and pack, you have to really pack it all in and pack it all out, because you're day camping, right, for a whole day. Because there are not the amenities. We get a little bit up there, but it's just, activating that kind of stuff at altitude it's just not that efficient.
Well, Melissa, as we said at the start, it's 7 months to go to the 2026 running. Sunday, June the 21st. It's that exciting time of the year when we start to see some of the entries coming in, start to see what weird and wonderful machine Ford and Roman Dumas maybe bringing this year. It's been fantastic talking to you. I would say that given that it's 7 months away, that this is your easy part of the year, but hey, that would be a crazy thing to say. It is 365 days a year. So thank you for finding the time, and thanks for giving us some great insight into Pikes Peak. As we say, tickets are now on sale. Hopefully we've got you some new fans ready to go.
I hope so. And then competitors applications open up on Thursday. So that's when we start seeing applications for entry on Thursday, December 4th. So really excited. That's when we really get to see who's going to come play up here with us this year. And I'll say, loved our racer collaboration this last,
it was great.
Was a quick launch of a lot of new things for both sides. And I was really happy with results, and I'm really looking forward to next year. So thanks for all your support that way.
You gave us a tough race day, but we got around it, and that was part of the Pikes Peak story. So, Melissa, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, take care.
Thank you, Melissa. Please stay with us a few more seconds. We're going to run a video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you. Again, thank you, Melissa, for being with us today. So stay there, and again, we'll be back.
When it comes to pushing the limits of performance, the pros know there's no room for compromise. At Crowder Cams, we don't just engineer camshafts and valve train components, we redefine what power means. Since 1955, Crowder Cams has been the name trusted by racers, engine builders, and gearheads around the globe. Whether you're building a street machine, a dragster, or a track car, Crowder Cams provides the muscle you need to dominate. And with Crowder, victory is within your reach.
Not all trailer cabinets are built for the long road ahead. Aluminum Econo trailer cabinets from C-Tech Manufacturing are engineered to last and ready to ship today. Each Econo cabinet is packed with exclusive features like motion latch drawers and gasket lock countertops, all made under one roof in our Wisconsin headquarters. Shop Econo online today.
If you're watching this video, you might be wondering, what is WPC? WPC is a surface treatment designed to reduce friction and increase the strength of metal parts. As much as it might seem like a coating, WPC is actually a surface treatment. Think of it like shot painting, but the media is much, much finer, like talc. So what you're left with is a super hard, smooth surface that actually has some proprietary dry lubricants embedded within it. For more information, visit WPCtreatment.com.
Welcome back to day one of Race Industry Week, and we're joined by George Tamayo from Racer. George,
Morning,
how are you
guys.
doing this morning?
Yeah, good. How about you guys? Did you have a good holiday?
Excellent, excellent. And we had a pretty good session so far, and we're very excited. And another great collaboration with the entire Racer team. This is our 6th annual, and so a big thank you to all of you. And I know you had some. We're talking with Melissa earlier on about the collaboration. You guys had with Pikes Peaks, and then you had some big event also last week, right? With your Racer Creator Network award, and that's exciting.
Yeah, it was actually amazing. It was we was the week before last, I think. Time flies over these days. But yeah, it was really amazing. We had a great turnout, an amazing kind of follow-up and energy on social media after the event. So I think we're on to a pretty good idea there, and I think the wheels are already turning for how we go bigger and better for 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're going to have Taro with us hosting some of our sessions this week.
Yep.
So you have a few you'll be hosting this week, right?
I do. I will be back in about an hour with Andy Lally from Trans Am, and then Patrick Long after that. And then tomorrow, I think I'm only on once with Jonathan Applegate from Mazda, and then Crandon on Wednesday.
Absolutely, absolutely. No, great thank you to the entire team at Racer for helping us put this beautiful event together, and for all the hosts, and you guys are so knowledgeable. And again, if you want to watch the lineup of speakers and the agenda and the schedule, please visit ePartrade.com. Coming up next, we're going to be talking with SVRA. After that, IMSA, John Doonan, and Delali Live, of course, the new president of Trans Am. We'll have Patrick Long, and I think we end the day with a special celebrity, Judy, right?
Yeah, Mr. Danny Sullivan, Mr. Spin and Wins, joining us. So.
Exactly.
Wow.
Indy
A legend.
500 winner, INDYCAR champion, of course, a collaborator on the Racer Network with the show with Tony Stewart, and that's exciting, and also an F1 driver. So my understanding is that Michael is with us. So as soon as Michael is on stage.
And you know what's interesting about today? We have had all types, all forms of auto racing. It's been really spread out.
Absolutely. And with more to come, So Michael is with us. My understanding is we have a short video to start the session. So good morning, Michael. Why don't we just start with the video, and then we'll dive right into the interview.
Sounds great.
The Sports Car Vintage Racing Association. You might think you need to adjust your eyesight when you see an SVRA race. Don't worry, you did not go back in time. You're just seeing some of the coolest cars to ever grace a race course. Thanks to the efforts of SVRA, vintage racing has become the fastest growing segment in motorsports for 10 years. The most historic and iconic cars from over a century of motorsports, meticulously maintained, offering a show like no other. But this is not parade lap racing. SVRA has championships in all of its classes, and this is wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door racing that our competitors take very seriously. We hear it every weekend. These drivers are absolutely crazy to be out there racing like this in these priceless machines. But we just say some people collect art, we race it.
That was cool. Hey, Michael, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Good. Hey, just to kick off on that video, and something that Judy mentioned just before we dove in, and she was talking about kind of the diversity of racing already that we've talked about here on day one of Race Industry Week. And I think that when we look at SVRA, it is part of something bigger called Speed Tour, which really is kind of that whole, like, you can see anything you want at a Speed Tour event, from vintage racing to Trans Am sedans and all of the production classes, to single-seater events with the Formula Regionals and other prototype racing. I mean, you guys kind of have it all. So if we can kick off with just Speed Tour for just a second before we dive deeper into SVRA, what's the secret to keeping all of those various elements and the balance of that just right for all of the different competitors? Because both competitors and fans have different needs and things that they're looking out for. And so how do you keep kind of everybody happy?
Yeah, I think from a competitor point of view, it is the diversity, and I'm glad you brought up the Speed Tour component of this, because that is us. It's an amalgamation of all these different cars, like you said, from Formula Regional to Formula 4, and run by none other than Scott Goodyear. And then we have Trans Am, run by no other than Andy Lally, who will be on later today. And then SVRA, and then our an International GT series. So we have such an amalgamation of different cars, like you said, from open wheel to small board, a large board, a group 10, 9, 11, 12. You get into the GT cars. It really is, it's just that collection of pieces of art, as we said earlier, as the video said. We not only collect art, we race it, but it's something that keeps our competitors engaged. And I think one of the big things that also attractive to Speed Tour is that recipe, but it's also all the tracks that we visit, every iconic racetrack in the country, minus Daytona, and only because it doesn't really fit all of our cars exactly the way transitioning on and off the road course, but minor piece that we need to deal with in the future. But it's been an awesome year for us all together for Speed Tour.
Yeah, and I think this year there's about 15 different separate venues coming up for 2026.
Yeah, there is. We've consolidated. We went from 24 events to 17. We condensed, and like for the Trans Am side, we're doing a couple double headers. For SVRA, we're doing 14 events across the country. Again, at all those iconic racetracks, we kept everybody in play because it's where we want to be.
Nice. So focusing a little bit more deeply on SVRA, just generally speaking, from where you sit, kind of what's your state of vintage racing right now? What's going on in that category, and what's new and exciting?
I think I don't think the premise for next year is we've listened to our competitors for over the last year and a half, and it's track time. It's also scheduling. So whether that's weekend scheduling at which tracks, but also that 30-minute or hour by hour scheduling that we do every weekend. So our commitment for next year was to solely concentrate on our SVRA model, and to keep that separated in terms of making sure that all of our groups have all the attention that they want on the racetrack, and that we separated them equally. We kept the groups alive. We had condensed down in some races down to 4 or 5 groups, condensing multiple groups together like 2 and 9 and things, and it just wasn't working. So we listened to the competitors. We separated them. We're running a minimum of 6 run groups at all of the racetracks next year, minus a couple special features that we have at a few events. But we also, for the first time, which will be out in the next week or so, we have completed every minute-by-minute schedule for every race weekend for next year. So in a week, any competitor will be able to go on and look at Road America next year and know that their last race or their last practice or whatever it may be is on Sunday at 2 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And so the big thing is that everybody wanted to make travel arrangements. We understand. Everybody wants to understand that they leave Sunday night or Monday. But those are 2 of the big things. And it's our promise to our groups and IGT as well. But concentrating SVRA is concentrating on that schedule themselves.
Yeah, it's a bit of a juggling act for you guys, because there are, a healthy number of people who do this as a hobby. On the flip side is there's a healthy number of people who do this as a profession and a career, and the requirements for both those sides of the equation can be quite different, right?
Yeah, I think that's and not to mention there's other vintage groups out there, but we're the premier, largest in America, and we're going to keep it that way. We've made some mistakes by not looking at the schedule close enough over the last 2 years, and that's why we've gone to what I just previously said of concentrating exactly on the SVRA content. But just having the breadth of the iconic machinery out there and competing at the road courses like Watkins Glen, Mid-Ohio, Road America will always keep the attention of our competitors. Of course, we want all of them to go to all 14 events, but it's just not feasible. We're finding this more everybody is finding this type of racing more geographically driven. So we know what we're going to get when we go to Lime Rock. We know what we're going to get when we go to New Jersey, Watkins Glen, Mid-Ohio. We know where our big car counts are: Coda, Watkins Glen, Road America, where we have hundreds and hundreds of vintage cars out there. Those are the best weekends ever.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of that, one of the interesting pieces is, we're in this era now where there are cars that are kind of 25 years old that, so we're talking cars from late 90s, early 2000s that are now eligible for vintage racing, which is mind-blowing to me. But there are cars that when I started my racing career were brand new state of the art cars that now are appearing in vintage racing, and that just I'm having trouble wrapping my head around that. But having said all that, I also know full well that a lot of these cars are now quite sophisticated and they require maybe more than just, putting a key in the ignition to get rolling and stuff like that. How are you guys kind of planning for that next generation of vintage car that isn't quite so simple, that is a more sophisticated car, and balancing these sort of newly eligible cars and this time period with the older cars? Because it seems to me, some of the big attraction for fans of vintage racing is kind of that nostalgia, right? It's going back and looking at the cars that they watched as kids or in their youth and so on and so forth, or have grown up with all their lives, and now they're still seeing them out on the track. And that's true whether you're talking, early post-war cars or mid 50s or 60s or 70s or 80s or whatever. And now you've got a lot of people who are in their 40s and 50s and maybe even late 30s who are sitting there going, oh, the first car that I really fell in love with was a, Reynard IndyCar. And now
Right.
that car is eligible to run in vintage racing. So is there, as from your perspective, are you guys planning for that next future? And are there a lot of these cars that are available, and how do you keep them running when you're just kind of that hobbyist racer? How do you manage that part of the equation?
Yeah, that's a great question because it like you said, evolution and to your point, I need to agree with you in the beginning. Going back to 1999 is now a vintage car. It's kind of like that's weird, and like we all kind of laugh about it today, and the few of us get together and always have that chuckle. But the thing is, for us, it's we're staying with our vintage roots. There has been other people that are starting to melt in more of the, let's say, the modern vintage cars. We still look at that. We look at evolving our groups 1 through 12 over the next couple years. We don't want to eliminate anybody, but at the same time, we can't have 18 run groups in one weekend either. So what we're trying to do is just look at what we can attract and see what groups are more apt to be out with us. We find group twos, which are pre-73 Formula One cars, we see some dip in them. Where we used to see 25 to 35 cars at our big races, we're now seeing 15, 18 of them come. So we start to see them, but then we're reaching out. So it's this cat and mouse game of trying to chase down these folks that are in these organizations that haven't raced an SVRA or haven't thought about bringing their car to us because they think they're not vintage, like you said. It's not a pre-1972 production series sports car, but they're getting close to that, right? Again, 1999 and up. But so I think that we just have, as we move along, we have recognized it. We are recognizing it, and we're going to keep moving in that path of how we grow each group and or start to mix groups, and or eventually there's going to be dissolving some groups. I mean, I think that's definitely in the future. We see some of these cars become so valuable that people don't want to bring them to the racetrack anymore.
Yeah.
Even if it is a non-contact, there's always that potential, right?
Yep.
And then we see people like Joe Nemechek shows up at COTA. Him and his friends come in, and they got 18, 22 cars in Group 10, and they're just having a blast. And those are the good days of always watching those big cars, and having Joe at our races is always a big plus for us. So it's been a lot of fun, but I think it's just still an evolution game for us in terms of how we manage that moving forward.
Yep. The flip side to that is interesting too, is that you have a lot of young people, whether they're professional mechanics or just weekend mechanics, who now are looking at modern cars and you can't really work on them, and they're diving into older cars that you can fiddle with and work on. Are you guys doing anything in terms of just kind of keeping any plans to kind of keep those older cars still running, because some of the owners themselves of these cars are now getting up there in years and maybe they can't work on the cars the way that they used to. So what about, how do we continue to kind of preserve, some of these cars? And and I'm just not just talking about the kind of, the ones that are in the books that you see all the time, but just, kind of like your mid 60s Austin Healey's or your Camaros from the 70s. What are we doing to kind of make sure that these cars stay relevant and running, more importantly?
What we find with these groups is attracting them in groups, in friendship groups, in club groups. But we also know by paying attention to them that when we have features, like we have 15 feature events coming up this year that are going to specifically recognize those vehicles, like we have been doing in Watkins Glen in my tenure there, recognizing them during the Collier Cup and the Governor's Cup, and really having these, and it brings major attention to that brand and to that make and model, as you pointed out. So I think for us, it's just the continual attraction and continual communication with these folks. The modern day mechanic and the old cars, like you said, can and can't work on them, or now you need shops. We do see a definite trend of people going to more shop management, where they're taking their cars where they can't tune and spin the car anymore, that they're giving them to a shop to manage. So we are working with shops to make sure that they have everything that they need. This is obviously all behind the scenes, but us working with shops and making sure that the attention's there, but also what do they need from us? How can SVRA help in proliferating that sport and that car, to make sure that shop brings 12 cars, brings 2 rigs full of cars, 6 and 6 obviously, and to make it worthwhile for them. So then they're out there working with the same people we are. We just had a big conversation with the shop this past week about 4 cars leaving them, and this just came up, 4 cars leaving individual ownership or still maintaining ownership, but moving their car into a shop because the guys were just saying, I can't do it anymore. I can't run the trailers up and down the road. I can't tune them. I can't work them. I can't get them race ready. So we married some guys with a shop this week. So those are the things that we keep doing, is making those relationships and keeping that effort growing.
Yeah, it's a big part of making sure that you still have product to put out there, right? Like it's in your best interest to make sure that these kind of relationships and that these things don't just get put away because there's no interest in it. You got to kind of keep it moving.
Yeah, it's exactly. And just privately speaking, like my older brother started racing and with a modern day Porsche, and he was like, trailering it out there. I got a truck, I got a trailer, and I'm like, just go to a shop. And he didn't even realize. And a lot of people don't realize there's shops. I gave him he lives in Buffalo. Gave him a name and number of a shop in Rochester. I said, you never have to worry about a thing. Show up on Thursday and fly out or drive out on Sunday night. You're back in Buffalo before the car's even in Rochester. So, so it's that awareness and communication and relationships that SVRA brings to the table.
All the fun and none of the headache.
Isn't that the way it's supposed to be?
That's what they say anyway. So, hey, Michael, what's one of the misnomers or misconceptions about vintage racing that you would feel kind of needs to be dispelled? Like maybe what's something that's holding somebody back from getting involved that's interested?
That's great, because it was a great question, because I think what holds people back is they just don't understand what vintage racing is about. And nothing, there's a lot of clubs out there that you can go register on the weekend, and whether, even if it's the BMW club, you go register your car, vintage or not vintage. But if it's a vintage car, they don't realize that they can come to an organized event that, like us, and it's organized from paddock to pit to grid to garage to checker flag to green flag, or green flag to checker flag. So, we do everything for everybody up front. So basically it's show up, get in your car. We tell you what time to be on the grid. We tell you what time to be on the pit lane. And then we tell you, or pre-grid. And then we tell you, we checker or we green the flag or green the race. So I think it's one of those things that it's our ability to organize, and then the ability to organize with the racetracks that we go to. When people realize that they, if you go to your local track all the time, sooner or later, it's like it's the same show weekend after weekend, and you're just trying to beat your own time, whatever it might be. And come race with us. It's a non-contact, professionally run series. We have everything technology-wise to keep you safe. We have all the medical safety, all the tracks working with all that. So not that they don't with the club racing, but we just have it ticked up probably about 4 or 5 more ticks than what you'd find at a normal club weekend. So it makes it more professional for the drivers, but it also gives them an opportunity to come shine with some other drivers that have the same light, same material, same car, same manufacturer, or not, and get to have a little fun with everybody else in the paddock.
How much and again, this is maybe a question for some of the people who are kind of on the fringe and maybe interested, but how much do entrants, car owners, et cetera, need to be concerned, specifically within SVRA classes, concerned about the car's provenance, the car's history, the car's accuracy in terms of how period correct it may or may not be, and all of that sort of stuff? Can you just sort of walk through a little bit of how SVRA deals with that part of racing?
Yeah, our complete tech, Rob Elson on our tech side, obviously keeps everything. The rules and regs are very specific. Everything's gone through during tech, annual techs, and then obviously during the weekend techs to make sure rule books, log books, everything is calculated, or everything is taken care of in that log manufacturing program that they put out themselves, but also it's verified, from race to race to race. So we know not only the competitors and their ability, but also that vehicle. So when that vehicle is taken down, and we can look at it, and then you can graduate all the way up to our gold medallion car certificate program, certification program, where it is everything is from original manufacturer, which then has to go through a gold medallion logbook process. It goes through, obviously, you would have all the SVRA technical rules behind it, but then that is really classified out on the timing and scoring and the historic part of keeping that car as prominent as it should be, and should be kept that way, so it's logged and manufactured that way.
But that, having said all that, that shouldn't really ever be an impediment for anybody who has found a car, a vintage era, that maybe didn't start life originally as a race car, but can be converted back into a vintage race car from participating, right? Like there's no barrier in that sense.
No, not at all. And I think it's just awareness again, and I think that's something that local clubs will bring along, and then we bring along, obviously, to a different level, is finding those people, whether that's through marketing, media, and one-on-one, e-blasts, phone blasts, whatever that we do from our side to make sure everybody has that ability to look at that. But that car, if you buy one and then you don't know, I think some people might be just intimidated with the word racing. And that's something that, when they say racing, oh my gosh, they're going to be out there and, we're going to be banging wheel to wheel. And obviously, as you know, that is the anti of vintage racing. We have no qualms about it. We'll eliminate, if there's multiple errors in a weekend, we'll eliminate drivers for a weekend. We put people on probation. We work with the Vintage Motorsports Research Center as well, looking up these other past cars. But we also just keep that relevant to the fact that we know people just don't think about picking up their car and bringing it out to the racetrack. It's learning and educating, and that's what we have a team for to do it. We have our administration team that does answer phones almost 24/7 to help people do this. And we don't talk a lot of people. We give people a lot of information, day by day, week by week, on how to get your newly purchased vintage car, wherever that may be, from an Indy Roadster to an old GT car, 61, or whatever year it might be, that you can bring it out, have safe running with us. That's the priority with us, in our safety and our corner workers, our flagtronics, in-car flagging units. So everybody's kept the same safe level. So we limit, if not try to zero out, any car-to-car contact. Of course, there's occasional, just by accident, wrong turn, wrong apex. but that's going to happen when you're out on a road course. But we do our best not to let that happen, and we teach our people and grind it into them not to do that.
So I'm going to put you in the hot seat now, and I'm going to ask you the pivotal important question here. If you were going to go vintage racing next year, what would you buy? What would you do? How would you get in?
Well, I like the big Group 10, the big GT sports cars, sedans. If I was going to do that, I would like a production-based contemporary GT car that has enough safety in it just to keep me from my stupidity. Where sometimes my right foot does not have that brain that I always wanted to have, and I want to just keep that pedal down. But I think that's where I would be. I think that would be great to run in that group on a week-to-week basis.
So if you were, let's take that a little bit further again for people who are interested in this. What kind of commitment would it take for you to do that? Both just in terms of time, like is this something that people are sitting there going, "Hey man, I got a job, I got a family, I got life. How much time do I need to dedicate to this stuff, and how much?" The budget question is always an interesting one because it's kind of like you can spend as little or as much as you want. There's always usually a kind of a bottom threshold that you got to get to just to get involved. But the sky's the limit in terms of how much you want to spend. But again, just for those who are interested in getting involved in vintage racing, like quantify that same desire that you have to get in that Group 10 car. What's it going to take to make it happen?
Yeah, the time commitment is definitely there. So we see that, and that's why everybody, from SVRA to INDYCAR to NASCAR, schedules are done way in advance because we know that the women and men that race with us, they're most of them, 95% of them are business people, and they do have a job on Monday, or they do have their own company to run on Monday and Tuesday. But the commitment is generally Thursday through Sunday, and generally speaking, most of those folks manage that very well. They come in, if there is testing on Thursday, then they'll come in Wednesday night or Thursday morning. So it is a Thursday, Friday give in terms of your work life, and then most of the time you can get out of there Sunday in a time, depending on your geographical location, that you can get back to home base. So I think that's the biggest thing. What we find on average is people are attending about 5.5 races per competitor. So we have a few that do all 14, but very few. So most of them are geographically. So if you're located in Cincinnati, you're going within a 6 to 8 hour time frame from there in terms of driving to get your car there. So that's what we're finding, and most of it. In terms of time, money, like you said, we are very reasonable. It's $895 to come in for a weekend. That's getting close, and we've had stabilization in that pricing for 3 years. We're trying to make sure that it stays inside that certain limit. We feel that limit is 900 or less right now, and that people can come and do that and we're not raising every year, or we're not dinging them for extra criteria or extra drivers or extra tires. I'm being facetious, but just things that we're not going to nickel and dime. We want you to reach into your pocket one time, pay the entry fee, come on out and have a good time, and then take your car home the same fashion that came in. But so we feel that's reasonable. Again, particularly where we're priced with everybody else, we feel we're competitive in that nature.
There you go. Very good. Michael, appreciate your time this morning, and best of luck for the 2026 season.
Thanks, George. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael. Great session. George, stay with us. We will be right back after the short video from our sponsors, and we're going to be talking with John Doonan from IMSA.
Scott Lewis and Associates, the sales, marketing, and branding specialist for the automotive performance industry since 1988. We get our manufacturers on track by opening an extensive distribution network, providing product training to sales staff, creating fully integrated sales and marketing strategies, building successful industry partnerships, attending trade shows, events, and races, offering first-class support to customers, SLAI delivers solutions that win you sales. To get in touch with an SLAI representative, call 516-378-6100. Go to scottlewisinc.com or email info@scottlewisinc.com.
With roots in the Midwest that date back well before the Model T, Fifth Third Bank has a long history of serving the needs of automotive companies. While much has changed over the years, our passion for helping businesses put cars on the road and on the track has not. Today, we are more committed than ever as a member of SEMA, a founding member of PRI, and a sponsor of multiple race teams across several racing series.
For over a decade, Fifth Third Bank has been a staunch supporter of our industry and a great partner for many companies in the motorsports field.
Our business has been growing extremely fast, and really we could not be where we are today without Fifth Third. They provided amazing strategic advice, the capital we need to support our phases of growth.
They are true partners for me now, and what they do with their involvement in motorsports is untouched in this community.
Where can we take your business? Fifth Third Bank.
Your whole day rides on your diesel truck. Don't let anything slow it down. Keep life and drive with America's #1 DEF brand. Only Blue DEF products are triple filtered and guaranteed pure. And Blue DEF Platinum helps prevent deposits before they create problems. So nothing stands between you and the day, wherever it takes you. Count on Blue DEF and Blue DEF Platinum. Guaranteed for what drives you.
Excellent, and welcome back to day one of Industry Week. Now we're going to be talking to the great John Doonan and the wonderful IMSA series. It's been doing great watching IMSA, striving again and doing so well. And so we're delighted to have John Doonan with us. My understanding is we have a video that we're going to start the interview with. Mr. Doonan, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon from Daytona Beach, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be back.
Absolutely. So why don't we roll the video and then we'll start the interview right after.
Wonderful.
It's the dawn of a new IMSA WeatherTech sports car season, and just a few short miles from Daytona Beach is Daytona International Speedway.
The energy down here is absolutely electric for what truly is a global all-star event. The best drivers in the world across 4 classes, and everyone is hunting for the same thing.
Let's light this thing up, guys.
The 2025 IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. You ready? This is it.
This is the birthplace of American endurance racing.
The long-awaited debut of the Aston Martin Valkyrie LMH begins today here at Sebring.
Looking at the outside, this is low. 14 Luxes up the inside, push a little shove. Archie Fargy there. Vantor rubbing elbows with Tandy. Tandy sends it, Vantor's off the roll.
Popping out the 77, dives on the inside. What a move from Lauren Heinrich. NASA to the inside of Matt Campbell.
The 2025 WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. 4 classes, 11 manufacturers, and the best sports car drivers in the world. Welcome to the 2025 WeatherTech Night of Champions.
Wow. John, 2025 IMSA highlights and some Led Zeppelin. We can probably just stop it there, can't we?
I think so. And my smile is as genuine as it comes, because what we experienced in 25 was electrifying. There's so much energy in the paddock, on the grid walk. You and I spoke back at Long Beach, Lawrence, and the momentum from there just continued, and it was a terrific season. But the clock in the lobby, the countdown clock, as I walked in this morning, I think it says 47 days until we're back on track officially across the street at Daytona International Speedway. So very excited about what we accomplished, and very excited about what is to come.
But as you say, what 47 days did you say, John? Because I'm kind of making it 8 weeks, but it may be more like 7. Either way, it's exciting but frightening how quickly the new season is approaching.
Yeah, we had a test here just a few weeks ago, and I asked a few of our participants, mechanics, engineers, drivers, folks who are partners, and I said, "Hey, how was the off season?" Because they really just essentially went back to their home bases after Motul Petit Le Mans. Of course, they go through the cars, and in many cases, we've got Evo cars in GT and GTP. And so the time and the turnaround is very short, but that's what we do. That's what we're signed up for. We are endurance racers at heart, sports car racers at heart, and that's just the nature of the business.
Well, just to sort of empathize with it, we are starting our season preview about now as well, so we know how close it is. And just unpacking 2026, the fantastic news is, if we go through the classes, we have still got an amazingly stacked GTP field. The fantastic news is we still have the factory Porsches. A couple of sort of changes in terms of we've got WRT now running the BMWs. But John, in your opinion, I mean, that still looks like the perfect GTP class.
Yeah, I think, of course, the Porsche Penske Motorsport decision was terrific for IMSA. I hated to see them have to choose to not race in the World Endurance Championship, but we're thrilled that they'll be back. Obviously, shuffling up some driver lineups there. As you mentioned, WRT, an outstanding race team in endurance sports car racing. Of course, they're coming to IMSA for really the first time as a full-time entrant in GTP or in any way so far. Meyer Shank Racing back with two very fast Acuras in GTP. The Valkyrie, of course, made a big statement in a bunch of beautiful music notes, but their podium finish at Motul Petit Le Mans, the season finale, was a big moment for them in that program. Of course, Cadillac coming back very strong with some excellent names in many of those cars. AJ Allmendinger's back in Acura. Connor Zilich, of course, tested with us here. So just really excited about what the season looks like in GTP.
And you mentioned the Aston Martin. It seems that the integration of hypercar with the LMDH regulars couldn't have gone more slick in terms of just not saying it had to be a huge hassle, but IMSA seems to have managed that particularly well.
Well, I appreciate that. I think back in 2020, we sat here in this building upstairs with chassis constructors, with auto manufacturers, and with the partners that we have from the ACO and the FIA. And we made a commitment on the IMSA side that, we would see to it that the two platforms could coexist and they could be balanced. And we've stayed true to that. It's a commitment we have. Of course, the Valkyrie being the first. We certainly hope that others will choose to join us, whether that's Ferrari, Toyota, Peugeot, you name it. We'd love to have them come join us from the LMH side. Of course, Genesis, Ford, and McLaren have announced their intentions to come into the top category. So we're thrilled with how it worked so far. We had a great meeting with the manufacturers here in Daytona Beach last month, and we're going to continue to do our ever best. And as you know, balance of performance is not an easy process, not an easy task, but we're committed to it, and we believe that the variety of cars, the variety of power plants, that's what our fans, the ultimate beneficiaries of this, are expecting, to be able to see that variety in good and fair and equal competition.
John, you mentioned as well the imminent, hopefully 2027 for all three, arrival of Ford, of Genesis, of McLaren. You know from you know, your time as OEM and a motorsports manager that there's got to be ROI on a program. I mean, is there a point where there may be too many marks in GTP?
Well, we are so blessed in IMSA to have 18 competing with us now in a variety of categories, both WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Michelin Pilot Challenge, and even the VP Racing Sports Car Challenge. So that's amazing. And in Paris back in September, we had a meeting in a hotel ballroom with 13 OEMs in the top category. And I joked at the beginning of that meeting, I said, you know, a few years ago, we could have got a table for 4 in the hotel restaurant because that's all there were. But you raise an excellent point. You know, a bad day a few years ago when there were 4 manufacturers, you were probably on the podium. A challenging day now, you could be 10th, 11th, 12th, and that type of thing. So I think more than just the competition on the track is the competition on the midway with our fans. We are so delighted that the manufacturers have chosen to race in IMSA to showcase technology, but also to use this as a marketing tool in their toolbox. And when you look at the brands that are competing, for example, I think there were 9 OEMs with a display, a consumer activation on the midway at Motul Petit Le Mans. And then several of them were doing ride and drives off-site, some of them off-road, some of them on-road. And so my hope is that the racing is outstanding entertainment. The broadcast, both here domestically on NBC and around the world on a variety of platforms, including YouTube. But the activations, those types of things are really telling the story. Because as you know, one of the great ties that we have in motorsport in general, but certainly on our side, is the relevance from road car to race car and vice versa. And so given the technology we're showcasing here, I am very excited that we can continue to provide that for auto manufacturers.
Now, as you mentioned, John, 18 marks at the moment, 18 marks at the moment. Taking it down into the GTD classes, a couple of exciting developments. One of them is that we may have lost RLL, Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan from GTP, but those guys, extremely serious players, come equipped with McLaren. We've got it where IMSA will see the global racing debut of Lamborghini's new GT3 weapon. I pronounce this differently every single day, but I think I'm going to say Temeraria today, John, and please correct me.
But I was having trouble too, and I told the staff we're just going to call it the tiramisu because that gets right to the heart of my appetite.
But the fact that Lamborghini has chosen to give it its global race debut at Sebring, I mean, that says a lot, not just about the standing of the series, but also about the commitment from, you know, manufacturers.
It's exactly right, Lawrence. And obviously RLL, I'm so thrilled that Bobby and Jay Fry, you know, leading the RLL camp now. We're able to find partnership with McLaren. Having them back in the WeatherTech grid is really special for us, so we're thrilled with that. As you point out, FAF and Lamborghini's partnership has now blossomed into a way that FAF, with all the success they've had get to bring this new platform for its global debut. And you know, GT racing, of course, I like to envision GTP as showing what's possible, future technologies, or demonstrating that hybrid is one of those very special avenues for the industry. But GT for me, and back to my boyhood days of going to the motor show and seeing the racing version of the road car on the stand, we have in so many ways become the new auto show for the auto industry, not just on track, because of course all these cars go to battle for 24 hours, 12 hours, 10 hours, you name it. But they're also battling in the marketplace for, you know, share of mind with consumers, and making the connection. And the fans are coming to see, in a lot of ways, their favorite brand, of course, their favorite team, and their favorite pilots. But these cars are really akin to what might be seen on the road. And for the manufacturers to come race with us is one thing, but then to unveil road cars on site at our races, that's really been a really special thing for me.
Didn't mention LMP2 as well, but LMP2 in terms of its IMSA footprint, I mean, you could say this is the unofficial world championship in terms of the depth and the number of P2 cars, including Brian Herter Autosport, you know, bringing some serious chops there as well. We discussed this back at Long Beach a few months ago, but the fact that IMSA has had the smarts to actually give the P2 cars their own headlining event. We've said there are pros and cons, because basically you'll never make the Canadian fans completely happy, but it seems to have worked incredibly well by giving them, you know, the moment when they will be the overall winners. The fact that you've got the GT classes where they will be overall winners as well. I mean, that philosophy seems to be something where IMSA does it well. IMSA knows that basically these aren't the undercard, these are the main players as well.
Excellent point. Again, I think when IMSA was founded in the late 60s, Bill France Sr., John Bishop, and the Bishop family, they had a real core value of giving racers and automakers a chance to go racing at a variety of levels. And we certainly have that with the single make championships, currently 5 OEMs there, and then VP and pilot and the WeatherTech championship. And I think P2 for me is right at the core, where individuals that are the foundational participants in those cars don't race full time as their career. This is their getaway, if you will. This is their passion. This is their hobby. And when we have, you know, 2, 3, 4 cars, barely enough to make a podium a few years ago, LMP2, you know, the Orica is such a fantastic sports car. Everybody at Orica has done a great job. But, you know, now we're at a dozen, 13, 14 cars. I'm really happy for those individuals that have been able to come and do that. You mentioned Brian Herta Autosport in partnership with PR1. You know, that is another amazing. Brian and Sean Jones and what they've done with the Hyundai brand over in TCR. Now they're getting this opportunity, you know, potentially down the road as Genesis thinks about coming from the Hyundai family of brand. Maybe this is a great training platform for them to make that step up to potentially a GTP program. So P2 is great. It's produced some outstanding racing. Congratulations to PJ Hyatt and the AO Racing Group. Spike's going to Le Mans, I think.
He is, yeah. With a new look Spike, I believe, as well. So
how about that?
Talking about the calendar then for 2026, and another thing that IMSA has done so well is there is stability. I mean, you guys were basically talking about the 2026 calendar basically last March or whatever.
Yeah, Sebring, we're in a tremendous cadence, Lawrence. Fortunate that we have long-term partnerships with our race event promoters so that we can plan ahead. And, you know, when the checkered flag falls on a current year race, they can already begin porting their fans for ticket renewals. We have long-term partnerships with WeatherTech and Michelin and VP that allow the stability of those series to continue. The same goes for our auto manufacturer partners. When you get into that cycle, the last cherry on top is our partnership with NBC. Both the network shows, the Peacock, that give us the opportunity, like we did last March in 25, to announce the 26 calendar. The same, fingers crossed, everything falls in place, will happen again in 26, where we'll announce the 27 calendar in March at the 12 Hours of Sebring, where Mobile One has just extended their partnership. That type of planning gives teams, gives corporate partners, drivers, and of course our fans the opportunity to plan further down the road. For 26, of course, probably the biggest news was the transfer of one of our Michelin Endurance Cup races from Indianapolis to Road America. Just trying to keep it fresh. Well, stability is key. We want to keep it fresh for the fans. Indianapolis, iconic facility. Don't want to lose that one. Road America and the folks up at the track there have done a great job bringing out massive fans. So we want to keep it fresh. We want to keep it exciting. And we'll continue to try to do that and evolve. Of course, we've added Mid-Ohio as a Michelin pilot feature. You mentioned races where LMP2 and GT can get their potential overall day in the spotlight. That happens at Mid-Ohio. And given the amount of content, and this, you've been to so many of our events, to fit into a weekend, we need those weekends where Michelin pilots are feature, and you add some single make content, and you add some other series in there. So we're going to keep evolving it, keeping it fresh, but also allowing people to plan ahead based on when that IMSA content comes to their favorite racetrack.
Now, John, as you say, Michelin Endurance Cup, that tweak with Road America getting the 6-hour race, Indy going to a maybe more fitting for Indy, a 2-hour 40-minute race. But the fact that IMSA has increased to 5 Michelin Endurance races, you look at Formula One, where the talk was of shortening Grand Prix. We've got it with IMSA, where the USP. The UPS is the postal service. the USP is based around those classic enduros, the Sebring and the Rolex 24. You've then got the 6-hour races. In a market where so many series seem to be thinking, hang on a minute, we have to shorten this, we have to kind of reduce the attention span. It seems to be a great counterpoint that IMSA is so confident of its endurance races and that part of its DNA.
Well, I really appreciate your perspective there. First of all, endurance sports car racing is not the easiest platform to explain to maybe a new fan. You got 4 classes out there. You've got a 100-minute race at the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach and the Chevrolet Grand Prix of Detroit. And you got this 24-hour, this 12, the 6, the 10. But the variety of those events, shows the fans a full length, motion picture, and then a short or even a sitcom. And for me, that type of entertainment is captivating. I know from speaking to our drivers, our race teams, they love that variety of relatively long enduros that are in the Michelin Endurance Cup. And then, the shorter format, whether it's the 240s or the 100 minutes. So I know the drivers always talk about how exciting the championship is in that regard. And that makes me happy that they want to come here. They want to be part of this. And when you break it all down, we do want to be a test bed for the automakers. So the tracks here are challenging. The races are challenging. No matter if we're doing a short one or a long race, my hope is that we have everybody on the edge of the seat at all times.
John, you're a massive student of the sport. Some of the stuff about sports car racing it's almost worrying, but
I think that's probably fair.
You refer to this current era as another golden era, but I think you've actually referred to it as the next sort of precious metal up. Remember, obviously, the original GTP era where we've talked about the Enduros, but back in those days where there were even, single driver sprints. I mean, how far would you sort of say you could mix it and it would still have that sort of spirit of IMSA? I mean, I assume this isn't on the cards, but is there any chance of a single driver 100-minute sprint at Daytona in July or whatever? Or
Well, we haven't talked about that yet, but Mark Raffoff is a couple of doors down here in the office. He is probably the ultimate student of endurance sports car racing, but it's an interesting thought. I think
just put it out there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We've prided ourselves in the multi-driver format in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. I think in the short term, I don't see that changing. But I do remember the days where there were so many cars. There was a prototype race and a GT race on the same weekend, separate races. So those were exciting times. Just thrilled that we're in a place where the grids will be at capacity again in 26, no matter what the format of the race is.
John, you mentioned Michelin Pilot Challenge. Obviously, we have that. We have a burgeoning VP Sports Car Challenge. We've got the one makes from Lamborghini, Ferrari. We've got the Mustang Challenge. We've got MX-5 Cup. We've got Porsche Super Cup. In terms of just that IMSA universe, I guess it would be wrong to call them the undercard because they all have their own. They all have their own strength. They all have their own. They are a living, breathing entity on their own. Just talk about how you make that work so well. Just having that sort of that larger IMSA universe.
You and I have known each other for many years. Paul Fanner, Marshall Pruett. Back when I was at Mazda, we were big believers in producing a ladder system. From what was the Mazda Road to Indy and then the Mazda Road to 24. So, but Robert Davis and Jim Jordan, Steve Sanders, Jeremy Barnes, what we sketched out was an opportunity for drivers primarily at the time to find a clear path to the top. And I think we then realized, boy, engineers, mechanics, race teams, PR professionals have this pipeline of opportunity to maybe realize their dreams at the very pinnacle of sport. And essentially coming to IMSA, especially now that the Mazda MX-5 Cup is here, thanks to the Whelans, there is that clear path in IMSA where drivers, race teams, engineers, and all down the different disciplines can find their way to the top. And I see the single makes as the prized possession of the OEMs, and a chance for young talent to realize their accomplishments and see their way through. But look at Michelin Pilot, RS1, champions in GS category. They will be on the starting grid at the Rolex 24 in a Porsche 911 GT3R, making this step up. I know how proud the team is of that, and I'm thrilled for them. You mentioned Herta's a program in LMP2. They've 6 Hyundai manufacturer championships in a row. So for me, those are just 2 examples of many where teams are finding their way to the next level. You also have teams that have stayed in a particular category. I'll take TGM, for example. They've been champions in Michelin Pilot. Occasionally, they've run the Rolex 24 or other races, but they're very content fighting for the championship in what, besides the WeatherTech series, Michelin Pilot's some of the best sports car racing on the planet.
Yeah. John, it's 25 minutes have flown by. I've got to go back now and start working out which Porsche factory driver is in the number 6 and which one is in number 7. You've already made it sound rather frightening by saying it's 47 days. I prefer saying 8 weeks. It doesn't sound quite so daunting. So thanks so much for finding the time to come and talk with us on Race Industry Week. And get back to that countdown clock, sir.
Well, first of all, I'm thrilled to be here, and you all deserve a major high five from Daytona Beach, but from all over the industry and what you've created with this. So Prentice, Judy, and the entire team, really well done. This has now become a staple for everybody this time of year. I think you all deserve a huge kudos, and I'm grateful that you allowed me to be part of it. Have an amazing holiday season to everybody watching, and can't wait to see everybody at the 64th running of the Rolex 24.
Well, thank you very much, sir. That's a great honor to hear that from you. It means the world to us. So thank you. Best of luck for 2026. Stay with us. We are going to dive directly into our next sessions because we don't have enough time to run a video. So we will talk with Andy Lally from Trans Am, who should be with us any second. So what a great start, Judy, right?
Oh my gosh. Today it's been fantastic. And what kind words from John Doonan. Very kind of him. And it's hard to believe how this all started from COVID, trade shows. And here we are, 6th annual. So.
Absolutely. And George Tamayo is back with us. Thank you, George. And we're bringing Andy Lally, who's the new president of Trans Am. Good morning, sir. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon and good morning on the West Coast. How are you guys doing today?
Excellent.
Awesome.
Thank you. Welcome to the program. So George, we'll let you take over.
Thank you. Hey, Andy. How you doing?
Good, George. Good to see you. It's been a minute.
It has been a minute, man. Time flies as I note on all of these kind of events where you start to do a little bit of research and you're like, why, I think that happened yesterday. No, it was like 10, 15 years ago or whatever.
No, even more than that.
Hey, so first off, congratulations on your newfound career here as a president of Trans Am. You're wrapping up year 1 in that role now. So just to kick it off, like, how did you find the role here being on this side of the equation versus, the last 20 years where you've been behind the wheel?
It has been daunting, stressful, tough would be the 3 nicest words I could say about it. Yeah. I was listening to John Doonan. I probably owe some past officials that I've worked with an apology. It's been tricky, but it wouldn't have happened if I didn't love this series as much as I did. From the first time I ever raced a Trans Am car to one of my very last races being in a TA2 car, it's always been fun. I love it. I love the atmosphere. I love the style of the car and the kind of racing that we do. And it's very fun to work with some vets that I've been friends with for 3 decades or so, as well as seeing these young up and comers come up through. And that's probably for me one of the biggest sort of, say, give back, pay it forward kind of situations that I can be in at this moment, because it's been rewarding, along with all the other stresses and whatnot. But it is great to work with some of these young drivers and share some of my experiences to go forward and just try to get them off to the right start with the right attitude and try to equip them with all the right tools mentally to go on.
Yeah, for sure. Hold that thought, because I do want to dive a little deeper into the young driver situation that's going on currently at Trans Am. But back to the first thing you said here about owing some series officials elsewhere some apologies. Have you talked a little bit about that? Does having been a driver for the last 25-ish 4 years or whatever, and now stepping to the other side of the fence, as it were, did you find that it made you more sympathetic or empathetic to the team challenges, or were you kind of like, hey buddy, I've heard it and seen it all before, you're not getting that past me?
I mean, I stepped out of the car for the last time in January of 2024, and I was already in this role. So I was just coming off a Daytona 24 where we didn't like our BOP. We didn't, there was all sorts of stuff. So I'm fresh enough in it that I'm still, I am still a good go-between between the teams, to me, to above me where I need permissions or budgets or something to go and fight for them. I think that's been a positive, and I'll stay there. I mean, there's definitely, some people that test me on that side, and a lot of that is for the good though. It is tough to, I've always been an empathetic / sympathetic person, and I can often put myself in other people's shoes, and I think that's going to serve me well in this role, serve the series well in this role. It adds to the stress level of trying to keep everybody happy, but understanding that there's got to be at some point a compromise. But I want those teams to know that they've got somebody in their corner, fighting for them, for what's best, honestly, because what's best for the teams is usually what's best for the series. So if I'm trying to do something to promote the positivity and help teams flourish, that's going to help drivers and the series flourish as a whole. So I have a lot of inputs. I'm an extremely opinionated person, and that part of me has not worn off yet. I've teased friends that have been in the industry that have made a similar transition that, I'm like, hey man, zombies here. Don't do this to me here. You had my back day one. I need you to stay strong in the fight. And I see how it's easy to have the wind taken out of your sails there, because you're getting hit from all sides all the time. And there's a lot of opinions. I think from the outside looking in, a lot of times it's the teams versus the series versus the officials versus the whatever. And I don't think they realize, and I only did to a point of it's not the team's opinions versus the series opinions, it's the 12 opinions of the 20 different teams that have this, and they don't realize how much bickering internally there is. And when you pick the one direction, you're going to satisfy one or two, and it's not going to be satisfactory enough for the other 9, 10, 11, 12. So that part's tricky. Again, sometimes doing what's best for the series as a whole, but knowing that a friend of yours is not going to be happy with you is uber tough. But I've realized there's zero way of getting around that now, and you just have to go forward and do it.
Yeah, and I do think, series, there's several other examples out there where you have a lot of different classes of car involved in it, and then you also have a lot of different types of competitors involved, right? You have everybody from the more gentleman racer, if we can still use that term, weekend racer, hobbyist who's out there just living a dream, to the veteran who's been around the block many, many times, to the young guns who are coming up and super ambitious, and they don't want anything to get in their way. And so you got quite a juggling act there with everybody. But I do got to think that, you'll get to the point eventually where everybody sees, hey, you're just doing what's best for everybody, even if it maybe occasionally means it's not the best for you.
I hope they see that eventually. It's that conversation happens a lot, where I try to assure the people when I'm making a move that what I think is the best for the series, whether that's honestly very often above me. There's a parent company that owns Trans Am that I have to answer to, that I have to bring a lot of my budget requests to, and my views aren't always in line with theirs. So there's very often times where that discussion is just as passionate going above me than it is talking to my teams and my drivers.
Yeah, so on that note, I think that's a great segue to, every time a new president or leader of an organization comes in, there's inevitably going to be a bit of a vision pivot, a vision change, right? It's just the nature of the beast. Where does the Andy Lally presidency take Trans Am? What's your hope? What's your ambition for the series?
So the Trans Am, we've got to divide that into two separate groups. And for me, they're extremely different. traditional Trans Am, the 900 horsepower beasts, I don't want to change those cars at all. You know, if we go down a path eventually of trying to unify what we've got to you know, basically cap costs, that's one thing, but that is never, you know, if you can convince me tomorrow that we can have 1,000 horsepower for the same price, I'm in. You know, the absolute rawness of 900 horsepower, no driver aids, no traction control, no ABS. You know, we are not trying to so much. You know, we can do so much more with these cars to set a faster lap. I can add a lot more downforce. I can add, you know, the ABS and the traction control and whatnot. I don't want to do that because these things, having sat in that driver's seat and having sat trackside for so many Trans Am races, when those things come out of a corner and launch and leave 2 black stripes and guys are sideways coming off the corner uncontrolled, and every bit of control is that driver countersteering and working that right foot, that to me is racing. And I, deep down in heart, you know, not that I could care less about the technological advancements of what our society is going to do and become in the future and whatnot. I want to entertain a crowd, and I want these drivers to be thrilled. So I want Trans Am to stay as it is, absolutely raw, 100%, most horsepower that we can get, and just run it. I want to decrease downforce there so that there's more sideways through those corners. Hildebrand and I and a whole lot of other people on this planet have a similar vision of.
I was just thinking about him and his latest piece.
Yeah, I've been watching, and he's a buddy, and we've chatted over the years, but never on that subject. And I love it, and that's what I'd love to go there with Trans Am. With TA2, I don't want to change physically TA2. I want to identify. I want to clarify what our identity is. And that is America's only full-time stock car road racing championship. We are clearly a rung on the ladder to NASCAR, as proven by, you know, we've got superstars that have come out in at such a young age, signed with huge contracts to Brent Cruz with Gibbs just last week announced he's going to drive the 19 for most of the season. The only reason he's not in full-time is because he's still 16. And needs to, you know, get 1 year older, or maybe just turned 17, or is about to, I think. And so, and then obviously Connor Zilic, who set the world on fire, and those two 3 years ago were battling door to door for race wins in TA2. So obviously those cars, you know, an H pattern, 3 pedals on the floor, no ABS, no traction control, big sidewall tire. It's a late model chassis. This is America's only full-time stock car road racing championship, and I want to scream that from the mountaintop. So stay tuned as we rebrand and go that direction, and just let people know what this is. We're not changing anything. We've got another great schedule in 2026. We've amended it to 10 events instead of 12. We're still going to have 12 races, just 2 doubleheaders, but at a lot of great road course tracks, some of the best in the country, and a lot of those are also places that stock cars have raced or are still racing. And so we see this as an important place on the stop if you want to be a Cup champion.
Definitely. Since we've gone there, let's dive a little deeper into the TA2 and the youth aspect. You know, you and I can say this because it ages both of us. You and I met when in Barbara Dodge days, when you were at the start of your career in a development formula, and you were in the place, you know, back then that all these young drivers are now. Coming full circle, kind of a couple points here to cover. One, let's celebrate the fact that you've crowned this year with Tristan McKee the not just the youngest TA2 champion, but the youngest Trans Am champion ever, which is amazing. He's not even 16 yet.
He just turned 15 a few months ago.
Yeah, like crazy.
Season at 14 years old.
Yeah, crazy. So let's unwind that a little bit. How did we get here with TA2? Because TA2's been around now for, I want to say, 6-7 years, something like that, probably?
Oh, no, a little over 10, probably 10, 12 years that it started to formulate. How we got here, is that what the question was?
Yeah, but I mean, like, what, I think that I know, the using TA2 as a platform for young drivers to move up into cup and road racing and other elements is a particular passion or area of interest for you specifically. But it started a little bit before you got into the role. So where did the momentum for that start? And now that you've got that momentum, and you've touched on this a little bit, where do you take it? How do you kind of formalize that a little bit, and make this really truly not just a feeder series? 'Cause I think there's a danger with feeder series in that it's people just kind of come and go. You want to make it valuable in and of itself as well, right? So there's always the fine line with these kinds of series, and when we are talking very specifically about young drivers. So I guess first part was, how did we get to the point where TA2 suddenly just became this hotbed for young talent to get into, and the Connor Ziliches of the world and the others, Brent Cruz and the like?
So both are great questions. So to simplify the first question, Trans Am went to multi-class racing 10, 15 years ago, as the series was recovering from a big downturn. And they basically, to be honest, 10, 15 years ago, they were filling the field.
Yeah.
They needed something that kind of looked like a Trans Am car with a much more affordable entry price. And so the original idea was late model stock cars that had a similar silhouette of a body, and they realized it was fun to race those kinds of cars. And this is back when we had a different tire supplier. It was like $600 a set for basically what amounts to left side oval tires that they would run on all four corners. And the entry was so cheap. And then they were realizing, hey, this is very similar to what an Xfinity car feels like on a road course. And back then you had so little road course racing. You were only doing 2 a year in Cup, and 2, sometimes 3, depending whether you're at Montreal or whatever, on the Xfinity side, and none in truck. So there wasn't this monstrous, focal point on it. As the years go on, as the car develops, as we turn it more into a road racing stock car, and then NASCAR's popularity for the road courses starts going through the roof, and we get to a point where we've got, I think 2 years ago we had 8 road courses in Cup, 7 in Xfinity, and 3 in truck. Now in Cup, before the playoffs, 25% of the races are road course races.
It's wild, right?
To make your playoffs. So that matches how many short track races you have before the playoffs. So there was this realization that these cars are great training grounds, and also you can get in at a much younger age to get something that's, again, having driven the TA2 car myself, having raced it, it is super similar to what the Xfinity car feels like on a road course. So it's literally the same gearbox. You've got such a similar seating position. You're going to use the same steering wheel, H pattern, your brake pedal feels, everything is so, your power to grip. I'll say power to grip instead of power to weight, because it's a 500 horsepower engine, and it's a slightly smaller tire contact patch wise. So it is so transferable that when your TA2 car at 13, 14, 15 years old becomes second nature, the moment you get a chance to step into an Xfinity car, it's not that different. Prior to this, Xfinity, O'Reilly's, championships have been, you don't really get that training. You would have to go to Chris Cook would run this deal Chris would run these deal out of Sonoma, and you'd have a handful of guys Boris would train guys privately on road courses. You didn't have a series or a championship, and you could get testing in, but not so much the race. So I think it was just honestly a little bit lucky that Trans Am went that way, but then fortuitous, and then they were smart enough to take advantage of it, and other teams and drivers were smart enough to realize, hey, this is a good place at a super young age to train these guys to get ready, especially bang for the buck. I mean, when you look at your comparables, you know, in like ARCA or private testing or something like that, there's just no place that you're going to get the quality of racetracks with the quality of racing drivers that you're going to kind of gauge yourself against.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So having established that, how do you keep this going? And how do you balance the development side of it from a driver development point of view with the merit of just being a TA2 champion, regardless of what else is happening in your world?
So like you alluded to, you know, the difference between, you know, a rung on the ladder and you know, a standalone destination.
Yeah.
So I think we have Trans Am as a destination, and for sure, I mean, me personally being one of them, is when I was racing in IMSA and my team owner switched to just doing the endurance championship, I had a lot of open weekends. If I wasn't coaching, I wanted to go racing. And again, having loved the Trans Am series, in fact, this is how I got this job. I was participating in the IROC Legends race at Lime Rock last year, July of 24. And I was walking around the paddock looking for a drive because, you know, Hafamatos, Skeen, a lot of these guys that run in there full times, past champions, Mark Miller, they're guys my age plus or minus a little bit, and it is their destination. It is like where their home is. It can still be a destination and a rung on the ladder, but I think what'll really determine that is what your next question was, which was, you know, where do we go from here? And the only thing we can do is just keep pushing and promoting ourselves. I think carving out the niche that is unique to us, being the only full-time stock car road racing championship in America, is big. That's super unique, and we need to be screaming that from the mountaintops. So as we get ready to announce some new partners here in the future to help us with that program, that's one of the main things. I mean, we've got guys like Chris Dyson and Paul Menard, Adam Andretti, Amy Room and Tommy Dreesy that are David Pinteric that are. This is Trans Am is where they want to be in those Trans Am cars. Having guys like Skeen and Matos in the TA2 series is, you know, for me, I was trying to be one of those guys until I ran across Tony Perella, who was like, "You should run the series." And I'm like, "I'm trying, man. I'm knocking on all the doors." And he's like, "No, it's not what I'm talking about." And so we went down this path, and I ended up here. But yeah, it absolutely should be a destination series for veterans. In fact, I love that mix at the beginning of the season when we had a veteran on the pole and a rookie on the outside pole. It was like, this is awesome. This is exactly, I need not only just the storyline of sort of, you know, that natural rivalry of the young bull, old bull kind of thing. But the ability for those rookies, honestly, to lean on some of the vets for their experience. I don't want to be the only one out there telling them the race line that they've never been to. So we've got some good vets in there. And again, if we do our job right, we can aim at both being a solid rung on a ladder to a different destination and a destination and more, you know. I look at this potentially as America's best shot at having, you know, the North American version of Australian Super V8s. You know, it's that hard a race. It's that kind of like it's a battle. Every one of these things it's so rare you're going to be in the top 5 without a donut on your door. This is not friendly, hey, we all realize everything's made out of carbon and don't want to take a dive plane off. We've got 5-star bodies on this thing, and we're going to door the heck out of each other. And these guys know how they have to race to get to the front, and it's great. Yeah. So next year is a big year for Trans Am, celebrating 60 years since the series founding. You touched a little bit on you kind of, you know, tweaked the schedule a little bit to go 10 events, 12 rounds. But is there anything else in terms of celebrating 60 that we can look at next year, or that you can pull the covers on a little bit? I can't pull the covers on anything yet. Again, with some of the media people that we're going to be working with for next year, some of it'll be reflection, some of it'll be looking ahead. Reflecting on 60 great years, our former champions, the manufacturers that took part in this, and then looking ahead to what we're going to be building out from this. I think are the two main things, as well as the focus on our current stars and our lineups. But for me, I want the racing to just keep getting better. I want the sharp end of the grid to have 15 or 20 drivers in a really tight pack, and have this become a 50-car field on the TA2 side, and revive TA to much more respectable numbers, and get that all going. If we can promote this right, if we can, I'm dancing around what I can and can't say for the future, but if we can get the ball rolling the way I think we're going to be able to, we're going to have great attendance, great racing, and a lot of great battles and highlight reels.
Nice. So what is your, this will be a two-parter question. What's your favorite personal Trans Am memory being behind the wheel? And then do you have just an overall Trans Am kind of memory that sticks out?
I've only done 3 Trans Am races. I won 2 of them and finished 3rd in the other one. So my very first one with Claudio Burton in the number 50 car, my favorite racetrack is Watkins Glen. We went pole, fastest lap win, but it wasn't that easy because like 4 laps into the race, I got a flat. We had to pit, got really lucky with a yellow that we didn't go lap down, and we were able to come through the field. So that, doing donuts on the front straightaway with 900 horsepower was an absolute blast. And that car, for the first time, having never even tested it before that weekend, that was a really cool event. It happened to be my first ever race in the Trans Am Series, Chris Dyson's first ever race in the Trans Am Series, and Justin Marks' first time in the Trans Am Series. So, and we were going up against the likes of Ernie Francis and guys that have been running really well in that series. So the 3 of us just happened to make our first starts there that weekend. Justin has since come back, and in fact, as recently as 2024, come back and won 2 or 3 races in the TA race. He's a bit. I've been calling him and bugging him, trying to get him back, but with his World Superbike, his NASCAR stuff, he's a busy guy. He's a busy dude. But we've got inducted Chris Dyson into the Hall of Fame last year, and it's looking forward to him coming back, him staying with us for quite a while. Crowned out champion with Paul Menard, same thing, looking for him to come back, and just use those guys as our base, our foundation, as our legends in this sport to lean on and help build this even bigger.
Yeah, you mentioned the Hall of Fame dinner last year, which was the big, inaugural induction class, 2017, 18, 20. I lost track of how many we had there, but you realize going through that process, just the names that have been a part of Trans Am, and that's just the class that got inducted first. There's still so many others to join the ranks of the Hall of Fame class. And is there a part of where people like that history, that legacy is so impressive? Does it kind of overshadow, though, to some degree, what's going on now? And what do you do to kind of get the race fans' attention who remembers the good old days of Trans Am and maybe hasn't been paying attention to it so much lately? How do you get them back into looking at Trans Am as another series that they should be following?
I think we need to deliver on amazing races, first of all. Once the highlight reels keep coming and we get the word out there and we show these races in a way that is exciting to the fan again, I think that's the most organic way to do it. As far as telling the story a little bit better, I've always had this desire, and I brought it up at the beginning of the year last year, and I think they thought, hey, new guy, easy. But I wanted to do we had this opportunity at the Hall of Fame where we've got 18 genuine legends there. I wanted to take a bunch of our young guns, set them aside, and do like a kind of blend the generations and have our young guns ask the questions to some of our Hall of Famers. And I think that would have been a really neat segment with Paul Gentilozzi, Tommy Kendall, Willie T. Ribs being asked questions from Thomas Annunziata, Tristan McKee, Julian, and all the people that were in our current crop of young guns, and that would have been a blast. So working on trying to do that in the future. I don't think we'll have that crop of people together again, but maybe for the next inauguration, we'll be able to come in and do a little something like that.
Well, it was a privilege to be at the opening induction ceremony, and I know that there's going to be a lot of great ones still to come down the road. But yeah, Andy, congrats on this role, and all the best for the 60th season and beyond.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be on here with you guys.
Thank you, Andy. Great sessions and great honor to have you on. Stay with us for a few seconds. We'll run a short video and we will be right back with you.
In racing, every second counts. This is EPARTRADE, the premier business-to-business platform for the performance and racing industry. We connect buyers and suppliers 24/7 worldwide. Racing never stops, neither do we. Discover cutting-edge products and services from around the globe, gaining insights from our live platform, daily newsletters, weekly webinar series, and our highly anticipated annual Race Industry Week. EPARTRADE.com. The racing industry, every minute, every day.
Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Thank you, and welcome back to the program. And we're going to be bringing our next guest, Mr. Patrick Long, and we're going to be talking Porsche and a really cool event he started to promote a few years ago. George, here's Patrick. Excellent, thank you. Welcome to the program, Patrick, and George, on to you.
Thank you. Hey, Patrick, how's it going?
Good, George. Good to see you.
Yeah, likewise, man. So off the heels, congratulations of yet another fabulously successful Luftgekühlt. This one in Durham, North Carolina, number 11, I think, right? Do I have that count right?
That's right. Yeah, it was amazing to finally be on the proper East Coast. We came close, and the pandemic stood in between us and our set date a few years ago. So not only to get back to Durham, but to the same venue and to have what I will consider my favorite event to date of the 11 years we've been doing this.
Yeah, it's amazing. The locations are always stunning. Talk a little bit about how you guys find these places and how you orchestrate all this. I'm sure there's a lot of research being done to find just the right venue and location.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a culmination of how Luftgekühlt came to be. My travels for Porsche as a racing driver for almost 2 decades, and all the relationships that come along with that network and the passion behind the brand really carved out this idea in my head once I finally purchased my own classic 911, that there was a space missing in what we thought of as our parents' generation of car shows. And where experiential events have gone present day. And to answer your question, relationships are everything. And I get a lot of suggestions from people who are fans of the brand or past attendees of our shows and motorsports contacts. And I've spent a lot of time flying in and out of Raleigh-Durham to go over to VIR as a driver. And I've always found an amazing vibe from that town. It's so walkable and very cutting edge and has a lot of Duke University youth influx. And So yeah, the Ingrams, big collectors from Durham, suggested this venue, and Rory Ingram and Cam Ingram were big influences, and their father, Bob Ingram, traced back to sort of the founding fathers of this American tobacco campus, where they converted an old Lucky Strike plant into a commercial and residential development, and it all centers around the Durham Bulls and their modern stadium for baseball.
Yeah, it's so cool. But I mean, that's such a great location. I think of some of the other locations that you guys had, like the lumber yard a couple times. There was the loading docks out in San Pedro that were super cool. I mean, it's just, universal back lot. Obviously, you've done that a couple times, I think. How much of that setting and the way that the event is curated is the intentional part about what's made Luftgekühlt such a cool thing? One of your partners in Luftgekühlt is Jeff Swart, who is an amazing photographer, and I know that he plays a little bit of a role in kind of setting it up so that when Joe Average comes and takes a picture and puts that picture on social media, it looks amazing, because you guys have kind of done all the heavy lifting for just the attendees to come and create great content out of this event. So what's been a little bit about the insight in that process, because it's I think the thing that maybe has set Luftgekühlt as the new standard for how you do car gatherings.
Yeah, I mean, tracing back to the roots, the initial idea was, how do we take Porsche files outside of their normal elements and their normal venues and their normal circles, and introduce them to a new audience and to different brands and to different venues, and at the same time sort of break down that stigma that it's an exclusive brand, or you have to be able to talk about all the different part numbers and project numbers as Porsche files do. So I wanted to create an environment where a non-car enthusiast would be welcomed and inspired, educated, and then of course there would be great visuals as well. And yeah, Jeff came on board a few years in, and he added a lot to creating these settings and letting them be discoverable. That was always part of our brand DNA from the initial thought of even doing something, was get people outside their comfort zone, teach them something new. And I think that the visuals have added to that, because it's very discoverable. We don't want to be an event or a show where it's like, I went last year, do I really need to go again this year? And that's something that I grew up with. We went to the local Westlake Village car show once a year, and it was the same layout, it was the same venue, it was the same cars, it was the same people. And there was something down home cooking about that, but it was also very predictable. And my travels for PR in and out of race weekends was going to a lot of different static events, whether it was Concours Elegance or even a local Cars and Coffee when it kicked off in Orange County. And predictability is great, but I found that I wasn't going to be able to bring new people to the brand, especially to the classic side of Porsche, without adjusting the format and making it more of a late morning start with music and tacos and adult beverages and style. And fashion and dogs and kids. And so it's very much the roots of living on West LA and all of the Hollywood influence. And there's always been a love affair between Porsche and Hollywood, whether it's the use case of the cars and the great weather and the great canyons and PCH, or just that Hollywood connection of James Dean and Steve McQueen. And so it was a natural fit. And what I underestimated was the enthusiasm. I mean, the first event, we had 40 cars, a couple hundred people. And I walked out mid-event from this like local Australian influenced coffee shop and looked down Lincoln Boulevard. And as far as the eye could see was Porsches on both sides of a major road in LA. And I thought, okay, we're on to something.
Definitely. I think that's the thing, that for me certainly strikes me is just the difference in the vibe overall. There are those people who can tell you this part number and that project code and et cetera, et cetera. And then you just have people who who just love the vibe of it, who just want to hang out, and kind of everything, in between. And it feels very different when you're there, whether you have been to a gazillion car events before in the past, or it's kind of you're new to the scene. It feels very cultural. It feels very much, of the moment. And one of the kind of things that I wanted to pick your brain on a little bit, because you're at the epicenter of it in your own way, is I think that cars, performance cars, motorsports in general, are kind of having a moment right now. Like you've got the success of F1 the movie. There have been several other kind of video projects, some of which you've been involved in directly, that have gone outside of the mainstream and into, or outside of the core, I should say, and into pop culture. What do you think is going on right now with sort of car culture, and why is it kind of having this sort of cool moment right now?
Well, I think this generation and where media has gone, people consume their car content differently. And that is the start of the thought process in all of this, is how do the next generation, how will they consume automotive racing, static car displays, auto shows, trade shows, and their local cars and coffee. And I think for a long time, there was this narrative that, oh, well, the 16-year-old kids of today aren't interested in cars. They don't want their driver's license. They're not filling the seats of a NASCAR oval. And I don't see that. I was concerned, but if anything, the cell phone and social media has bred a younger and younger audience. And when I see kids at Pebble Beach standing around Spanish Bay, and they are being dropped off by their parents because they're not old enough to drive, and they are camera kids. The passion is there. Obviously, everybody's talked ad nauseum about Drive to Survive, but that's another example of being stopped at my kids' schools by people who would no other way, shape, or form consume Formula One. So I think it really is down to content, but it's also, when you really break it down, driving cars still represents this form of travel, of influence, of independence. And somebody, used a great analogy that, the windshield of a car is your picture frame, and you move, and that picture frame has different content coming through it. So I do think there's still a very much an old school emotional connection to cars and driving. Certainly the sound, the smell, everything that triggers the senses. But yeah, I mean, F1 the movie being the most watched sporting movie of all time. That means cinema is not dead, number one, after the pandemic. And number two, it means that we're not on the backside of the curve with Formula One. I just came back from Las Vegas. I was out there with Pirelli, one of our partners, and man, it's a different feeling with Liberty at the helm. I went to one of the first events in, I think, 2017 in Silverstone, and I felt an instantaneous change to Liberty's model of access and celebrity. And, walking in the Paddock Club right behind Mark Wahlberg, those may be purposeful moves by Formula One or by one of their teams or sponsors. But I do think, again, it's continuing to make racing and cars, more appealing to that broad audience, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, the purists, I think, sometimes have the challenge with some of this stuff, or the core fans. But anytime somebody recognizes, hey, Patrick Long, you're a race car driver, like, that's pretty flippin' cool. And that probably didn't happen so much 10, 15 years ago. And now, your kids at school, they're, are saying, oh, he's a race car driver, or whatever the case. I mean, and it's not, you're not unique in that. Like, you talk to people all in the industry who are now, had just kind of lived these, sort of lives where if they weren't at the racetrack, they were just anonymous people who are now becoming like little celebrities in their own social circles because they're a part of motorsports. And overall, that's just got to be a good thing for everybody, don't you think?
I do. I think it's reaching new audiences. I mean, streaming television can be overwhelming and exhaustive because there's so much choice out there, but I still think the cream rises to the top, and the networks that are doing the best job are going to get the most views. But yeah, it's wild to think that I grew up in the 80s when it was network TV or cable TV, and you had to have a slot It was ESPN Speed World, and whatever came on, I was watching it. It might have been swamp buggies or drag racing or GTP, but I was there, and that any racing would suffice. But now, I can watch 24 hours straight of motorsport streaming, or, let's talk about YouTube. YouTube is something that a lot of people projected and guessed was going to be massive, but I don't think they could ever guess it was going to be as big as it is. And the way that people get education, they receive their education, their, entertainment, their followings. Now, all you need is a GoPro or an iPhone. And if you have an interesting story and you have a knowledge of the algorithm and how everything works, you can be a star with your own promoted and produced content.
Yeah, totally. So you have been a Porsche factory driver since 2003, continue to be a brand ambassador. So you have, you have been there directly for this evolution, I think, that Porsche as a brand has taken. And I think there's a ton of cool car brands out there, but I don't know if it's just my own bias or my own perception as reality thing, but Porsche has really kind of led the way in terms of making people be a part of a brand and a culture and live the vibe and take their own kind of form of ownership, if you will, of the brand. There's everything from the people who have their new cars as garage queens to the people who take their cars now and go off-roading in a 911, and kind of everything in between. And they can be young, they can be old, they can be incredibly wealthy, or they're just people who have put in, they've saved their pennies and they've got a 911 or a 912 or a 914 or a 928 or whatever the car is that's been their dream car, and they've got it and they love it, and they're all part of the brand. You see that at Luftgekühlt, you see it at Rennsport Reunion, you see all kinds of people. What do you think? I guess first question is, as you've kind of been part of Porsche for so long, do you think it was something that happened sort of organically, or has Porsche been trying to curate this vibe for a long time, and they've hit on something that's made it successful?
It's a great question. I believe the product is attractive to a certain model or type of person who has a level of interest and carries that through their life. And I think it's a crossroad of creativity and engineering. And if you dissect a lot of different car brands, I think that they strive to have that form follows function and to really have an aesthetic and a creativity about them, a mystique about them that people can sink their teeth into. And the word brand is used so often and arguably too often.
Yeah.
But when you have a brand, you differentiate yourself from just a product. And I think that it gives community a place to center and to connect. And I think a lot of that is staying true to the roots of developing this car in the mountains of Austria to be quick, light, efficient, and sticking to that boutique car route of where Ferdinand set out to achieve something different than what was available. And if you look at the evolution of the 911 from 1964 to present day, they've never gone off script. Yes, they've had to deal with different safety requirements and different, efficiency and regulatory reasons, but you see the silhouette and the creativity, and you can really connect with all of that. And that is, I think, so key. And the other part of it is heritage. One of the reasons that I was recommended to join Porsche as an aspiring single-seater Formula One or kart driver was that they have always been in motorsport, and they've always celebrated motorsport as part of their DNA and not just as a marketing exercise. And it's where street to track and track to street transfer engineering and lessons learned is really important and engaging. And so I think that recommendation that Danny Sullivan had to me, which was stick with these guys, they're loyal. They've always been in motorsport. It's not just when there's marketing budget or executives that want to activate in motorsport. It's truly part of the family's DNA, and the family members still remain very, very much influential in the decisions of where and how Porsche goes racing. And I saw the pictures from this weekend of their annual Night of Champions, and Wolfgang Porsche is there because it's still part of his roots. And if you look at his son, Freddie, and the upcoming FAT event in Montana, he's a driver himself. He loves to get out there. And I think that it's really important that you keep the roots of the brand at the forefront. And that's what allows people to follow and make that their sports team or their religion of choice. It's wild to hear the stories and to meet the people that I've met in 5-6 continents around the world. And it's very much that small world connection.
Yeah, I mean, on the racing side, it's almost like you can't go anywhere without there being some kind of Porsche racing connection. You kind of name the series, you name the continent, you name whatever. And you still go to tracks today, whether it's a club racing day or a sanctioned body, and you will see more Porsches than any other brand, typically speaking, right? And so there's always that side that they've been connected to it. But I think the other side that's lent sort of Porsche to being such a proliferation in racing is sort of this idea that Porsches have never really been precious, right? Like you can take them and modify them, and it's okay. It's almost to some degree, I'm not going to say expected, but it's been part of the culture of Porsche from the get-go. Whereas with some other car brands, it's like they're a bit precious. You can't touch them. You can't change the way that they are. And that's a little bit of going kind of full circle. It's a little bit about what Luft celebrates and air and water, when we're bringing in the air-cooled cars, is kind of like you can stand there in a parking lot of 911s or 356s or whatever, and they don't all exactly look the same. There is that personality in every single one of them.
Yeah, for sure. I think the lineage of motorsport and driving your car to the track and entering a race and the car doing well and finding success because it was easy on tires and brakes. The engine was brilliantly engineered and could run 24 hours at Le Mans in 1951. That part is obvious, and I think that it's part of the design of what the car was supposed to be when 356 #1 was developed and put onto the road. When it comes to how this all fits together, it's often debated. But when we tell these stories at a show, the initial idea was to celebrate all aspects of air-cooled, being from 1948 to 1998. Motorsport influence, hot-rodded modified cars, original survivors, restored cars. I wanted to pepper that small parking lot that day with a little bit of everything, and we stick to that. We celebrate the oddballs. We celebrate the new guys. We celebrate the rusted, clapped out 914s and 912s, and also the 7-8 figure mega rare cars. But there's also so much of motorsport DNA in the team behind Luftgekühlt, not just myself, but everybody in the team has some aspect of motorsport experience. And we love to tell those stories. I mean, this last event in Durham, bringing Bobby Rahal as our sort of astute, celebrated member, and having him there with his 904 and letting him tell stories of driving 935s and 962s. Like, that's as legit as you can get. So as we evolve and we grow and we try to keep up with things and we start to activate with different corporate partners, we remind them that if the legends of this sector of motorsport and road cars still want to come to these shows to learn and be inspired and see things they've never seen before, and the first timers are equally as passionate and engaged and want to come and attend, these are not the owners of the cars. Our show doesn't cater to the hardcore mega millionaire who's got many, many cars. They come, Jerry Seinfeld brings a car and he walks around with a Patagonia jacket on. There's no security guard. So it's all about breaking down those walls. But I tell that story because 1/10 of our attendee maybe is a Porsche owner who has a car, quote unquote, in the show. But the other 90%, they're there for the event. They're there to experience it all. And it has to be part education, part visual, part social. And then there's always has to be that little edge that knocks you out of your comfort zone so that you don't want to miss the next one.
Yeah, totally. You mentioned, that the team at Luft has a range of motorsport background. I happen to know Jeff Swartz in Africa right now driving the Safari Rally. What about you? I know you've gotten in the car a couple times since your retirement. Some things you've done with Dempsey and whatnot. Anything on the horizon for you that's fun, that's interesting, that you just want to go out and do because you're in a place in your life where you can pick and choose those kind of cool events to do?
Yeah, I think it's all about saying yes to the things that I might not have been able to commit to many moons prior because of a racing schedule, the need to test, and ultimately Stuttgart telling us where to go and when to be there. So as many times as I can weave in those aspirations and business, and of course it all connects back to Luftgekühlt and air water. But yeah, going for 3.5 weeks to Daytona to shoot and coach Brad Pitt and how to drive a GT3R for the F1 movie. Those were great memories. Coming back and doing 4 races for a content series with Patrick Dempsey. Awesome. Fun to connect that Hollywood influence again with Porsche and with motorsport. And then also vintage racing, developing different on-road product. And being an ambassador for Porsche has brought in so many different experiences. I'm leaving tomorrow morning to head out into the desert for a super secret shoot that is wild and is taking so many days of planning and so many different emails and calls. And so, yeah, it's all about cross-pollinating my love to drive with some competition, some content, and then also bringing these shows to life. We're preparing to go to Tokyo in 2026 for the first time, finally going over to Japan, air water at the end of April in Orange County. And then, I got some tricks up our sleeve for the 12th edition of Luft. So plenty of days ahead, whiteboards around me as I sit in this small boardroom of the Luftgekühlt HQ. Our very modest small office is full. So I'm grateful for all those opportunities. Just as long as I can weave my passion and my business into it, how can I complain?
Yeah. Sorry, I was just looking here at a chat question that's come in from somebody who's watching about Brad Pitt. Would you say, let me see if I can read the question here. Patrick, based on your description helping Brad Pitt, how long would you say it would take a layperson to get up to some reasonable speed in a race car?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's an interesting question. And the way I go at coaching and sort of sharing my world with people that don't have the opportunity or the background is a little bit of throw them in the deep end. So naturally, we had a day out at Streets of Willow and we could do what we wanted. Porsche had supplied us with all the product that we could have ever hoped for, from road cars to Porsche Cup cars and that basic first step into a full-blown race car, and all the way up to Wright Motorsports with a full IMSA team there in a GT3R. And by the end of the first day, Brad was driving the GT3R. He was doing simulated pit stops. I was sort of coordinating and giving him choreography of how to pass and what the signals would be. So quicker than you think. I will say Brad has a lot of track experience, mostly on 2 wheels, and he was passionate about it, and he was very trusting, and so he followed the direction. So I think today's generation of modern GT car, if you use the GT3R, fundamentally they're pretty easy to drive at a basic level. But of course, the closer you get to the level, the more time it takes to get right to the edge. And then, as our job was in racing, it wasn't just go fast, but hold the car on the edge in changing conditions for hours on end. So that's a whole nother ball of wax. But you see in sports car racing, a guy like Ben Keating or David Hansen, these guys didn't race as kids. They didn't come up through it, but they are fully committed to the fitness, fully committed to the seat time, and racing a lot. And yeah, they're doing amazing work without that karting background from 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah, it's sort of the cool thing about motorsport in particular is that there is a chance for people who came to it late to kind of develop the skills if they put their mind to it and can go out there and have a lot of fun. I mean, may not be a world champion, but they can go out and have a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, Patrick, thanks for your time. I'm looking forward to seeing whatever happens in the desert coming up here, or seeing the results of that. And best of luck with the rest of Luftgekühlt and Air and Water next year.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
All right, man. Take care.
Thank you, Patrick. Stay with us a few more seconds. We're going to be running a short video from our sponsors, and we will be right back with you for the last session of the day.
ARP, the ultimate fasteners for whatever you build. To get the best performance, always follow ARP's installation instructions included with the product. For the latest torque specs, go to arpinstructions.com.
And welcome back to day one of Race Industry Week. So, Judy, you have a special guest coming up.
Yes, we have a racing legend, Danny Sullivan. I'm really happy he's going to be joining us today, Brad. Hi.
Oh my gosh, I'm very, very thrilled about this as well. And, you know, Danny Sullivan, obviously everything that he accomplished in open wheel and winning that Indy 500 back in 1985 is really cool. But a lot of things that he's done more recently as well, including stuff with RACER. We'll talk about it all, which is going to be a lot of fun.
And here's Danny.
Awesome. Thank you, Francis. Thank you, Judy. And we'll talk back with you here in just a few minutes. And we are so proud to end day one of Race Industry Week with a racing legend, Danny Sullivan, the 1985 Indy 500 winner, 1988 kart champion, a Formula One racer, a steward, a broadcaster, really, you name it. Danny, how you doing?
Good, Brad. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Yeah, no, thank you so much. This is just a true pleasure to really cap off what's been an incredible day. And, you know, let's start by just talking about some of the things that you've been involved with here lately. What can you tell us?
Well, you know, I stopped doing the steward in Formula One, the driver steward, about this will be my second year of missing it. And it just got a lot of travel. It got a little toxic with you know, stewards under a lot of pressure to make their calls correct and so forth, which you should be doing, but it just we were scrutinized without being able to respond, and I didn't think that was really fair, because if you saw the data that the stewards have, and I'd like to clarify one thing. You know, there's driver stewards in the room, but there's 3 other stewards in there as well, so it's a panel decision, and there's been a couple of cases where I was overruled. Even I thought that I was correct, but the other panelists disagreed with all the information that we had. And just for the public would like to probably know this, the data that we have is unequivocal. There's nothing like it. We got everybody's in-car camera, we got throttle traces, we got brake pressure, we got steering input, we got in-car cameras. We interview, a lot of the cases we interview the drivers when we can if there's a situation after the event. So it's very thorough. And all the years I did it, which was like 14 years, I never felt any bias from anybody. Nobody was like, well, that's a buddy of mine, so I'm going to rule in their favor or anything like that. It was pretty straightforward. But anyway, that ran its course.
I could see that. Officiating can a lot of times be a very thankless job. And, you know, at the level at which you were doing it is a pretty tough thing. I can only think to myself just doing it in grassroots racing, thinking to myself many times like, why are you yelling at me? I wasn't the one holding a steering wheel. But to your point.
It happens. It happens. And I've been on the other side of the steering wheel too, you know, where I was the guy, complaining about, well, I didn't really do that. So it was a very interesting time and a big learning curve, but it changed over the years. And there's a lot at stake too. We forget how many millions of dollars can be made for a team over a ruling, and sometimes it's a technical ruling. Remember McLaren a couple weeks ago at Vegas, where they got disqualified for the two planks. For some of the teams, that could be, if you're a smaller level team and you haven't won the world championship as a team, that could be worth $20-30 million to lose those two positions.
Yeah, it's interesting.
There's a lot at stake.
Yeah, you read something like that, and inevitably the article says, well, they were just 17 one-thousandths of an inch over the line, like, oh, it's okay, just give it to them. But these are the margins with which we operate. And somewhere there has to be a line, right?
Well, that's exactly correct. So do you say, okay, we're going to give 30 thou leeway? Well, then, okay, well, they're 31 thou over. Well, so you have to draw the line. I will say one thing, the technical department of the FIA, they're the ones that usually do the technical stuff. That's less of a stewards division. That comes from Joe Bauer and his team, which are very good. They're scrutinizing those cars all the time, all the time. So it's pretty black and white. And when you're off, you're off. So that's not really our division. The tough calls are what happens on the track. Those are the ones that are a little bit more difficult.
Yeah,
So,
the
anyway,
one thing. Yeah,
it was fun.
I'll bet the one thing that I really love about really what you've done is you've continued to contribute to racing ever since you even stepped out of the driver's seat. And I would like to invite anyone who's watching us right now live here on Race Industry Week. If you have a question for Danny, please feel free to type it into the chat. We definitely want to talk about a lot of the things that you want to talk about, but and we want to talk about the inside the race car stuff too, Danny. Outside of the race car, you've done broadcasting in various forms, whether it's network. I loved the Sirius XM show. In fact, you and I shared a common producer in Brandon Caldwell while that was going on. Love what you've done, and Tony Stewart with the Racers Roundtable on the Racer Network and things like that. It's been a lot of fun to have you here, continuing to not just talk about racing, but educate racing and talk to other racers as well.
Well, there's so many stories out there, and the one thing different about racing is we have so many genres of the sport. You think about it. You got, Patrick Long just over on before about Porsche and all his experiences, 2 wins at Le Mans, different things. All the experiences go with it. Then you get the drag racing guys. Then you get the sprint car guys, the modifieds. The stories are endless, and that's something that's very different than baseball or football or golf, where it's pretty much straightforward, because so many people have stories. And the really cool part for me was I got to meet a lot of these legends that I'd never met before and share time with them and spend Tony Stewart in particular. I knew Tony, but didn't really know him. And he and I became really good friends doing the show because of sharing the mic and the stories with so many people. It was a very special time. And go back to one thing too, Patrick Long was just on. I had a hand in Patrick because it was part of the Red Bull driver search program that I started. And I got Porsche to come to the event at Paul Ricard, the final, to look at everybody. And I said, you can't take one of the first 4 people. And Patrick had been top 4 all the way through. And then the final test on new tires, he was just a little bit off and finished like 4.5. And Porsche said, we'd like to talk to Patrick, and the rest is history.
Wow. And that's incredible. And kind of the rest of the story on that is Scott Speed would ultimately end up winning that and running a couple of seasons in Formula One, which is kind of a nice thing because, we see this, in fact, even on the NASCAR side right now with Dodge and Ram coming back into the truck series. They've been doing somewhat of a driver search. Jack Roush did one for a long time, the Gong Show. You talk about that Red Bull driver search. Those are actually really fun, and it's great when you hear about discovering new talent, because we know there are many pathways to the seat of a race car, but when you do it by pure talent, that's a pretty special thing.
Well, it is, and I want to go back to one thing. One of the questions at the end was about Brad Pitt and Patrick Long, and could you teach somebody to become a racer? Let's not forget that Scott Speed, when he was chosen in that program, was a driver at Skip Barber's school. Okay. And in 2.5 years, he was in Formula One. Now he had a special, he had a great talent, but that's the progression that you can make. I mean, look at, Kimi Antonelli right now in Formula One, he's 18 years old. Okay, even if he started in go-karts at 5 or 6 years old, that's still a pretty big step, even at 18 years old, to be driving Formula One. So the fun part is to be able to give a lot of that stuff back. And Patrick and the guy Phil Giebler were the ones pushing me to get to start and help them in the early days, which is how we started the Red Bull Driver Search program. So it all comes full circle in this small world.
Yeah, isn't it incredible how, especially now today, we talk about drivers starting at 8 years old, 7 years old, 6 years old, and something. Whether it's like a micro midget or a Legends car, a Bandolero, or whatever it might be, in the way they come up. I remember Ken Schrader talking one time. He was like, "Look, I raced when I was a kid, but back then it was supposed to be fun." And I watch a lot of the kids coming up today and think to myself, my gosh, I mean, I can remember when Joey Logano won the Legends Car National Championship at 12 years old and how serious he was back then. Now to see him as a 3-time Cup Series champion, or, you look at some of these other drivers like Joseph Newgarden and so on and so forth, how young they were when they started coming up and just how different that is today. I mean, it's a lot of the racers are competitive long before they even learn how to write in cursive sometimes.
That's true. And they can do so much on, the sim world is something special. They can do so much stuff online and learn so much more. But I still like the guys like Kyle Larson, that if you left it to him, he'd be racing 10 different classes of cars every day of the week. And I like that because there's nothing replacing it like that kind of experience. You just can't replace that, even in a sim. But even during which I found fascinating, in COVID, they did the 24 hours of Le Mans, and it was all sim. But you had to have one driver in the sim had to be qualified to race at Le Mans. He had to have the proper credentials and license to race there. Otherwise, they figured the sim guys would have just, smoked everybody. But that's brought a sector in where you can learn. And a lot of that came because of cost. How do we teach these kids? We can't always put them in the car. Tires, oil, engines, rebuilds, driving crashes out there when you're learning. Now they do it on a sim, and when it doesn't work, reset, And you think about it, you mentioned the age thing too. Now we're talking about all these kids that are, I mean, if you're not ready to go in Formula One by 21 years old, you're almost too old. And the cases in a lot of sport. Think about this. When I first drove a race car, I was 21 years old before I ever drove a race car or really went to a race. I was 21 years old. I raced in Formula One when I was 33 as a rookie. And I won Indy when I was 35. So, my generation, I could do that in my era. You can't do that anymore. You couldn't do. I could be maybe a club racer because I was doing my own thing, but I couldn't do what I accomplished in this day and age. It's all age related.
Yeah. Now at 35, we start questioning people when they get closer to that age, like Max Verstappen, like, how much longer are you going to do this? And he was the kid who was there at 18 years old, doing this and thought,
yeah, how many races? And he's 27, right. How many world championships and stuff like that? And I raced Baja until I was 58.
That's awesome.
And still did it. And I raced in the DTM. I was 54.
That is great. I am curious what your thought is, or maybe experience having seen it. You mentioned Kyle Larson and how many different platforms of racing he crosses. We had him on earlier today, which was great. But from the dirt, open wheel, and/or late models to running the Indy 500 a couple of times with what he's done with NASCAR and has had success in sports car. Can a simulator help in a measurable way speed up the learning curve of a different discipline of racing? Say I'm an open wheel driver and I wanted to try a sports car or a stock car or vice versa in any of that. Can a simulator help me adapt to that style?
I'm not a big simulator driver, so I wouldn't say that I can speak 100% with all accuracy. But I will say this. You can learn the track. You can learn breaking points. You can learn what the car does. Now they make adjustments in the car. They're changing the car all the time, doing different setups on it and so forth. Let's not forget, remember the time when Jeff Gordon went and drove the Formula One Williams and Juan Pablo Montoya drove the stock car at Indy and on the course. You know how many laps Jeff did total in that car? And
I don't actually.
It's like 9 laps. That's all he did. And he was 1 second off of Montoya. But he had done a lot of the work in the sim, particularly learning where the braking points were, because the Formula One cars brake like almost nothing else in terms of their braking distances. And, if you're coming from a Cup car, which is not notoriously strong on the braking side, and you come to a Formula One car, that's a big learning curve. So he learned most of that stuff on the sim. And so I think in that respect, it can help you a lot. But I think ultimately you got to get out there and drive the cars. And sims have you think about it, from fighter planes, they started sims back in the day to drive Hummers. The military did, so that they could simulate an attack in a Hummer, what to do if everything's exploding. So it goes back a long way in different sort of disciplines. But there's a lot of history to that, and there's a lot to be learned from it. And I think obviously if I was 21 years old now and I was starting, I would have already been on a sim and learning it, and it's also much more affordable. That's the other thing too. So you can find out if you've got any talent, and otherwise, you'd had to buy a go-kart. And what's it cost to go-kart racing these days? I know it's mega expensive. So, so there's a lot to be said for what they're learning from right now. And I think Kyle, if he was all of a sudden going to go do the 24-hour of Daytona in a car that he had never driven, that's where the sim would really be beneficial for him. Clearly, he can drive anything.
Yes, he can. I want to ask you about braking, almost in the same vein, and just how important it is to being good at racing. And I'll tell a quick story. We were doing qualifying one day for the Brickyard 400 back when it was just single car qualifying. And I remember for the radio broadcast standing next to Sam Hornish Jr. And, I always loved Sam Hornish Jr. from back in his IndyCar days and all of that. But we were toward the end of pit road where you could see the 3-2-1 markers going into turn 1. So I just looked at one. I asked him, I go, so where do you start braking when you go out there and qualify this car? And he was driving the Cup car. And he said, I don't know, somewhere between like 3 and 2 or whatever. I go, okay, where do you start braking? Where would you brake for the IndyCar? And he just looked at me and goes, well, you don't. He said, if you brake, you're probably going to miss the race. I mean, just, how different things are, though. But you mentioned the Jeff Gordon, Juan Pablo thing. I remember that was the one thing that, for Jeff Gordon, here's a guy who's got to brake way back here to teach his brain to say, no, you don't have to anymore. And we all talk about mashing the gas, but how important to racing and going fast is hitting the brake.
Or not hitting the brake, or how little you do it, or how much you can modulate the brake. It's a critical point. And I watch these Formula One cars now, and I've been blessed. I've been able to watch them up close and personal, and it is amazing what their capabilities are. But again, it's cubic dollars that is developed, and it's much more of an open formula. In Indy cars, we had to run steel for the longest time. We had to run steel brakes. They just didn't want to bring the carbon aspect into it because of cost. And again, racing has gotten to the point too where there's so much to do with cost, and that's why sims have become so important for everybody, because you can test, and as we mentioned earlier, you can just reset it, start again, try something different, everything, but you're not using up tires and equipment and engines and stuff like that. It's just computer time.
For sure. We have a question from the chat, and I might rephrase it a little bit, but the question is straight up, Danny, have you had the opportunity to drive a modern F1 car? If so, how do you compare it to the cars you've driven when active as a racer? Maybe the better way to ask is, when is the last time you stepped into something similar to that? And what do you consider modern?
I think, no, I get the question, and it's a very legitimate question. And somebody, actually just talking to him earlier today, asked me the same thing. What would happen? First of all, if I was in the media, I would probably, because I know Martin Brundle and some of the other media pundits have driven modern cars. I haven't driven a Formula One car since 1984. I got out in 83, but I did the testing in Rio. I did the tire testing for Tiro, so I drove a 84 car, and I haven't driven anything since then. Ironically, I drove Niki Lauda's 1972 F1 Ferrari flat 12 at Goodwood this past year up the hill. It was phenomenal. The gears were from Monaco. Anyway, that's about as current as I've been. And I'll tell you what would happen. The biggest thing is, and I still keep myself in pretty good shape. The G-forces on my neck, I would be done in 2 laps. I wouldn't be able to hold my neck up from what those things are capable of, from both braking and lateral G-forces. I'd be toast.
I know it wasn't your seat, but how right did that feel? We're going to have Freddie Spencer on at the end of this week, motorcycle racer, and he got to get back on one of his older bikes. And I asked him, I said, when you sat on it, he's like, it fit like I was on it yesterday. But how getting in Niki Lauda's car, how familiar was just the feel and everything, and being that low in an open wheel race car and everything?
Well, it was pretty cool. But I also had my Indy winning, the March sitting in the other side of the paddock. And I was driving that. And by the way, like Freddie, same seat, got in it the whole 9 yards. And it felt good. And Scott Speed came up to me at the top of the hill and he said, "Can I sit in the car? Can I sit in the car?" And I said, "Sure, jump in. You want?" And he looked at me and goes, "You had to be crazy to drive these things." So it's just generational, the safety. Then our feet were way out in the front and in the nose box and stuff like that. And he just thought, he said, "There's nothing here," and you look at a modern steering wheel and dash, just look at those things.
Oh.
I had an on-off switch and a radio button on mine. That was it, and I got to drive a, the 296 Ferrari Challenge car. Just recently out at Laguna Seca, a friend had, and I was like, "All right, tell me how to turn it on." And,
right.
And I just didn't want to. And they've got so many different settings. He goes, "Well, if you don't like this, go to here, got this setting." And I thought, boy, same thing, back to a sim, back to a video game. You'd have to learn all that stuff so that it's just second nature to hit the buttons in there and adjust this and adjust that when they're telling you to change a setting on the car. Because I'd have to look at a map to figure out what button they were talking about. There'd have to be a cheat sheet, if you think about it, compared to what our cars were like. And it's evolved and it's fantastic. I mean, you look at sports car racing now. Oh my gosh, these guys are now 24-hour races, a sprint race.
Yeah.
They're driving every lap, just flat out the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's incredible. We call them endurance events, which they still are physically, but now the way they're able to build race cars and all of that, it's pretty incredible. I'm curious, Danny. Obviously, when we talk about you, we talk about the 1985 Indy 500, the spin and win, but that was one of 17 victories you had in IndyCar and Champ Car and open wheel. Outside of that, what stands out to you? Was there a day where you thought, boy, we're not going to have it, but we had it? Or was it a more important day of, man, we just have the field covered? What else stands out to you?
Well, 88 was the one that got away. That was when I had started on the front row with Mears and Unser. I was in the middle, and I just took off from the beginning, and I had a car that you don't get very often in your entire racing career that was just spot on. I could go high, I could go low, and had a big lead and all that. And then the wing mount broke going into turn one, I think on the 91st lap. And it was just a crushing defeat because I was gone. I could do anything I wanted in the car. Now, cars tend to change in 500 miles, but this thing was just spot on. It was as good as I had ever had. So you think about the ones more that got away than let's go back. You could say that was really unlucky that happened. And I was really lucky that I won in 85, that I didn't hit the wall when I had the spin. So it plays out, and it's easy to say that now looking back on it. But I think for me, you look at the wins and that's all great, but you also look at the ones that got away more than anything else. So, okay, what did I need to change? What was different? Had we made a different call at a different time? If I'd had a different strategy, would it have changed? But I was lucky too.
I like to always quote ABC's Wide World of Sports, where they talk about the thrill of victory, the agony of defeat. Honestly, it almost should be in reverse order, because it is that agony of defeat that I'm sure really rises that thrill of victory, because sometimes you go through those bad things, and when you have them go your way, it's just that much sweeter.
I think you tend to get more going the bad way than you do all the good ones. Otherwise, we'd be winning a lot more races. But that's also what makes it such a challenge. This is what's so great about the sport. There's so many good people out there. There's so many good teams, so many talented drivers, everything. But great calls by teams. Look this past weekend at Qatar, and the made a strategy call based on. I think they was probably based on the stacking, because they didn't want to favor one driver over the other driver. They wanted to be fair. They made this call. Well, if we bring him in now, Lando's going to have to wait, and he's going to be stacked, and he's going to lose a little bit. And the thing, it cost him possibly a world championship, and, was that the right thing? So, we can debate this till we're blue in the face, but that was the call that they made, and they ended up with a second and a fourth,
Yeah. I love having debates like that, though, because I do feel sometimes too often in motorsport, especially here recently, we get hung up on good race, bad race, this and that. And meanwhile, I can go watch the local news, and, here in Dallas, Fort Worth, they're going to be breaking down every little aspect of what happened in the Cowboys game, from the offensive line to the defensive secondary, and so we're in between. They're not going to say, was that a good game or a bad game, and when you talk about strategy, that is one of the most entertaining parts of motorsport, is understanding the why and the how and all of that. And I feel like we need to do a better job of explaining that, and making that at the forefront, rather than just what is always the flash.
Well, let's also not forget the strategist probably had 15 seconds to make that decision. Mm-hmm. And they're closer to pit in, because they're leading the race. They're closer to pit in than somebody in the back of the field. And the back of the field can sit there and say, well, Max is going in, let's go in, where you're the first guy. Do you make that decision? And the strategist that's having to sit there and make that decision, take all that in, compute it all, and go, stay out, pit, stay out, pit, and I think that's one of the things that's tough in this sport. It's a little bit like going back to that FIA thing, when they're over there yelling to you to make a decision, because you're trying to do it under a gun at a very fast time. It's not like you can sit back, like you said, for the news broadcasters, and analyze it with all the video and tape 2 hours after a game. You're having to make that call right there. Tough.
It is. Yeah. To that, actually, a question just came through asking, were you involved as an F1 steward during the controversial season-ending race? And I think he thinks it was 2020. I don't remember the exact year, when Verstappen beat Hamilton for the Drivers' Championship based on how the safety car was handled.
No, I was still a steward, but no, I wasn't there. And interesting, good question. The stewards never made a decision, because remember, the stewards are only the judge and the jury. Okay. The race director, I'm not trying to pick on Michael Massey. The race director makes the decision of yellow, not yellow, all that kind of stuff. That's not in the stewards. The only time it comes to the stewards is if there's been an incident, and we can see it we're watching multiple screens. We can see it and say, okay, they're going to call us. But until somebody calls us, it's not in our hands, or it's not in our court until they do that. And so the stewards never had a call on any of that stuff. It was just, the incident, and, people were yelling at him that they didn't want to finish under a yellow because it didn't look good. And that's why he waved by 5 cars, which basically gave Max a shot. Well, under the rules, he's supposed to wave by all lap cars. But if they had done that, they wouldn't have finished the race. They would have had to finish under yellow because the other lap cars were back further in the field. So he let the fab by, and then he put Max right behind Lewis. Max had stopped for tires. Lewis had not. He's on qualifying tires. He's on reds. He's on qualifying tires. Lewis's tires had 44 laps on them. There was not a chance in hell that he wasn't gonna pass him at that stage. He basically gifted him the world championship on that decision. Again, to be fair to Michael, he's 23 races into the season. These guys are traveling nonstop. They're being beat up all the time by teams, everybody. There's all kinds of controversy, a lot of pressure, lateness, last 5 minutes of basically the season. And, and again, that's my viewpoint. If you're a Max fan, and I'm a Max fan, don't misunderstand me, but if I'm Dutch and I'm leaning more toward Max, I would say, wow, but that was the call. And it was, Max didn't do anything. It wasn't, but it was not for me, a good call. That's my opinion. And everybody can debate that, and we will until we all stop.
Right, exactly. Well, one thing we could all do is admire the composure that Lewis Hamilton had that day as well. And it doesn't always turn out that way when things go the wrong way for an athlete, but it is admirable, Danny, to see drivers such as yourself get out of cars on bad days and still have to, acknowledge a different winner, face the media, do whatever it is. I mean, that's, the difficulty doesn't just happen inside of the race car.
No, there's the scrutiny especially on that particular, because there was so much at stake. Like now, here we are, how many years later, 5 years later, and somebody's asked a very good, legitimate question. I'm not knocking the question, but it's, so you can go back and debate. And that had been a fabulous season because Red Bull started off really strong and Mercedes was not. And then Mercedes got it back and closed the gap down on Max. So it was going down to what we're about to see next weekend, next Sunday in Abu Dhabi. It was going down to the wire. And what a world championship. What a world championship.
For sure.
Never dull.
Well, Danny, thank you so much for coming on. And look, as a fan, as someone who sat there at night watching the Indianapolis 500, wowing at you trying to pass Mario Andretti, that was the last tape delayed Indy 500. It's just a great pleasure to be here talking to you. But as someone who continually has contributed to motorsport and everything that you've done, thank you for being a part of this and being here with us today on Race Industry Week.
My pleasure. Thanks, Brad. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Well, this conclude our day. What a great day, Brad and Judy, right?
Incredible.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know how it could have been any better. So many different facets of racing, so many big names. Brad, you look like a little boy interviewing Danny. You were so excited. I could see that excitement.
I was 14 years old. We were living in Houston at the time, and I remember watching that. I thought the Indy 500 was run at night. I mean, this is long before the internet and things like that, and just watching something like that happening, and for Roger Penske to get his 5th Indy 500 victory and all of that, and it's just awesome. It's just great that Danny is, still, hanging out here with us racers and talking about World of Motorsport.
Excellent, but thank you very much. So just a little preview for tomorrow. So we'll start the day with a little change in our schedule, a last minute change, but a good one. So we're going to be joined live by Chris Medland from Abu Dhabi at the Yas Marina racetrack. And we're going to be talking Formula One, and it's going to bring us live from a major update from Red Bull F1. So we're going to start the day talking Formula One with Chris Medland, and we'll talk E1 racing, SCCA, USAC, Grid Life, and then we have all the OEM one after another: Mazda, GM, Ford, HRC, TRD. And that's going to be a really solid back-to-back sessions with these guys. Then we'll have some fun with Tony Stewart, Leah Pruett, and Richard Freeman. We're going to be talking drag racing, and we'll end the day with the legend Linda Vaughn, like a little tradition. So again, thank you very much for being with us today. Please share the link, invite your friend, your industry colleagues if you have not. We make this event for you. A big thank you to our sponsors, and we will see you tomorrow morning.